Yeah.
Hey now! It's your boy PSA Sitch here for another Sunday show with everyone's favorite, always on time, never late, master of the Debunking, Adam Frondin.
What's up, everybody? How you guys doing? What's going on? What are we doing today? I hear we have a big debate planned.
We were going to, well, first of all, I did say Hadouken intentionally wrong to piss everyone off. Secondly, we were going to talk to Dave Smith today, and unfortunately, his internet died or something. So we're going to.
Well, I think he moved, and he has not got the internet hooked up yet. So
gotcha. Okay.
Right. He thought it would be hooked up. They put him off
wasn't.
a day or something.
Right.
Unfortunately,
that sucks. But so I guess we'll try to talk to him next week or sometime in the future.
Well, next we're supposedly on for next week. So
okay. Good. So hopefully we'll talk to him next week. So yep, sad. And we weren't late, by the way, guys. We were actually early. So I don't know what we're talking about.
Yeah, of course. We set it for 15 minutes late so we could be early.
Oh, you're not supposed to tell that. Okay, Adam.
Shit!
You're not supposed to give the game away.
I mean, we're right on time.
Yeah, exactly. We're early. Okay. Actually, the question I want to ask Dave the most has nothing to do with Ukraine or Russia.
Right.
It has to do with sheath underwear.
I have a question about sheath underwear too. Can you imagine such a thing?
He does these ad spots for something called sheath underwear.
Yeah.
Which is on underwear where it has a little pocket.
Two pockets.
It has two pockets that you can separate your dick and your balls.
Right.
And put them in these little pockets. And I'm like, what's the point of that?
I have a theory.
Okay.
Sitch. Yeah.
What's the theory?
Well, this underwear is specially designed where you put your stash. The cover story is that's where you put your dong, but really that's where you stash your weed.
I don't know, because okay, maybe a pocket for your balls makes sense. It gets sweaty.
Does it?
You don't want them to stick to the size of your legs.
Does
you don't want to get shaved.
Does it
or something.
though? Does it really?
I've never worn anything like that. I've never even conceived that I'd wear anything like that. But I could at least I could think of some possible use of that. I can't really think of a possible use in which you'd want to separate your dick and your balls by a little cloth strip. I don't know what the point of that is.
Oh man. Yeah, I was wondering about that too.
I don't know. I don't understand the point. So I want to talk to Dave about it. I want to get to the bottom.
Does he wear these underwear, or
he says he says he does. He says they're super comfortable. So I want to be like, Dave, should I buy a pair of these underwear? What is the point of it? I just don't get it. Look, someone in the chat says it's the most comfortable underwear I've ever worn. It helps immensely with chafing and heat. Yeah, I understand ball chafing, but dick on ball chafing? No, that's a new one. I've never experienced that. So I don't know. Maybe some people have some very coarse balls.
Wow. Okay.
So I'm glad we had this conversation at the beginning of the stream to make sure no one
new
will watch
spin
this
on
video.
pocket pull, right?
Yes. So yeah, exactly.
All right.
Anyways, so instead, since we didn't try to talk to Dave, we were scrambling around today to try to pick a video, and so we found this Wisecrack video. Our good friend Wisecrack.
Right.
Socialist commentator and philosophizer. And he's complaining about all these books that are being banned in public schools.
Yeah. All these crazy elephant dog books.
Yeah. All these books about sheath underwear being banned in school. And this will be interesting. This will be a new thing. We've never done this before because I've only kind of skimmed this video.
Yes.
I have done zero research on this video. So we're going to have to do research on what he's talking about live.
This is a research stream.
Yes.
So get ready.
Mm-hmm.
Although I'm sure I probably just, you know me, I know about a lot of things already. So I usually don't need to do any research.
You're just a big brain genius. I see how it is. Okay.
Wisecracker came up with a video on Jordan. He's going after Jordan Peterson hardcore too. He's got a.
Mm-hmm.
He just dropped one, I think, today on Jordan Peterson and Marxism.
Yeah, someone actually, Anonymous Coward for $20 says, will you go over the Jordan B. Peterson video that Wisecrack released yesterday?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I figured I watched a bit of that one today.
Yeah, me too. I watched it all, actually.
Oh, okay. So you tell me, I assumed that would require too much research, that I wouldn't want to go into that one cold.
The thing is, Jordan Peterson is coming out and he's making an argument. Like he goes over the Zizek debate, the Slavo-Zizek debate.
You know, I don't really want to hear. I don't want to hear Zizek. You know,
the Slavigo Zizek.
That's part of it too. I don't want to hear.
We actually covered. We covered that debate.
I know we did. I know we did.
My ears are still wet from covering it. So, yeah. The thing is, Jordan Peterson's making an argument, and instead of attacking the argument that Jordan Peterson is making, he goes into full nitpick mode. Where this is not what Marx meant, and you know, Jordan Peterson made a claim here that is incorrect. That claim is not correct. Evidently, Marx never advocated for violence. He was a non-violent revolution advocator, which is strange.
None of his followers got the message on that one.
Like, how did you do nonviolent revolution back in the 1800s?
Yeah, against the monarchy too. I don't know how that's supposed to happen.
Right. Yeah. So, but anyway, what do you do with that if he's not really even presenting? Here's the argument, and here's my counter argument to that argument. It's just like nitpicking the argument that's made. So. Yeah. Even if Jordan Peterson got little bits and pieces wrong about Marxism, I don't think the argument against current day Marxism is bad or incorrect. I think Marxism may have started one way and evolved into something completely different in modern day society, and that's a different problem that we have to face. So if he's saying, I'm going to go back to the original Marxism, and this Marxism has nothing to do with the contemporary Marxism, but contemporary Marxism is still a problem for modern day society, then you really haven't addressed anything.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, hey, Doomer. Doomer is in the chat attacking Jordan Peterson in that debate. But I think my problem with that debate was that Zizek was the wrong person for Peterson to talk to. Because, I mean, I don't follow Zizek, but at least, so I don't know if this is true, but at least in that conversation, he tries to, like, Zizek tries to kind of go off like, oh, he's a socialist, but he's like an anti-woke socialist.
Yes.
You know, he's like an economic socialist. And if that's the case, you know, I don't think Jordan Peterson really cares that much to attack him or debate him. Because most people who are complaining about Marxism today, not really afraid of, like, economic Marxism taking over. It's more the fear of social cultural Marxism taking over, which obviously economic Marxism could slide in with that, which is what some of them are banking on. But to me, it seemed like he was the wrong person to talk to. It seemed like Peterson and him actually got along.
Yeah, they did. They became best friends.
Right.
Which was pretty funny. Yeah. Peterson is in favor of wealth redistribution. He talks about it in the recent Joe Rogan talk, where he talks about climate change. He basically endorses everything that is Boren Lombard's argument in favor of how to deal with climate change, is to raise the standard of living.
You have to be careful when you say wealth redistribution, because for some people that's like a dog whistle, and they start foaming at the mouth because they think that means you're going to take all their money away.
Progressive taxation.
Right. Yeah, he's in favor of progressive taxation, or like, welfare, social security, things like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, most people are in favor of things like that. But
well, what is populism if it's not wealth redistribution?
Well, that's a good question. But
I mean, what are we talking about here?
I don't think the right-wing populists would like that take. But No, but that's why it's always so silly when the media always tries to paint Jordan Peterson as like he's some crazy far right guy. I'm like, what have you listened to any of his actual policy prescriptions, especially economic ones? He's like very moderate economically, incredibly moderate economically.
Right.
But that's why it didn't make sense, I think, for him to talk to Zizek. I mean, honestly, I think a better debate would be, well, first of all, I think a better debate on Marxism would be James Lindsay if he could control his elephant.
Mm-hmm.
Talking to some woke socialist like Kimberly Crenshaw or something like that. See, that would be the dream, wouldn't it?
Oh
Like a
yeah,
calm James Lindsay versus Kimberly Crenshaw. Oh man,
I would love it. That'd be
yeah.
amazing.
So
Should we
anyway,
should
so
we get into the
let's
video here?
get in the video right after I say that JMac, our surrogate father, thank you so much, Daddy JMac, just gave us 20 gifted memberships.
Yes.
Well, thank you so much.
Welcome new members.
Welcome. Anyway,
well, guys,
let's jump into it.
We did it. It's the year 2022, and we're banning books. Yeah, books, not guns or the spread of misinformation or carbon emissions or artificial sweeteners or Kid Rock. We're banning books,
So every time this topic is brought up, and we did it we covered a bunch of mainstream media outlets talking about this too. It's always framed dishonestly. And it's annoying because even though I don't like the wisecrack guy, I do feel I don't like him. Okay. I don't like him. But I feel like he's at least usually trying to be more good faith than most of the other bread tubers. Like most of the other bread tubers are just either intentionally or unintentionally in the most bad faith mode imaginable when they're covering a person or a topic. This guy, like, even when I disagree with him, he sort of at least usually tries to be somewhat good faith, but he's already right off the bat, he's in dishonesty land. Because is it right to say that if a public school is teaching a book, okay, and parents complain about it because they don't like some content in the book, and the book gets removed from the curriculum, is the book banned? Is it banned? Can you not get this book anywhere? Has it been thrown into a fire? Has the right-wing social morality, moral majority police swept across the country and took every copy of this book and threw it into a furnace? Has it been removed from Amazon.com? No, it's just not in a fucking public school.
Can you post it on your social media like the Hunter Biden story during the last election? Oh, wait a second. I guess we are banning some disinformation.
Right. Though,
well, he did say we're not banning disinformation. So I don't want to be accused of whataboutism. So
right. Well, that is similar. Nice. Whataboutism, Adam. Good job. But
no, it wasn't whataboutism because he said we're not banning disinformation. I'm like, well, it depends on what information you're calling disinformation, right? Like if you want to go to Twitter, which obviously Twitter's in flux now because of Elon Musk, but there are certain things that you have effectively been banned on Twitter if you want to keep your account. Something about trans women or women or like. There is certain information that has been effectively banned. So that's another little disinformation that he threw out there.
Didn't Twitter, I think Dan was telling me about this and I forgot about it. Wasn't it only Facebook that banned the story for more than 5 days? Didn't Twitter ban it for 5 days and then the FBI or someone came out and said like they didn't know whether it was disinformation or not, and then Twitter unbanned talking about it?
No, Twitter kept it banned. Even though they came out and said,
"Oh no, yeah, it was Facebook. Yeah. Facebook
unbanned it. Twitter came out and kept the ban through the election."
Yeah, I had it backwards. Yeah, right. There you go.
So somebody's banning "quote unquote" disinformation, right?
Right, because Twitter. Yeah, okay, that's right. Because the thing that was like really egregious was at first Twitter was like, "Oh, this is disinformation," and then they were like, "Well, this is hacked material."
Right. Oh yeah, so even the hacked material thing. I forgot about that.
So it's kind of like, all right, whatever, Twitter. That's a little sus. Well, it's more than a little sus. It's very sus. But so anyway, I don't know. I don't like this framing it as banned to me. Very not accurate or even honest.
including ones considered classics, like Toni Morrison's The Bluest Eye. According to the American Library Association,
Toni Morrison sucks.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. She's a terrible author. It's so weird. She writes a lot of books about she's black, if you don't know this. Toni Morrison is a black author who writes a lot of books that are almost all exclusively about black people from some period from like the 1920s to 1950s living in really poor living conditions where they're all terrible to each other and horribly like dysfunctional.
Oh,
And
sounds exciting.
Well, it's so weird because it's like it's like why
What's her name?
Toni Morrison. Because I had to read some of her books in high school too. And I'm like, these books are awful and all the characters are awful. Like, who am I supposed to be rooting for in these like really depressing books? And I don't know, to me, I'm like, if you want to have a black author, if you want a book about by a black author, taught in your school, like, why does it have to be a black author writing about some like negative black experience? Like, that seems to be almost always whenever they talk about like diversity in the curriculum or in education, it's always, we need to get a black author talking about how much it sucks to be black. It's like, well, why don't you have a black author who just writes a cool book about like something? It doesn't have to be about the, quote, black experience. It doesn't have to be about the black experience being negative. It could just be about anything. It's got to be some like awesome, black science fiction author who just writes some cool books about, whatever that you can read in school.
Yeah. No, it would be awful to, I mean, supposedly this is what white privilege is, that you don't have to think about race. Like, nobody's asking us to write books about the white experience.
Right.
It's like, okay.
Well, it would be like reading Catcher in the Rye. Like, it's like every book.
Oh, is that the white experience?
Yeah, no, it'd be like if every like white person book is like a Catcher in the Rye book, and you're like, Jesus, being white sucks, And
Right.
And I think the reason that this strikes me is that I know that when I would, being Jewish, and I would go to my Jewish classes.
They would make you read books about the Jewish experience.
Well, not in public school. We talked about like the Holocaust a little bit in public school, but mostly at my temple, because you have to go to classes, you have to go to Sunday school, just as you do like when you're a little Christian kid, for, to learn Hebrew so you can be bar mitzvahed and all this other, blah, 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 blah. But so much of the focus was all like, not like 100%, but like, I don't know, 85 to 75% of the focus was always like the Holocaust, the Holocaust, the Holocaust. And you're just like, oh my God. I remember saying as like a kid to my mom, I was like, oh my God, like, is all being Jewish is about is like the Holocaust? This is terrible.
Yeah.
I don't want to just learn about the Holocaust. I get it. Like, the Nazis were awful. They killed like a bunch of Jews and it was like the worst thing ever. I get it. There's got to be more to being Jewish than just this horrible.
You have to remember. You have to be ready. You have to be vigilant.
It's just, to me, it's so off-putting if you're going to base your identity around, some horrible tragedy in the past. Like, this is your identity, is like you have to bear the burden of the horribleness of your ancestors. And I would assume if I felt that way about being Jewish, reading all this Holocaust stuff constantly, I would assume it's the same thing if you're black and you're in the school, and anytime anyone talks about any black experience in public school, it's always, racism, segregation, horrible, 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 horrible. To me, I would feel like if I was black, I'd be like, well, where's a positive black role model? Where's a black author writing a book about something cool and, positive?
Yeah, this is our disposition towards tribalism right there, because the whole idea behind that is just, we as a people have to remember these horrible things that have been done to us so it can never happen again. And as soon as you, as society, take on the idea that, the idea of that happening again is just so remote that we can move on to just, promoting regular stories without being vigilant about our past injustices. That's like a completely different world. That is truly the post-racial world right there.
Right.
Can it exist? I mean,
I think
conflict drives the story, though. Like, everyone, that's why a lot of these stories are kept around as well, because, slavery is like a giant conflict. the Holocaust is like a giant conflict. It's like, and it's based in reality, which people obviously like to track real world, are more interested in events that actually took place. So, I mean, our love of story kind of binds us into that repetitive mode as well, constantly going back to the stories that really shook the entire culture.
Right.
It's a tough problem. How would we do that? We'd negotiate like, hey, guys, let's just take a 20-year break, okay? No more Holocaust stories, no more slavery stories. Come on, let's come up with something new.
I mean,
people would rebel.
Yeah, but this like I'm fine with, you teach one of those stories, right? But then you need something more, right? You don't want the Jews to just be defined by the Holocaust. You don't want blacks to just be defined by racism.
I completely agree. And it sets up like a cycle.
Yeah. Yeah, it does. And it also, like, it seems to me either it's white people, like quote unquote well-meaning white people that are completely disconnected from anything. Like it's their white privilege, ironically, that's getting them to choose these books. Or it's this sort of, you have to put people in this like oppressor status so that you follow the correct politics, essentially. Yeah. So you just do whatever, the correct political side, tells you to do.
Yeah, that's the problem Peterson was really talking about. The oppressed oppressor framework that Marxism sets up.
And, it annoys me too, because like the book that Wisecrack just mentioned, he's The Bluest Eye, is one of the books that Toni Morrison wrote that got banned in a bunch of different schools. And I talked about this on the other stream. That book features a scene where a father rapes his own daughter.
What?
What? And it's like,
bad.
And it's so weird because it's not even, it's like portrayed like very, here, I will read you the part.
No,
I'm not going to read you the part. I want to read you this line from the, I'm not going to read you the line. I'm going to read you a part from the Wikipedia article that describes it. Okay. His motives, this is the rapist, his motives are largely confusing, seemingly a combination of both love and hate. Okay. So you have a book that not only features a father raping his daughter, but then it's not even just like, oh, he's the evil antagonist for doing so. It's like this weird, well, this is the way he expresses love and also hate. And you're like, okay, I'm not against like that existing in a book as like a concept. That could be a very dark and interesting character. But I understand why parents wouldn't want their children reading that for school.
So that's the book that was banned?
Yes.
Okay.
And it's funny because
it seems pretty obvious why that book was banned.
Well, and here's the thing.
Doesn't that create negative black stereotypes? It kind of feels like maybe it does.
Maybe. I feel like all of Toni Morrison's books create negative black stereotypes because they almost always all feature black characters who are all horrible to each other and suffer like massive psychological problems.
But she's probably saying society is really to blame. Society is what pushed them into these dark places. That's probably
that's part of the message of all of her books. But when you're reading it, you like forget that.
Well, I don't necessarily buy that anyway. Like,
well, even
if society's horrible, it's not going to push me to do horrible things to my children.
Well, I mean, I would bet that if you did, studies or research that the worst situations people are in, they're going to be more likely to be prone to like violent or antisocial or psychological disorders. I would definitely agree with that. Now, whether that translates to you raping your child, obviously, that's that's like a completely different scenario.
Yeah.
But no, but what I was going to say is if you remove the race element from this book, and it was a book about a white family where a father rapes his daughter, and it's sort of the father character, the rapist character, is supposed to be portrayed in this kind of like doing it for a combination of both love and hate, that every single woke person would lose their mind and demand this book not be taught because they would say, oh, this is a book about rape apologia. And you're going to be teaching a bunch of young boys in school that it's like okay to rape people.
True. Yeah. It's a great point.
But since it has a black element to it, like that all just goes out the window.
Which is disgusting.
I know.
On multiple levels. I don't understand why you want to create. I don't get why you want. It just seems like it's a hotbed of negative stereotypes of black people, but it's all done under the guise of social justice, so I guess it's okay.
Yeah, exactly. Potato, our surrogate uncle, Potato. Mm-hmm. Thank you so much for the 50 gifted memberships.
Everyone's a member now.
Right.
Merry Christmas.
Kanye X122, thank you so much for the $20. Says, so what's the dollar to free will exchange rate if I tell you it's my birthday today? Jokes aside, I appreciate you guys try to watch every stream, even if it's not live. Well, happy birthday, Kana X122. For your birthday,
we do 10 to 1.
Wow. I was gonna say 3 to 1. Okay, listen, let's calm down. Let's calm down, Adam.
Happy birthday!
No. Calm down. Woo! Wait. You don't want Kana to go Kana to go out on their birthday and just do a bunch of cocaine.
Listen.
Drive the car off a cliff. Okay, too much free will is a dangerous thing.
No
you need
way.
Some responsibility.
Free will is what you need so you stay out of trouble on your birthday. Okay, people are gonna be throwing things at you. You got to be like, I gotta stay. I can't drink and drive. I gotta stay sober.
Everything is.
You need that free will.
I agree, but everything about too much free will is a dangerous thing.
Right.
Okay. So I'm gonna say
3x
free will. 3x free will. So you get 60 free units of free will. Okay. 60, not 100.
Go in peace.
200. Okay. So just relax. Okay.
As of August 2022, there have been some 681 challenges involving some 1,651 books, up from 273 books in 2020 and 566 in 2019.
Look at that.
So not a huge increase, actually.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Well, this is part of what annoys me, too, is that it's hard to find stats on this because I'm curious. Like, usually if you actually listen to these, parent meetings where the parents come to the school board and complain about a book.
Yeah.
It's like some parent like, I didn't like that in this book, the child said to their parent, you're a bitch. Why are you teaching my kid to disrespect me? Please don't teach this book. Thank you. Like, it's just, it has nothing to do with any political issue. And so I feel like, and I couldn't really find stats on this, but I feel like there's just these books constantly get added and removed from curricula every year. And they only started talking about them recently because of the woke stuff. Mm-hmm. That the number probably hasn't really changed that significantly in the last 20 years or so.
What is it? It's down in 2022, though. It says 729 attempts in 2021.
Oh, you're right. It's actually okay, you're right. There you go.
So
there you go.
Okay.
Well, listen, we're making progress.
To ban or restrict books.
Right.
FYI, a challenge is when a person or group requests that a book be removed from a library. Last November, the ALA put out a statement on the topic. In it, they argued that a few organizations have decided that the voices of the marginalized have no place on library shelves.
Yeah, that's just some social justice warrior who's completely
of course. Yeah.
going after them.
Who else would use that? Like, no one talks like this.
The voices of the marginalized?
Yes.
I use that all the time.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I'm at the grocery store making chit chat with the checker, and I always talk about the voices of the marginalized.
So, have you heard the voices of the marginalized today? Oh, yes, I have them on. I have them on my phone right here. I listen to it while I'm doing the cash out. The cash out. So,
of course. Oh wait, you're a marginalized person, aren't you? I can see.
Oh, you assume I'm marginalized just because of the color of my skin, you racist?
I know. It's just, oh God, you're such a piece of shit if you use these kinds of terms. I don't, I would feel like such shit talking like this because, you know, if you interact with any, you know, black people, Mexican people, it just conceptualizing them as marginalized makes me feel like, what the fuck? They're just regular people, for heaven's sake.
Well, I mean, this is why I said, you know, earlier, it's like, why, if you want to have more quote unquote diversity in the curriculum for books, you can get books written by black people, by Hispanic people that are just good books. It's like every book by someone who's not white doesn't have to be about their experience as being, you know, that ethnicity.
I know.
To me, that says like, oh, you are just your ethnicity. You're not individual. You're just your ethnicity. You're just your race. And that why are we teaching kids that message?
All we care about is you talking about your race. Please write a book about it and we'll use it in the library.
Yeah, essentially.
So pigeonholing. There's such a wide diversity of human thought. Don't be characterized by just your racial situation.
To this end, they have launched campaigns demanding the censorship of books and resources that mirror the lives of those who are gay, queer, or transgender, or that tell the stories of persons who are black, indigenous, or persons of color. Under the guise of calling these books...
Nobody's banning them for those reasons, though.
Well, I want to say, yeah, and it's annoying because then right after he doesn't read it, it says, falsely claiming that these works are subversive or moral or worse, these groups induce elected and non-elected officials to abandon constitutional principles, ignore the rule of law, blah, 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 blah. And it's a part of why it's just so frustrating is that none of these people ever bring forward any evidence that the people wanting to ban these books or the schools that ban these books have anything to do with anti-LGBT bigotry or racism.
Nope.
Because if you actually look into it, every time they ban one of these books, they replace it with some book that's also about racism or LGBT, whatever, that just doesn't have whatever the controversial material in it is. They replace it with a book that's about the same subject matter.
Didn't they edit Huck Finn, which is the ultimate kind of anti-racist book, but they edited out the N-word?
The N-word, yeah.
Yeah. How bizarre.
Right.
I mean, that's a book against racism all the way.
Well, it's actually, it's kind of funny because like that part of the book, part that's all about the racism, is literally the worst part of the book. I don't know if you remember.
It's been a while since I read Huckleberry Finn.
It's written so weird because like the first 75% of the book, you're like, oh, this is like
nothing to do with the black guy. You're right.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with racism, nothing to do with Jim. It's pretty good. And you're like, oh, this is a solid book. And I remember I'm like, I don't know, I was like in 7th or 8th grade when I read this book. And it gets to the part with Jim, and it's, oh my God, you want to like die.
It's like so heavy-handed social justice.
No, that's not the problem. That's not the problem. The problem is that it makes you hate Tom Sawyer and want him to die because they're trying to save Jim, who is enslaved or whatever. I don't know. He's like chained to some bed or something.
Yeah, he's a runaway slave.
Right. And they have like ample opportunity to free him, but they don't because Tom Sawyer is all like, oh, you know, we have to save him in this very specific, maybe it's Huck Finn. I don't know. I don't remember which one's which, but he's like, we need to save him in this like very cinematically awesome way. We can't just save him normally. We have to do this super intricate plan. And they spend just pages and pages and pages wasting all this time creating the most preposterous plan of all time to save this guy. And you're like, this is so dumb. I hate this character now. Why did you make me hate this character?
Sitch hates dumb characters.
I do. I despise dumb characters.
If they're not going to do the plan exactly how Sitch has planned out in his mind, he's like, I hate this book.
No. Okay. It's basically like he's chained to a pole, and literally all they have to do is like pick the pole up, and he can just move the chains off of it. Like it's that simple. But they refuse to do it that simple because he's like, wait a minute, you can't just save him that way. That's all wrong. You have to have an intricate plan where you cut the chains, and then you have a mattress that you can ride along a river, and blah 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 blah. It's just like, oh no, stop.
Yeah, that is pretty bad.
Stories of persons who are black, indigenous, or persons of color. Under the guise of calling these books subversive or immoral, the ALA
Oh my God, it's so dishonest because yes, they're calling him subversive and immoral, but not because they show the lives of black or indigenous people. It's because, there's sex or something in there.
Right.
Which, you can make an argument is immoral to teach the children. So,
Well, I keep getting like confused because I have multiple like applications up, and Zoom changed the icon. So I keep like going like, "Where's my Zoom window?"
I know. They
This
got
weird
us.
like ugly blue thing at the bottom of my
It's a
screen.
big blue dot with the text that you can totally read in there.
Yeah, why do they? Don't you hate when they update a program and they change the perfectly fine logo to
What
something
happened to the big
horrendous and
Z?
ugly? Yeah, it was just like a light blue thing with a giant Z. And you're like, okay, it's Zoom. Now it's like, this is so ugly.
It's like a little, I don't even know what's in there.
So he's got a video of, it says Dearborn school board meeting ends
Shall we
early.
check it out? Let's look.
Yeah, so I did. I found an article from October of this year. It says book ban debate heats up at Dearborn schools throughout the U.S. Okay.
Disorderly and large crowd leads to meet resume Thursday night. What?
So here are the 6 books that were banned from Dearborn Public Schools. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm using the language that were removed from the curriculum. Okay, and from school libraries. Push by Sapphire. And then it says in this article, I applaud this article. This is a ABCW. It's like a local ABC station at this article, because it actually tells you, this is like the first time I've seen this. It actually tells you what was the reason or the category of why they got rid of the book.
Good.
So it says Push by Sapphire. It includes incestuous rape and drug abuse.
Okay. Just the kind of thing you want in your classroom.
Right. Okay. It's like, understandable.
Incestuous rape. So
right.
They had a laundromat scene.
What? What are you referencing?
The sister got caught in the dryer.
Oh.
Right? They have a dryer scene in the book.
There you go. There you go. It says in the Wikipedia that the main character was raped by her mother and father. Oh my God.
Yeah, that's just the kind of thing you want your kids to get nightmares about.
And because of it, she has HIV from her father.
So her dad has AIDS.
Great. Yes.
Rapes his kid.
Yes.
The fuck? What grade?
All right.
No wonder the school board meeting is going crazy.
Right. Which again, I'm not against these books. I understand why parents don't want this taught in school to like.
You want your kid reading that? What?
Maybe. I'm not a prude. I don't care.
What grade?
What's the question? Yeah, it's a question too. I don't know what grade they're talking about.
You have to sit down and have the conversation. Listen, some dads have AIDS. Like, what the fuck? How do you explain that to your kid?
I would be fine with my kid in high school, like reading a topic like that.
High school,
but not in middle school, yeah. But I understand that for a public school, I wouldn't begrudge a parent that doesn't want their high school reading that. Okay, so the second book is called All Boys Aren't Blue, and it says it includes LGBTQ plus themes, sexual abuse, and sexual encounters.
Yeah, more pedophilia. Great. I'm noticing a theme here in all of these books.
Here on the Wikipedia, it says the plot summary of this is literally one sentence long. It says, this book discusses consent, agency, sexual abuse, alongside various other topics. It also describes 2 sexual encounters and statutory rape.
Okay.
And the author, this is hilarious. A CBS News article says the author, George M. Johnson, isn't surprised their book is banned.
He's like, I can't believe you even put it in the library.
Well, I have a feeling that's not what he's saying, but in that context, you're like, oh, so he's saying, yeah, obviously it's about like the sexual rape and abuse in it. So that makes sense. But he's probably defending his book. Okay, the third book is called The Lovely Bones. Wait, is that the movie? Isn't that a movie, Lovely Bones or something?
I don't know.
Isn't that? Yeah, there was a movie.
Oh, nice.
After being brutally murdered, 14-year-old Susie watches from heaven over her grief-stricken family. Yeah, I didn't see that. Let's see. It was banned because it includes, like it says, like how it says, includes LGBTQ plus character. Like, do you think that when the school board banned it, it said, well, we're banning it because there's a gay person?
No, obviously not. They're banning it over. It's that someone uses the F word or something. It's like completely non sequitur.
It says it includes rape and murder. So a lot of rape in being. It looks like the school district doesn't like books with rape in them. Eleanor and Park includes problematic depictions of rape. Race and sexual abuse. I don't know what that means. Eleanor and Park.
Sexual abuse is another way to say rape.
That's okay. That's what it says.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I didn't write the article. That's what it says.
No, I'm amazed that they even put it in there.
I'm looking. I don't know. Wikipedia doesn't say. At least it doesn't say that her father rapes her. Only that he beats her. So that's a step up from the other two books. Then we have a book called Red, White, and Royal Blue. This one only says it includes gay stuff in it. It doesn't say anything contentious. So that's the one that doesn't talk about. I'm curious as to why that was banned. And then the last one is called This Book is Gay. Which obviously includes LGBT plus themes, sexual depictions, and sexual advice. Well, there you go.
Oh, wow. Sexual advice.
Yeah. I mean, don't you want sexual advice?
I'm a little afraid.
Right.
I mean, I don't know what kind of... All these books with basically rape and incest. I don't know what kind of advice they're giving. Like how not to get AIDS from your dad. It's like...
So it says, here's the Amazon page. It says, there's a long running joke that after coming out, a lesbian, gay, bisexual, trans person should receive a membership card with an instruction manual. This is the instruction manual. Inside, you'll find topics on stereotypes, the facts and fiction, coming out as LGBT, where to meet people like you, the ins and outs of gay sex. That's probably why I got banned. Stereotypes, how to flirt, and more. This candid, funny, and uncensored exploration of sexuality and what it's like to grow up LGBT also includes real stories from people across gender and sexual spectrums, not to mention hilarious illustrations.
It's just so weird because they could go to Amazon and get the book, or go to the public library and get the book. Just because it's not in the school library doesn't mean they don't have any access to it.
Well,
if they're completely obsessed with the book, for heaven's sakes.
That's what's annoying, because it's like they say, oh no, this is, this thing is banned, blah, 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 blah. And you're like, okay, but it's not banned, right? Like you can just go literally anywhere and buy it if you really want to read it.
Yeah, they don't want some 5-year-old stumbling across it in the school library.
Right. What are you doing, Step Adam?
What's that?
Hey, Sean. Sean's in the chat. Sean says that he wants to read this book, and it sounds incredibly hot.
I'm sure he does.
Yeah,
I'm surprised Sean hasn't read it.
I bet he already has read it.
I bet Sean has it. He's got his autographed copy from the author.
I bet Sean read that book while he was burning some witches. Okay. Right. While he was burning someone accused of witchcraft.
Sean is like the fucking Terminator, man. He cannot let it go. He's so upset. Like 10 weeks ago, we made one comment about Salem witch trials, and he's still here.
Listen, Sean really wants everyone to know that he's in favor of burning witches. Okay, it's an important.
Sean, did you put a note in your Google Calendar? Are you are you stalking us? Just let us know. Do you have a reminder on your phone?
He demands a retraction for our slanderous remarks. Okay.
I hope you're persistent about voting. Did you remember to vote, Sean?
I voted. I even got a little sticker.
I hear you've got a pretty bad crime problem going on over there in New York. So look, I don't want you to get pushed into the subway tracks. You should vote.
There you go. So according to this ABC article, which did a decentish job for the bar being low, says reading through the books, there are chapters that include graphic sexual detail. Action News spoke to some people talking about the material in the school is inappropriate and some who say it's necessary. Quote, "This isn't book banning, this is pornography," said one of the parents. This person, Hassan Chami, has been instrumental in the movement to remove 6 sexually explicit books. The media and the people who are opposing our stance keep saying a book banning, these are fear-mongering rhetoric. So there you go.
Is that fear-mongering? I mean, the book's either pornographic or not.
Well, if you're banning a book that has like weird sex stuff and you say, oh, they're banning it because they're, a bigot, I would say that's fear-mongering.
Oh, that's fear-mongering on their part, obviously.
Right.
Yeah. I didn't know who was doing the fear-mongering.
Right.
What do you
argues,
have to vote
these
for?
groups
You got
have promoted
nothing going on, and there's nothing going on in Florida. It's like
there's a governor race. What are you talking about?
Oh yeah, governor race.
I actually have. It's right under me on the Watch Together is an ad that says with a big Ron DeSantis face that says "Find your polling location, vote early."
Ron DeSanctimonious.
Ron DeSanctimonious. That's right.
Trump. He's officially been labeled.
Trump is coming out at Ron DeSantis.
Guys,
doesn't look good for me.
We're streaming. That makes it... We're streaming on election night, so we'll see if DeSanctimonious pulls it off.
He's probably gonna win. I'd be surprised if Chris beats him, but
yeah. Censorship by appealing to elected and non-elected officials and even resorting to intimidation tactics, targeting library workers, educators, and school board members.
Everyone will be treated. Oh wait.
And non-elected officials, and even resorting to...
Okay, libraries across the U.S. are receiving violent threats. Let me look this up. Libraries across the U.S. Okay, you can get it going on this.
I'm just looking up the California governor race poll.
You don't know who's running? Did you forget? Did you not vote yet?
No, I voted.
Oh,
of course I voted.
You don't remember? Did you vote for Kanye this time?
No, I voted for whoever's running against the Democrat, but there's no way he's going to win, though.
Right.
It's Governor Newsom, Gavin Newsom. We have, come on, we've got big time governor too. It might be Gavin Newsom against DeSantis. We might it might be California against Florida. Who knows?
I thought Newsom actually was up in the polls.
Well, I didn't even look. The big race here is over the sheriff, because the sheriff is like investigating all of these city officials for corruption, and they put a measure on the ballot to basically say that the city officials can fire the sheriff at will, even though it's an elected position. It's it's kind of crazy what's going on in Southern California right now.
Yeah, according to 538, Newsom is like 20 points ahead of the Republican.
Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I was like.
Yeah, he's down.
Newsom Dahl, is that his name? Yeah.
Dahl, yeah. I mean, it's California, so it doesn't. I don't think it
I'm not fucking voting for Gavin Newsom. Give me fucking no.
I like this.
It's going to be Gavin Nuisance, right? That's what it's going to be if it's Trump versus Nuisance?
Newsom. If Newsom wins the primary, that'd be such a disaster. I can't imagine him winning the general election
against
anybody.
Well, yeah, I mean, they're just going to give the primary to Biden, right?
Biden's not running. He's going to drop out.
You're high. You really got to stop
You're
smoking.
high. There's no fucking way Biden's going to run again. There's no way.
Okay.
If Biden runs again, then they just automatically lose. There's no fucking way he could win. Even if this presidency was going amazingly. He's so old. And in 2 years from now, he's going to be even older. He's going to be like 1 foot in the grave 2 years from now.
He's going to come out and do a Willy Wonka with the cane where he's like limping.
He's going to do like a, yeah.
And he's going to roll and break his neck.
And just die.
Die on the spot. Yeah. Yep. He's going to be like, oh, that was dumb. That didn't work out very well.
That would be the biggest Darwin Award of all time.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Were we watching a video? What's going on here?
Well, I found the Vice article. So it says, some of the recent threats have been directed at LGBTQ events hosted at libraries across the country. A library in Chicago suburb canceled its drag bingo night after receiving threats earlier this month.
Drag bingo night.
Last week.
That's an elementary school that's having a drag bingo night.
Well, no, it's just at a public library. It's not like an age associated with it.
Right.
Oh, no, it says it was geared towards 12th graders. So okay.
I can't imagine being a senior in high school and going, oh, let's go to the drag bingo night. That sounds fun.
I can't, but I can imagine there's a bunch of woke kids. They're like, oh my God, let's do this.
2 things I love. Bingo.
Drag and bingo. Yeah.
Bingo for my days at the senior citizens home, and drag. Because I mean, we weren't really talking about drag a lot in high school, but I went to high school forever ago. Yeah.
In the 1950s, you weren't talking about drag in high school?
It wasn't really a thing back then. No, drag wasn't as popular as it is now. I'm sure we knew it existed, but
you go down to the pier, and you see all the drag queens try to woo the sailors in.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. I've never been to a drag show. I've never seen a drag queen.
You've never seen a drag queen?
No.
I've never been to a drag show, but I've seen like drag queens like exist in public.
Well, I mean, I've seen a picture of one, but I've never really seen one.
I see. I don't believe you. You lived for some period of time in Louisiana and New Orleans. I don't believe for a second you've never seen a drag queen.
No, not really. Yeah.
You never saw, there's that famous drag queen that lives in New Orleans whose name escapes me. Like before it was like.
I don't recall. Yeah. No.
Well, anyway, the article also says, the next sentence says, last week a teen drag star was forced to cancel a book reading in a library at Bronx after a series of homophobic threats. You know, it doesn't really make your article look good when the first 2 instances you bring up are drag queen bingo and drag queen story hour. I don't know. It doesn't really, 2 things people don't really want.
Mm-hmm. Except for the drag queens.
Yeah. So
the drag queens totally want it.
Oh, I think they said was Desmond that like 15-year-old drag person, Desmond, you know who I'm talking about? I think they were supposed to do the reading.
No.
Yeah, they were supposed to do the reading.
Oh, that's so bad.
Wow. Okay.
That's so bad.
Not a good look. Not a good look.
To intimidation tactics targeting library workers, educators, and school board members.
So, and also that doesn't have this. So that story, that has nothing to do with book banning. He just saw that it took place in a library and included it in the video.
How dishonest.
That's hilarious.
One of these groups, Florida-based Moms for Liberty, have advocated for the banning of any books that exemplify things like critical race theory. They even offered a
Okay, let me...
Moms for Liberty.
Oh, I wasn't going to look that up. I was going to say, listen, ladies, I don't know who told you that wearing a blanket that you cut into a square as a t-shirt is a good idea.
Mm-hmm.
It's never a good idea. Never wear those shirts. Those are bad shirts. I don't know who decided that those were fashionable. They're not.
You just stopped the video to give fashion advice?
Yes. You know what you look like? You look like you're a bandito from the Wild West and you're wearing like a poncho or something and you're about to get into a gunfight. Like, it's just, what are you doing? Okay. Like if she had like, okay, maybe if she had like, the banditos, they would have like the the strap of bullets across their chest.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe if she had like a strap of like names of all the books she got banned, then I'd say that's pretty badass. But otherwise, no, don't do it. Don't do it.
I watched another Megyn Kelly talk with some moms, and I was wondering if they were from this Moms Against. What was the thing again? Moms
for Liberty.
Moms for Liberty, yeah. Because it was interesting. One of the people that she was talking to, and they were going after critical race theory in school and same kind of stuff this group is supposedly going after. But the one lady that she was interviewing was the Miss America. Remember the Miss America clip that went viral where they asked the contestant what their views was on gay marriage, and they said that they believed marriage was between a man and a woman, and it was before gay marriage had passed, but everyone was like, oh my God.
I vaguely remember this. Yeah.
Right. And they looked up other clips of her, and I mean, everyone made her out to be a dummy. She wasn't very much of a dummy in this interview, though. She seemed pretty smart.
Yeah, but that was like 10 years ago.
Yeah, obviously. Yeah. She's probably like, what, fucking 20 years old in some Miss America pageant.
I mean, I don't know what it is. Like, whenever I've seen clips of the Miss America pageant ladies speak, I'm assuming they're not all morons, but they intentionally speak in a way that makes them sound like morons.
Mm-hmm.
Like, is that part of what they're being judged for? They all talk like this with that rising inflection at the end of the sentence. Like, if I am chosen to be Miss America, I will use this title that no one cares about to bring about world peace and end global warming.
That's like the culture these days.
But I'm talking about like 10 years ago. They were all like, why do they all talk like that? It's got to be intentional.
Yeah, it's to sound like they're friends. Obviously, that's the intention.
Do your friends talk to you like that? If my friends talk to me like that,
friends, no.
I would not be friends with them.
My friends don't talk like that. No.
Okay.
I'm safe.
By things like critical race theory. They even offered a $500 reward on information about educators who teach materials which express views associated with CRT. They were also vehemently anti-masking during the peak of the COVID pandemic. So, I guess...
Oh my God, he throws everything in there.
I know.
They were anti-maskers too. Look at this. They want you to die of COVID.
Gasp.
He's like, let's throw in every political talking point possible, just so you know.
I guess liberty, a word meaning freedom from government restrictions, has a pretty fluid definitions for these moms. Okay, let's dive into the debate in this Wisecrack edition. Why?
Well, I mean, when you're talking about when you're talking about like what public schools are teaching children, I mean, you know, I understand. I think that it should be public education is supposed to be for everyone. Okay, so that means it shouldn't be ideologically biased, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
It should be pretty mainstream acceptable. And so, you know, isn't mainstream acceptable to teach books about CRT? No. Is it mainstream acceptable to teach books like that focus on rape? Not really.
Yeah.
And with CRT, it's even worse because CRT is literally socialism. And so, yeah, you are promoting liberty and liberalism by banning CRT books. Yeah, that you know, that tracks. That totally tracks.
Yeah, of course. Freedom! Ban that book.
Why do we keep banning books? Okay, I want to take a second and tell you all about this video sponsor, Thrive Market. Now, they are an online...
Tell us about your sheath.
Multi-groceries and organic...
Oh my
I was about
God.
to say, our sponsor,
You're also likely...
Oh my God.
someone who cares about the planet. And lucky for you...
Listen, I'm going to buy a pair of the sheath underwear just to see. And I will use Dave Smith's promo code. Okay, I will give some money to Dave Smith just to see.
Oh my
God! I'll report back to you guys. I'll let you know if it's like good.
Look,
Watch,
he's
I'm gonna be a
supplements.
true believer. Okay. Wait, yeah. What is this stuff?
Bundle and a deluxe travel kit. So head to thrivemarket.com/wise.
All these sponsors. I got YouTube Premium, but Premium doesn't get these sponsored things out. It's like I'm paying you to watch your video through Premium, but I still have to watch your ad. What the fuck?
Oh, so I have a question.
I hate advertising.
For people that are like
challenged book,
smart and influential and like professional YouTubers. I've been getting like a bunch of these like emails recently for my main channel, and there are all these people that want me to do sponsorships and like hawk their products.
That's called spear phishing.
Right, but it's never the company. It's like a person who says like they work for some third or secondary organization that wants to hook me up with the company.
Yeah.
Is that a scam?
It's totally a scam.
Okay, because I'm like, that's
called spear phishing. They want you to give them your login for your YouTube account.
No. I don't think it's like that. Like I think it's more like they want.
Be sure to click on all the links in the email.
No. Because there's no links in it.
Sure, there's not.
But what I'm saying is the way I assumed what it was is that it's essentially a third person who wants to, they're like, oh, we can get you a sponsorship with NordVPN or something.
Right. They're going to middleman you.
Exactly, because they want a piece of it. Right.
Right. And they're going to get 90% of it and you're going to get 10% of it because I did see a video on that where there were people that were doing that, where the sponsorship is worth like $6,000, but they only pay you like $1,500.
I should ask some.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, Sean says it's like a third-party network, like an ad rep. Yeah, but do you use that, Sean, or do you just use?
Yes, Sean. You got a bunch of. What's up with all the commercials in your ads, Sean? So fucking annoying. Why you got to do that? At least Sean does the color thing in the background, so I can skip ahead.
There you go. See,
but
Sean
it's so annoying.
Listen. I have no problems with YouTubers doing it whatsoever. I do. Okay, that's because you don't have. As soon as you get it.
We're not going to do sponsors.
Well, not on the stream. Sean says that you get 90% and they get 10%. Okay, so you do. It is.
Sure,
is something
that's what they tell you.
So does everyone use these third-party things? They don't just talk to the people directly? I don't know how any of this works. Okay, I'm like a babe in the woods. I'm just a little baby that makes YouTube videos.
Hot Diggity Demon is cool because he integrated it in a way that it wasn't really a commercial. It was part of the actual video. So Max was hilarious.
No, he didn't. At the end, it was just the commercial for NordVPN.
Oh, yeah, but I just stopped the video.
Oh, okay.
I was done. I was out of there.
Max didn't actually get a sponsorship from Raid Shadow Legends.
Did he not?
Video, right? I'm assuming he didn't.
They so owe him. It was so epic. What are you talking about? It almost made me want to know what Raid Shadow Legends was.
I'm assuming he didn't because, I guess we could ask him. Because he didn't. There was no link.
To ask him.
There was no link in the description for it. There was only a link for NordVPN.
Oh, really?
So I'm assuming he would. What do
you think? He did get a bunch of cum on the logo too.
He got. Yeah, you think that Raid Shadow Legends is gonna, pay him to have cum all over their logo for like 80% of the video?
80%. It's more like 90%. Yeah, maybe not. I don't know.
Oh, awesome. Sean's telling me. That bad. I have a representative that negotiates them.
Come on, we're watching a video.
I'm in a network that a lot of people use, but you can do it on your own. Just depends on how you want to spend your time.
No, let's not do it.
Oh, the email ones are kind of dumb. Okay, so I shouldn't follow the email ones. I should find some magical third-party rep. Okay.
Just negotiate it yourself.
Like, the same person sends me like 20 emails because I never respond to them. I just keep sending them again.
Listen, when you negotiate, you gotta say, listen, I like the offer, but how about you double what you are offering there?
Oh, nice.
Because they always lowball you. It's like buying a car. You got to really negotiate.
Well, they don't give you an offer in the email. It just says like, oh, I can hook you up with these brands.
Well, no. Once you do actually negotiate with them.
Yeah, but if they're getting a percentage,
I saw a video. Well, I saw a video where they have a certain amount of money that they know that it's worth by the metrics of your channel.
Right.
So if the ad spot has a market value of like $6,000, they'll tell you like $1,000. And a lot of people will take it, even though they would go as high as $6,000 just because they don't negotiate with them. And they do it based on, because there's all these other advertising channels that they can do. But it's basically like a celebrity endorsement. So it is the most valuable endorsement they can get. So,
right.
Yeah. You should be getting like 6 to 10 grand.
Well, Sean said he would DM me about it. So I'll get the down low.
Yeah, let's stop talking. Come on, stop talking shop. It's so boring.
J-Mac for $50, our surrogate father, says there was a Moms for Liberty type group that was campaigning with my brother's primary opponent in Tennessee. They're actually pretty crazy to the point of wanting zoological facts censored about certain animals like seahorses. I'm not even kidding.
What? That's crazy.
That is pretty, like, okay, that's a little...
well, seahorses, aren't seahorses matriarchal? Isn't it the males that raise the babies?
I know the males raise the babies. I don't know.
I mean, you should ban that kind of stuff, right?
I don't think seahorses live in an integrated, like a hierarchical society, so I don't think you could say they're matriarchal. But
right. Yeah.
Look, Sean says he got 3 pairs worth of $1,000 glasses, okay, and paid. Right. This is key information, Adam. When are we need to start selling out for this stream? Okay?
No, I'm telling you.
Okay, fine. Listen, I'll sell out on my own channel. Okay.
Oh God, I can't believe I'm gonna have to watch videos that have ads in them.
I'll do what Sean does. I'll do the little background color. That's genius. God, people are haters. Oh my God. Oh, I should get all this free content. How dare I have like a 2-second like ad that it takes me like literally a quarter of a second to scroll through on my device if I don't want to watch it. Like, oh, stop.
Well, it's like a celebrity endorsement.
Stop whining, Adam.
Well, I don't understand. There's an ad model on YouTube that you can opt out of by getting YouTube Premium. So you're kind of screwing people over.
Stop whining. Look at this fucking whiner. This guy hates this. Adam is a socialist. He hates capitalism.
I love capitalism. I don't like the advertising.
Commie scum. You're only saying this because you don't have anyone asking you. The second you have someone asking you,
I get those emails all the time. Okay. I email them back and I say, "Fuck you!
Yeah,
don't fucking email me again, you piece of shit."
Doubt.gif.
That's what I do. I do.
All right. Okay.
I say, "Listen, you scumbag." Lose my email.
Back to the show. For our purposes, a banned book is a book that has been removed from a public library or a school. A challenged book is one that someone has requested be removed. So this conversation does not include Amazon banning, say, a book that denies the Holocaust.
Look at that. Okay. See, he heard your gripe and he's addressing it here.
Well, but it does. What he's saying, what he just said is insane. Let's go back for a second.
For the purpose of this book, I'm redefining words.
Right. Yes. What the fuck?
Money and eat better today. Now, back to the show.
Look, the name of this video is Why Book Burning is Back.
Right. I know.
For the purpose of this video, I'm calling a book that's burning one that has been taken out of the library because it has a bunch of fucking dirty sex in it.
Well, it's so, if I was like a Holocaust survivor or something.
Oh, I know.
It's like, you had like them literally taking books. The government was taking books and burning them so no one can read them. And he's comparing this to, our school said, we're not going to teach this book.
He's basically a Holocaust denier at this point.
Oh, got him. Why is Craig denying the Holocaust? That should have been the title of the stream.
For the purpose of this video, we're classifying Holocaust denial as bitching on the internet about politics. Okay.
Perfect.
Use our definitions, okay?
There you go.
For our purposes, a banned book is a book that has been removed from a public library or a school. A challenged book is one that someone has requested be removed. So this conversation does not include Amazon banning, say, a book that denies the Holocaust.
So this is why, this is insane. First of all, I don't have a problem with Amazon getting rid of books that deny Holocaust or whatever. But Amazon removing a book is going to have far more effect on you being able to read it than a public fucking school or a public library out of school getting rid of the book. Okay, so he's literally defining the word ink like backwards. The banned book would be the one that's removed from Amazon, not the one that's removed from your public school library.
And the books that Amazon removed are literally Holocaust denialist books. So
Right, but he's only defining it this way because he's in favor of banning those books. He's just against banning, the LGBT.
But he's making it.
books.
He makes it sound like he's not in favor of that, though.
No, that's why he's making an exception for this because he's fine with this.
Are you sure? Here, let's hear it one
that's
more
why
time.
he's saying like, oh, it's okay to ban. That's why he's not including Amazon in the book banning category.
He's saying banning those books is okay.
Right, because Amazon doesn't ban, books for having rape in them or anything, which they shouldn't, because it's Amazon.
Mm-hmm.
Library or a school. A challenged book is one that someone has requested be removed. So this conversation does not include Amazon banning, say, a book that denies the Holocaust. Book banning isn't a new phenomenon.
See, I'm telling you, he's that's why it's so dishonest. Banning something from Amazon is 1,000 times more a banned book than banning it from your public school.
Right.
Okay.
But
even if you agree with
he did just giantly say, "Oh, book banning is okay as long as you're banning the books that I want banned."
Exactly.
Then it's no big deal. But
burn those books.
Don't burn these
My
books.
book burning is back, and it's good.
Exactly.
Recent decades seen bans on children's novels like Bridge to Terabithia and Harry Potter, as well as classics like John Steinbeck's Of Mice and Men and Maya Angelou's I Know Why.
Okay, so how much you want to
bet? The Sorcerer's Stone has been banned from the school library.
Yeah. How much you want to bet that in any of these stories that he's going to bring up that are like talking about and complain about them woke, it has nothing to do with any of these books, like Harry Potter or Bridge to Terabithia or any of this stuff.
Of course not. Yeah. No, I can't. The idea that the Sorcerer's Stone is banned.
Right.
Is ridiculous. What?
Well, actually, you know what? I would be surprised. I bet you if there's been like modern banning of Harry Potter, it's because of
the transphobia, right?
Yes, because they're like, well, J.K. Rowling has said transphobic things, so we're gonna get these books out of the classrooms.
They've moved them on. Like
I wonder.
Harry Potter in the
library.
Like
I know when the books came out like 1,000,000 years ago, there were some idiotic like Bible thumpers who were like, "This book promotes witchcraft. We have to ban it." And you're like, "Oh my god!"
Some kid comes in and they're like, "Can I get the new Harry Potter?" No, here, take this pedo book that we just got in. Read this instead. Like, it's about marginalized people.
Like, how detached from reality is some overly sensitive Christian parent? They think their kid's gonna run around casting Avada Kedavra on people.
It could that could happen.
You're gonna kill these kids. Are gonna kill each other with the Harry Potter spells. Oh my god!
Come on, these kids get so into Dungeons and Dragons.
Love you.
They could be taken over by Satan.
They're gonna make each other float into the atmosphere and then die.
Look, they'll think they'll fall into this dream world.
Love you so.
Why the Caged Bird Sings. Recently, the rise of book bans has targeted works that address topics like race, indigenous people's experiences, and queer narratives. And as we
so it's such a fucking liar. You dirty little liar.
I know.
Why is he doing that, Sitch? Why does he do it?
Look, wait. He actually has the article that I was looking at because it says the same thing. It was banned challenge because it considered sexually explicit. But he's not going to say that. He's going to flash it on screen really quick and then not tell you.
What a great name for the leader of Moms for Liberty, don't you think?
Moms for Liberty?
Tiffany Justice.
That's not her real name.
How do you know?
No. Get out of here.
Tiffany Justice.
No way. Fuck
There's a
off.
new sheriff in town.
That's not her real name. No. Wait, Tiffany Justice isn't... She's a reporter. What are you talking about?
Oh, really?
Oh, is there... Wait.
It says Tiffany Justice, Moms for Liberty.
There's a local Fox News Houston reporter called Tiffany Justice. And then there's this other lady who looks like a Karen called Tiffany Justice.
She looks like a Karen? You're so mean.
Wife,
see
mother,
in groups like
former
Moms for
school
Liberty
member, co-founder, Joyful Warrior, Mom for Liberty, Tiffany Justice. There's no way that's a real name. I don't believe
anything they can associate with CRT is on the must ban list.
If you see this acceptable, you belong on a national registry and not a school board.
Oh, and by the way, if you were ever
that book didn't have anything to do with CRT though.
You belong on a national registry. Oh my God. Look at this. McCarthy is back.
Right.
Bitch. If you want to read this book, we're taking your name down.
I don't believe this. I still can't get over this name. I don't believe this woman's real name is Tiffany Justice. I refuse to believe it. Whose real last name is Justice?
Sitch is in love with the Moms for Justice.
Wondering what our take is on targeted works that address topics like race.
I want to hear her.
Okay.
I want to hear her say you belong on a list one more time.
This is what they should have named the organization. MILFs for Justice.
They're trying to ban sexually explicit material, and you want to call them MILFs for Justice? I think it might be
so much more traction. Okay.
I think it might be just a tad off brand there, Sitchter. Like, come on.
Indigenous people's experiences and queer narratives. And as we see in groups like Moms for Liberty, anything they can associate with CRT is on the must ban list.
If you see this acceptable, you belong on a national registry and not a school board.
Oh, and by the way,
I think she means like a national sex offenders registry.
Yeah, that's what she meant. Yeah.
I think that's what she's talking about.
I assumed that you were like getting off on her yelling at you like that or something. No. That's why you had to rewind and play it back.
I thought she was talking about like a communist registry.
No,
I thought she was going full like McCarthyite here.
No, he was talking about like,
we have a list. You belong on the blacklist.
If you were ever wondering what our take on the critical race theory debate is, we made a video on it. At the same time,
that video sucks. Did we ever? I don't know if we covered that video or not.
Wait,
I think
pretty sure we did. Didn't we cover that? I'm like super 80%, 90% confident we covered the CRT video. I can't imagine we didn't cover it.
Librarians are becoming subjects of attack. Kimber Glidden, former Idaho library director, resigned after months of harassment because she feared for her safety. She said, "We were being accused of being pedophiles and grooming children. People were showing up armed at library board meetings." But
oh my God.
Well, I mean, if you're not going to get the pedo material out of your library, you're going to get those kind of accusations. It's pretty obvious. So, like, you read the descriptions of those books. I mean, it sounded like pedophilia to me. What the fuck?
Yeah, well, I don't know, because I'm trying to, like, what books were they complaining about? It doesn't say in the articles I'm looking at. When she says, like, people showed up armed, like, what is that? Is that just, like, people who carry normally? Did like people with guns, like holding guns, show up like, you know, like, you gotta get this book out of school? Like, I'm kind of skeptical of the latter.
They came armed with their camera phones.
There you go.
Book banning has been contentious since long before Americans were bringing guns to library board meetings. What a phrase, too, that I'm just saying out loud. Americans bringing guns to library board meetings. I'm sure for many of you that just sounds like a normal thing that I just said.
Nobody thought there would be pedophilic material in the libraries until now. So, I mean,
there was that one book, I don't know what it was called, that, you know, they always put the picture of on Twitter that's like actually has the weird gay underage sex acts like illustrated in it.
Yeah. I mean,
but I don't know if that was the book that they're complaining about with this person.
I don't get it. Like, you're raising the temperature. You're the one that's putting all this stuff in the libraries.
Right.
And thinking, oh, parents aren't going to care about this. Well, yeah, they are.
The problem is that, you know, because there's so much actually objectionable material that should be removed, like, you don't know if there's actual things that are being removed that shouldn't be removed, that are falling through the cracks.
Sure. I don't know. When is it appropriate to be outraged about the material in the library?
Well, it depends on what the material is.
He's acting like, I mean, there's I thought we're all for democracy here. There's a democratic process here. Parents are upset about the material being presented to their children as normal and okay. Which, sexualization of children is not normal and okay.
What does that mean? What does it mean? Pause and think about it. Okay.
I did pause and think about it. I think you're crazy.
Now we're back.
Yeah.
According to librarian and author Richard Ovenden, the significance of books and archival material is recognized not only by those who wish to protect knowledge, but also by those who wish to destroy it. He notes that libraries and archives have been targets of attack throughout history, and librarians and archivists have even lost their lives attempting to preserve human knowledge. Book burning first made it to America in 1650, when Massachusetts Puritans seized a pamphlet written by William Pynchon. His crime? Arguing that anyone who was obedient to God and followed his teachings would get into heaven. So I guess the message of this ban was that we need heaven to remain exclusive so people actually want to go there. Like when there's a concert and they tell you it's sold out, but it's not because they're going to release tickets later, but they do that to drive up prices. So I guess the Puritans were the original ticket master. Massachusetts seems to have a particular urge to burn or ban books. Flash forward to the 1920s and you'll find Boston's elite-filled Watch and Ward Society mobilized to remove a series of books from libraries and schools, petitioning libraries, suing.
So this is we're going on sort of like this dishonest journey where we're going to go through the history of book burnings. So try to associate it dishonestly in your mind with, this crap.
Yeah, poisoning the well.
Stuff happening today. Yeah, poisoning the well. So according to this one article, this could be, I'd be curious for more information. That lady, that librarian who quit, apparently someone went to her and asked her if they had the book that I was talking about, the book that has the illustrations of the illicit children, sex acts, which is called Genderqueer, a Memoir. It's the name of that book.
Right.
And she said no, they didn't have that book. But the parent was concerned that they could acquire the book in the future. And so they kept coming back with more and more people. So it's possible that this is just a situation, at least with this one situation, that it's just entirely all bullshit and a bunch of, like fear mongering over something that wasn't even like a book that wasn't even in that library.
Somebody saw it on their Facebook page. I saw this in my kid's book, in my kid's library. So they're like, that's not coming to our library.
Mm-hmm.
They're basically.
But I don't know why they couldn't just say oh, no, we don't have that book and we're not going to have that book. What's the problem? I mean, I'm
going to trust a librarian.
I mean, I would assume that libraries, I don't know what the procedures are. I'd assume public libraries do not regularly cover pornography or pornographic material. I would assume that's part of the policy.
Right.
So I would think it'd be that hard to just say, yeah, we're not going to have that book here.
Mm-hmm.
So, and also part of this is why this is bullshit too. I understand that parents complaining about like books that are being taught to their child. Their child has to be forced to read this book. Okay. For parents that are like going to libraries, I kind of feel like it's entirely fake outrage. Because how many kids are going into public libraries nowadays?
Yeah, because they have the internet.
Yeah, like, I don't know. Maybe when I was a kid, before there was internet, no one went to the fucking library. So who's going to the library now? Are a bunch of kids just hanging out in the library? Like, and if they are in the library, I can almost guarantee you they're on their phones. They're just using the library Wi-Fi or something. I don't think, or a lot of public libraries now have manga.
Hell
the kids
yeah.
are reading. I don't think they're going to these the Toni Morrison section or like the LGBT section. Just a guess.
JMac for $20. God damn it. What the fuck? JMac for $20 says, "Hey, Adam, my wife is a librarian and she's a saint. Not all."
Uh-huh.
Okay, good. I don't want to throw your wife under the bus, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
Have you asked her about her library? Make sure her library is spick and span. That's for sure.
Well, ask your wife. Is her library popping off? Is it always like filled to the brim with people?
Yeah, there you go. That's
what I'm kind of curious about. But no, you press it.
No, I don't want to. I don't feel
okay, I guess we're not going to watch any more of the video.
booksellers and bringing obscenity charges against authors was among the organization's tactics. And it worked. Between 1927 and 1929, over 60 titles were banned in Boston. The thing most of the banned titles had in common is exemplifying the type of vice that offended both the OG Puritans and the recent Catholic arrivals in the city. Mentions of sex were almost sure to get you banned. The phrase banned in Boston became so ubiquitous that it was even used as a marketing slogan to entice vice-hungry readers to buy supposedly immoral books in other parts of the country. But why
is he advocating for sexually explicit content in children's libraries? It kind of feels like he is.
I think he's gonna not say anything. He's gonna just kind of weasel out of it.
It's not really fair if parents want sexually explicit content not in their grade school libraries, and he's out here saying that's book burning. It kind of sounds like he does want sexually explicit material being fed to the children.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
Why were the late 20s such a flashpoint in America's book banning history?
I mean, it's a giant difference banning the stuff from adults and banning it from school children. I mean,
yeah,
come on.
But see, that's why it was so dishonest for him to say, oh, I'm not going to include Amazon banning books, which is actually an example of a book being banned. But I am going to complain about a public school library for children in school or a curriculum for being banned, which is like, that's not really a book banning.
Age appropriate material is not book banning. Yes. And trying to foist non-age appropriate material onto school children is what we like to call pedophile shit. So
as historian Paul Boyer argues, book censorship was a means of reacting to and feeling in control of the changes brought by the turbulent 1920s. The interwar period was a time of rapid change in everything from economics to, yes, literature, including lots of what ward members saw as impure literature. And it seems like in trying to control access to ideas, those doing the banning were trying to control where the culture was going. Boston wasn't alone in its censorship-happy elite societies. During the Jim Crow era, the Daughters of the Confederacy successfully pushed for bans of textbooks that did not paint a sympathetic narrative of the South in the Civil War. Historian Karen...
Look at all this nonsense. All this is bullshit.
Yeah, like, we're comparing this to, asshole racists who are trying to, have some revisionist history about the Civil War or slavery or something.
Yeah.
Like, fuck, like, get right the fuck out of here with this shit. And I don't know if you caught it. He said before that, it sure sounds like the people that are banning these books are trying to control the culture. And I'm like, are you out of your fucking mind? The people that are pushing these books in schools are also trying to control the culture. You understand that, right? It's a culture war. You have two sides that are both pushing the books they want to affect kids and change the culture. That's what's happening.
Yeah.
Kids say, oh, they're the ones that are trying to change the culture. It's like whenever people on the left say, whenever there's like a state that pushes an anti-CRT bill or an anti gender ideology in school bill, they're like, why are the Republicans so obsessed with pushing politics in school? Like, this doesn't make any sense. It's like, oh, fuck you. You're the ones pushing this shit. What are you talking about?
Yeah, stay out of the school. Right. Everything will be fine.
That the importance the daughters placed on historical work cannot be overstated because they acted on the assumption that duty required them to defend the honor of Confederate men and women. This meant instilling young people in the South with respect.
I forget the guy's name. There's some guy.
Can we just skip this part?
Well, no, wait, hold on. There's a guy. Oh God, I forget his name. There's a guy who literally went around and he intentionally, because the reason he did this was he's like, the South got a bad rap because of the whole, enslaving people thing. And he went around and he tried to basically intentionally, write about it in the, find information that would cast slavery as not so bad.
Mm-hmm.
And that was his goal. And he ended up writing a bunch of textbooks about this for kids in like the early 1900s. And Academic Agent did a video where all he does is just regurgitate everything that guy says uncritically.
No.
Yes. The videos tell something like, slavery is less bad for black people than like the conditions they're living in now or something.
Ouch.
I was like, oh my God, are you for real?
Why are we comparing this to like legitimate grievances though? It's completely ridiculous.
It's a dishonest tactic. That's why.
Confederate past and its principles. For the daughters, books, especially historical scholarship and historical memory, were, according to Cox, a powerful tool of persuasion. Beyond controlling historical narratives, book banning and burnings have also historically functioned to silence and even erase ideas seen as dangerous by those in power. The most glaring example occurred in Nazi Germany. On May 10th, 1930.
I really wish he'd take a position on whether or not he's in favor of pedophilia, because I feel like that's the idea that we're trying to fucking stomp out. But he's like, is that a dangerous idea or not, Mr. Wisecrack? Maybe you could enlighten us on your stance.
Everything a crowd of almost has 40,000 to come back to the Nazis, Adam. You understand? If you say a book can't be taught, even if it's a book promoting Nazism, that makes you a Nazi, because they also burned books. Which no one is actually putting books in a big fire and burning them and preventing them from being read. You're just removing them from school curriculum. You could go buy it anywhere at a store or on Amazon, but what? It's a book burning. It's a book burning.
This is so dishonest.
I know, it's crazy.
Students gathered around a bonfire outside the Humboldt.
All of this is optics. He's just basically trying to say, all of these parents that are complaining about these sexually explicit books in the library are Nazis.
That's exactly what he's saying. You're on the wrong side of history.
What is his side of history? Is it where we normalize this kind of filth? I mean, we're talking about kids here.
Well, it's not. I mean, you don't even have to bring that up. It's not even about that. It's about just, you can go buy that book and read it. You can go buy a book and read it to your fucking kid if you want to. It's just not being taught in a public school. That's not a book burning.
Age appropriate.
Oh, here you go. This is, oh my God, this is hilarious. In China, in 2019, library officials in Northwest China recently hoped to demonstrate their ideological fervor and loyalty to the Communist Party by taking politically incorrect books and literally burning them.
Oh, wow. Perfect.
So there you go.
China is literally politically incorrect?
Huh?
Did they talk about American exceptionalism? How are they politically incorrect?
I don't know. It doesn't say. But Communist China had a literal book burning, but, whatever. Whatever.
Ouch.
University of Berlin. They cheered as someone threw a bust of Jewish intellectual Magnus Hirschfeld into the fire. Hirschfeld founded the Institute of Sexual Science, which...
Okay. I fucking hate this. And it's annoying because I'm going to have to research this. It's like, I forget who it was the first person that brought it up. It was like either like Contra or Philosophy Tube or Sean and Jen. One of these fucking people
Hirschfeld
brought up this Magnus guy. This Magnus guy. And they're like, this guy was very big
housed scholarship on the study of sex, sexuality, and gender.
I was trying to look this guy up, but I hit the wrong key.
This guy is very big into doing all this LGBT research, before anyone else was. And the Nazis burned his material. And we lost all this secret knowledge about trans people that could have helped us going forward, because somehow this guy magically had magic information about trans people 70 years ago, before now, which we're missing.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say that sounds like horse shit. Okay,
right? No, it's obviously it's ridiculous.
Born in 1868, dude, he died in 1935. What? Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Right, but so
very knowledgeable.
Right. So it's not just that. Like, I even question, the usefulness of his material. But what's annoying to me about it is it's like, yeah, it's bad if this guy was some sort of sexologist and studying LGBT issues, and then the Nazis burned all his shit. That's awful. But what's annoying is it's like, once one person brought this up, every single breadtuber, every single leftist, whenever anyone brings up anything about the Nazis, they have to talk about him. It's like part of their contract. It's like, oh, you're talking about the Nazis, gotta bring up this one guy.
Yeah, I hate that. Yeah, they're just a bunch of puppets. They just repeat everything. It's like telephone. Outspoken advocate for sexual minorities?
It's a sexual minority.
Yeah.
A group whose sexual identity, orientation, or practice differs from the majority, primarily used to refer to lesbian, gay, bisexual. Okay.
Gotcha. That makes sense.
Right.
Look, it's a strange concept to us here in 2022 when we're like,
So it's just like fine, you know, it's just to me it's such an obvious virtue signal because none of the people that talk about him, they never bring forward like new information. It's not like, oh, there was this guy and here's this new thing that no other YouTubers talk about. They all just regurgitate the same like handful of talking points as a virtue signal to be like, oh, did you know that there was just one? Yeah, I know about this guy because everyone on the left talks about him constantly.
Yeah. So we lost all his work because all the books were burned?
Apparently.
Oh, wow. Okay. Okay.
With a focus promoting the rights of those who didn't conform to established norms. The crowd then threw thousands of volumes from the Institute's library into the fire, along with other books by Jewish authors and anyone they considered to be un-German. Hitler's top propaganda minister, Joseph Goebbels, praised this destruction of decadence and moral corruption as a strong, great, and symbolic deed. It was none of these things, and it was good when Goebbels died. This suggests that book burning has long been as much a powerful symbol as it has been a practical way to prevent those seeking certain types of knowledge from acquiring it. And while he famously did
the pedo knowledge, that's what he's after. That's what this guy's after. He wants the secret knowledge of the pedophilia.
No, let's be nice to
I don't get it. Like, there's so much poisoning the well going on here. Like, what the fuck?
Let's not fall prey into hyperbolic Moms for Liberty Karenness.
Look, you have to separate out the knowledge that we're trying to.
I understand. But what I'm saying is that even the books that I think are justifiable in being banned, they're not pro pedophile books. They're not pedo books. They're books that depict like rape and sexual assault of children.
Right, which is pedophilia. That is in fact pedophilia.
I understand that, but it's not like none of these books are pro the depictions of rape or whatever. Okay.
Right. Well, you did say one was about the
one
complex love of how he rapes his daughter and loves her all the same, which is
right. But I'm going to go on a limb here.
Is that not pedophilia? It feels like I'm going to go out on a limb here.
I'm going to guess that Toni Morrison's not in favor of pedophilia or rape. I'm just guessing. Right. I know it's like a huge, I could be like really risking my reputation here, but I'm going to guess that Toni Morrison's not in favor of rape or pedophilia.
Okay.
Just a guess. Just a wild guess. So.
Right, but she could be an idiot and be endorsing it without knowing it.
Well, she is an idiot because I hate her books. But.
Most of the damage done is done through ignorance, not through malice anyway. So it doesn't matter. Sure. But I just, like, you could be having a complex conversation about that instead of all this gaslighting about how, they want to ban books about treating people equally. It's like, no, dipshit. They want to ban books that are sexually explicit about sex with children.
Right.
What exactly is hard to understand here?
True.
Yeah.
True.
Didn't write books. We see this type of reaction against new ideas all the way back in Plato's account of the
Look, he's just pitching it. It's just a new idea, Sitch, okay?
It's a new idea.
Your dad's got AIDS and he rapes you. It's just a fucking new idea. Just a new idea. Just to throw it out there in the marketplace of ideas. Who wants to ban that?
Danimal says Hirschfield in his research advocated for castration of pedophiles. So there you go.
Oh, well, we need to hold on. We need to find that guy's work and dig it up.
There you go.
Suddenly, I'm a Hirschfield fan. Why did the Nazis burn this guy's books?
Because he was Jewish and pro gay people. So
I get it. Remember what we talked about Hitler on the other show about the micro penis? It's like, this guy's in favor of castration. Hitler already looks like he's been castrated.
Oh, you're right. Yeah.
Of course. He's going to, that's going to really piss him off.
Trial of Socrates, where he was sentenced to death for exposing the young people of Athens to ideas that challenged dominant modes of power. Well,
look at this. Sitch, this is so dog whistly here. Did he just not say that? Is he not comparing this to Socrates challenging modes of power, to the idea that
this guy's a communist? Of course he's saying
this, but what is
challenging modes of power?
But he's also endorsing these books where children are sexually assaulted.
Because he doesn't know what's in these books. I can guarantee. I
feel like there's some dog whistling going on here. I feel like he's secretly winking to all the pedos in his audience.
Stop. I can guarantee you that Mr. Wisecrack here, okay, has not read up and knows literally nothing about any of these books whatsoever. All he does is he says, "Oh, people on the right are banning these books, so because I'm on the left, I have to defend them." Like that's literally as far as his thought process on this goes.
Okay. Well, he should know what he's defending, though.
Yeah, he should. He's a fucking idiot.
Yeah, well.
But I mean, we knew that from the other videos we've covered.
It's not my fault he doesn't know what he's defending.
I mean, he did those crazy videos where he was trying to say that South Park is really, trying to attack capitalism when the entire season was attacking wokeness, like in the most direct way possible. It's incredibly dishonest.
Yeah, of course. Which
is weird because it's like, oh, I don't know. It bothers me because it's some, when he's talking about Jordan Peterson, he's like nitpicking him, but at least he's trying to be a little bit better than like, he's not the Cody Johnson levels of I'm accusing Jordan Peterson of regurgitating Nazi talking points because I'm too lazy to just do a standard Google search to find out that yes, the army does have restrictions of people joining based on their IQ. So he's not that level of bad faith, but it's not good.
I don't. It seems so obvious that they want to ban sexually explicit material from children, and it's not. Right. He's pitching that as, oh, these are just radically new ideas that people should accept and be.
You don't understand.
Be fine with.
You don't understand. When he hears a parent who's on the right say, "I want to ban sexually explicit books,"
who knows if these parents are on the right?
Wait. It doesn't matter. When he hears a parent who he assumes is on the right, okay, say, "I want to ban some book that has sexually explicit material," he assumes that because he's lazy that either that one, they're on the right, and two, that there isn't anything that's sexually explicit that's bad, that they're just complaining that in the book there's like a gay couple and that they kiss or they talk about being gay. That's what he envisions that the parent's complaining about. He hasn't done the actual research to know and say, oh, this book actually features a father like raping their daughter and and it's not
and giving them
that,
AIDS.
And yeah, exactly, and gives them AIDS. Not only is that like really horrific, and maybe you don't want kids to read about that, but also then it's like another level because it's not like the father is purely seen as like evil for doing so. It's like some really fucked. I mean, I guess it is evil from the book's perspective. I assume I haven't read it, but that all this like this weird element of like this is how he shows love and stuff. Okay.
Yeah, it's pedo apologia, basically.
I don't.
Now, I'm putting Sitch in the most uncomfortable position right now. Now Sitch has to read the entire book.
I'm not reading that fucking book. I hate Toni Morrison. I had to read some of her books in high school and I despise them. They're so bad. But no, I'm just saying. So he doesn't know. He hasn't. He's been too lazy to look into it. He's just assuming that this is like I've talked to a million people like this. They read these stupid articles in the Washington Post or New York Times. They say, oh, the Republicans are burning books. And I'm like, oh, well, do you know what's in the books? And he's like, and they go, oh, well, it's just talking about gay relationships. I'm like, no, that's not the book. Let me pull up the summary from Wikipedia and read it to you. And they go, oh, wow, okay, maybe those books should get up in school. Like I've had that conversation with like 30 people. It's always the same conversation.
Well, he should know better. Listen.
He should. I mean, if you want to say he's being completely irresponsible because he's putting out a fucking YouTube video, he is. He's completely irresponsible and dishonest. Yes.
Yes.
Right.
Totally irresponsible.
But I'm just saying there's a difference between being irresponsible and
being like, a pedophile.
A pedo, yeah.
Well, I would argue that pedophiles are irresponsible because obviously they're fucking up people's lives.
Right, but that's a different question altogether.
While book censorship has been around for a long time, the charges themselves have remained fairly consistent.
Look, he just assumes.
I know.
That these books are fine.
Yeah.
It's so offensive to me.
Yep.
It's like, just characterize them as fine. Does he not accept that there are some books that are probably not appropriate for children? Like, can NAMBLA just set up a fucking kiosk in the fucking library? Like,
that'd be a good question.
That's the thing.
Yeah.
What? And if parents are against it, all of a sudden that's like, oh, they're just new ideas, I guess. It's like, fuck you.
Well, that's how you know. That's how you know his argument isn't rooted in anything. Because you could say, "Oh, they're just new ideas." You can say that about anything horrible.
Of course, yes, yeah. At one point, anti-Semitism was just a new idea. It's like, fuck you.
Right. These books instill young people with the wrong values and thus undermine social order. Ironically, though, banning a book often serves the opposite purpose. Historically, there's been no better way to make a book fly off the shelves than to ban it. It's why first editions of O.J. Simpson's If I Did It are going for almost $1,000 on eBay. That's true.
I got to check that out.
I thought that book was never sold.
Was it? Is it like a handwritten copy or something?
Yeah, I don't know. I thought, well, I guess, no, I think the publisher dropped it. I guess he could have self-published it if he wanted to.
Yeah. He's probably running them off of his computer right now. Sell them on eBay at that price.
I mean,
There's like Son of Sam laws, though, where you can't make, well, I guess if he was found innocent, then it's
he was found innocent. Well, he was
not
found innocent in the criminal trial.
under
not
the Son
civil one.
of Sam.
Right.
If you're
Son of Sam was a murderer that got paid a bunch of money for a book deal. And obviously the families got super pissed about it. I think he was like a serial killer. So they made laws saying that they can't make money off of their story if they're murderers, obviously.
This is crazy. So not only did some organization, Reagan Books, I've never heard of this, was going to publish it, or did publish it. They're part of HarperCollins. Fox Network was going to air a special with him promoting his fucking book. I thought Fox was supposed to be like, oh, we're all in favor of like conservative American values. They're going to fucking have a guy who murdered his wife and boyfriend and left the bodies for his children to find. Like, Fox is going to promote this? Like, that's disgusting.
Well, I mean, she was cheating on him, right?
I thought they were divorced.
Oh, yeah. I don't know the details.
Weren't they divorced at the time?
I don't know.
Yeah, it was his ex-wife. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's not good. Well, it's not good.
Regardless, it's not good. I mean,
it's not good either way.
Right.
Yeah, obviously. You shouldn't kill somebody just because they leave
They're
you.
cheating on you? Yeah, you shouldn't murder the mother of your your children. Yeah.
Well, if your wife cheats on you, though.
There you go.
I mean, that's a different story, right?
That's a different story, yeah. Maybe.
Family values.
We're talking about a very dull, graph-heavy 1857 book penned by a South Carolinian arguing against the economics, but not the morality of chattel slavery. It's also true if you're talking about a 1980s breakthrough graphic novel.
What did he say?
Book penned by a South Carolinian arguing against the economics, but not the morality of chattel slavery.
Was a book? I don't understand what he said.
Purpose. Historically, there's been no better way to make a book fly off the shelves than to ban it. It's why first editions of O.J. Simpson's If I Did It are going for almost $1,000 on eBay. That's true if you're talking about a very dull, graph-heavy 1857 book penned by a South Carolinian arguing against the economics, but not the morality of chattel slavery. It's also true if you're...
He's saying that book was banned. And now I guess it's super popular.
Yeah, but why was it? Why was it?
Because it was arguing that slavery was fine morally, but not economically.
Well, was that what it was? Or was it just making a purely economic argument? I mean, you can make a purely economic argument and not be in favor of slavery.
Yeah. No, exactly.
This book was written in 1857 by a man who declares himself a proud Southerner. It was written mostly in Baltimore, where it would have been illegal to publish there. It's a strong attack on slavery as inefficient and a barrier to the economic advancement of whites. That's the argument you always make.
Mm-hmm.
You racist.
Yeah.
The book was widely distributed, as well as by Horace Greeley and other anti-slavery leaders and infuriated Southerners.
I realize the difficulties of that argument, though, because obviously people are morally offended by slavery, as they should be, obviously.
Of course,
Shouldn't enslave other people.
Right. But everyone agrees with that. Well, like most people agree with that. So it's kind of not an interesting argument to talk about because we all agree that slavery was bad morally.
Right.
So.
Well, and also a lot of people argue in favor of the economic value of slavery, and that's why slavery persisted. So,
right. Well, actually, it sounds like a book
you'd
probably want to read because you always make the argument that it was bad economically, and that's exactly
what they
make
that argument in Why Nations Fail, obviously.
Right. But see, it's weird to me and stupid to me too that Wisecrack, like, what was the point of him throwing in that little wisecrack there? Like, oh, this book was banned, even though it didn't talk about how bad slavery was morally. It was like, well, okay, this book was written in 1857.
Yeah.
So I don't know if they
completely
probably
different context. Yeah.
Right. They probably didn't care. This book could have been written to try to convince people who didn't care that slavery was immoral into caring because it was against their economic interest.
Right.
And I would say that that's a good thing to do.
We're going to back it up again because I want you to listen. Because he does have a little like yikesy in his voice when he reads the description of the book.
I know he does.
He's like, oh, yikes. Like, damn, we should have banned that one.
Right. But it doesn't make sense because it's an anti-slavery book.
Right. Look, he wants to ban the book that doesn't do any finger wagging about slavery, right?
Right.
But the fucking pro-pedo books, he's like, of course, it's just culture. What are we talking about here? This guy really
them pro-pedo books.
This guy really needs to get
call them sexually explicit books.
Okay. The sexually explicit books. He's like, oh, it's just culture here. No big deal. Jeez.
We're talking about a very dull, graph-heavy 1857 book penned by a South Carolinian, arguing against the economics, but not the morality.
I know. But he's so wrong. He's so fucking wrong and stupid to say that.
Oh, how could this book do this? This should be banned.
But
ban this book in his voice there.
He does. But this is a great example of why people that are ideologically possessed, they have no idea how to convince people on the other side.
Look,
because they just want to stand there and they want to moralize. They want to slam you with their moral intuitions. It's like, yeah, but if the person disagrees with you, they obviously disagree with your moral intuitions. So it's stupid for you to go and whine to them about it. You're not going to convince them.
He did this long soliloquy about the Nazis burning books, and now all of a sudden he is the Nazi. Like he's sitting here tossing this book into the fire, and he's like, "Oh, that's fine. I'm not a Nazi. No, not me." Look, you don't understand. The Nazis were burning the books that were good. I'm burning a book that I hate, so I'm not a Nazi.
Mm-hmm.
Oh God, it's so hypocritical.
Of chattel slavery. It's also true if you're talking about a 1980s breakthrough graphic novel, Maus, depicting the experiences of the author's parents in the German concentration camp Auschwitz. After being banned last year in a small Tennessee town, Maus quickly...
Did he say Mauschwitz?
I don't know.
Wait.
About a 1980s breakthrough graphic novel, Maus, depicting the experiences of the author's parents in the German concentration camp Auschwitz. After being banned last year in a small Tennessee town, Maus quickly became an Amazon bestseller. These days, the justification that some organizations and library board...
Please ban Supervillains Anonymous. Oh, please, please, oh, please do it.
It has Hitler in it.
Look, come on. We make some very obscene Hitler jokes in the book.
I want it. Yes. Well, that's true. That's true. The most obscene joke in there, Adam won the cut.
I know. But Sitch was like, listen, I'm Jewish. We can do it. Let's I have the immunity idol.
I mean, I wanted it worse. I wanted Robot Hitler, to have a giant like swastika on his back. So like every panel you would see it. But Adam was like, that's a bad idea. I was like, okay.
I mean, we have drafts with the swastika in there.
Yeah.
I think the eagle is cool.
Yeah, the eagle's probably better, yeah.
enthusiasts used to challenge and or ban books have retained a similar flavor. Specifically, they tend to fall into two camps. One, books that contain sexual content or the suggestion of sexual difference, and two, books...
Yeah. Don't say he's acknowledging it. There's just like weird sexual content in these books.
Sexual difference. I just keep going back to it. That's when your AIDS dad rapes you.
Well, no, I don't think that's what. I'm assuming that's not what they meant by sexual difference, but
that's not what he means.
Right.
That portray U.S. history, particularly its history of enslavement and occupation, in ways that might undermine patriotism. These days, the second camp is largely using a fear-mongering interpretation of critical race.
Is there any books that they're trying to ban on the patriotism thing? I don't remember reading anything on that. I don't know that they could get away with that, to be honest with you.
I
mean that seems like a misframing of being critical of critical race theory.
Right. I haven't seen, I'm sure somewhere there was a book that was banned in the accusation. Was that? In all the stories I've seen about books that are banned, I've never seen one given that reason, like, because it's unpatriotic. I've never seen that.
They would say that because if a book is banned, like people want to ban the 1619 stuff because they're like, this is factually incorrect. It's a complete fucking lie, made up shit, right? A bunch of history scholars have come out and said that it's factually incorrect. But he will come out and say, oh, they want this banned not because it's factually incorrect, because it undermines patriotism. The reason it does undermine patriotism, but that's not why they want to ban it. They want to ban it because it's factually incorrect.
I can't believe this. I brought up this list. It says in Florida, Brave New World is banned. That doesn't make any sense. Why aren't they complaining about that? Why is Brave New World banned?
Bunch of drugs in there.
Yeah, but it's portrayed negatively.
Is it?
Yeah, what do you mean? Everyone's on... Yes, everyone's being controlled with the drugs.
That's not negative, though.
Oh, you think Soma's a good... You want the Soma?
I mean, I would do Soma if I could get some.
Okay.
Soma sounds pretty good.
So actually, you know what? I'm starting to believe this article is fake because they said some Rosa Parks book is banned in Florida, which I don't believe that's true for a second.
The internet is there's so much fake news on the internet now. Remember when the internet was a good resource?
Right.
Now it's horrible.
I bet you what happened is it's like, because this was the thing with Texas. Like, they had a bunch of books that were like forced onto the curriculum inappropriately, and so they just removed them all. And then they said, "Oh, you're banning these books because you forced them inappropriately on the school curriculum." And it's just a very dishonest way of talking about it. But
I was trying to find why
Johnson. I was trying to find out why The Handmaid's Tale would be banned in some school. I haven't read it. Is there I know what it's about. Is there sex and stuff in the book?
Yeah, of course there is. Come on.
Is it?
Yeah, it's explicit.
Says it was banned for profanity, overall sexual tones, being anti-Christian, featuring LGBT protagonists. I don't believe this.
Let's listen to the sample on All Boys Aren't Blue.
Okay.
There's an audiobook sample.
Why?
But you got to do a 1, 2, 3 on it.
I don't want to listen to this.
I mean,
do you know what it says?
For research purposes. It says it's for teens and young adults. So
where's the link?
Just search All Boys Aren't Blue and it's the Audible link. It's just so demoralized.
Yeah, but I don't want to listen to it if it's boring. It's probably going to be super boring.
Well, we can always stop it if it's too boring. I mean, we'll just read the summary. In a series of personal essays, prominent journalist and LGBTQIA+ activist George M. Johnson explores his childhood, adolescence, and college years in New Jersey and Virginia. From the memories of getting his teeth kicked out by
let's
bullies.
listen to the wait. Let's listen to the audio.
Did you listen to some of it?
That was the first 10 seconds.
Is it funny?
Well, you'll see why it's banned.
Refresh the page. 3. Are you ready? 3,
ready.
2, 1, go.
How the baby will truly turn out. In our society, a person's sex is based on their genitalia. That decision is then used to assume a person's gender as boy or girl, rather than a spectrum of identities that the child should be determining for themselves.
Okay,
Nowadays, we are assigning gender even before birth.
No!
We have become socially conditioned to participate in the gendering of children at the earliest possible moment.
Should be banned from the school.
Whenever
what the
a
fuck
sonogram
is
can
pushing gender ideology garbage.
It's pretty much straight gender ideology.
Yes. No wonder it's banned. God.
Wait, this is just straight science, Sitch.
Oh, I forgot.
This isn't an ideological cult or anything. This is normal science, okay?
I know.
How dare we start we're gendering these kids before they're even born.
I know. Exactly. It's just when that's a really bad like reader. Oh, it's the guy who wrote the book. That's why his voice. He's just reading it very weird. Like I don't know. I would like to listen to the whole thing, but I'm afraid we get hit with a copyright if we listen to it.
Well, at least we know now.
Yeah, no. So look, fuck.
These are just ideas. Can you imagine?
This was the sample clip. That article shows
exactly.
10 seconds into it. They're like, everyone should be able to choose their gender as a child. Like, oh my God. Stop.
There's as much science between this gender, as much science supporting this gender ideology stuff as like the measuring of the skulls for race and IQ. It's like, this shouldn't be this shouldn't be promoted in libraries as some sort of scientific fact. Yeah.
No, not at all. Yeah, this should be in the same realm as someone pushing like creationism. Essentially.
Yeah, totally.
That's what it should be, yeah.
Yes.
So are you in favor of this humor? Because it's teaching gender ideology.
Look, is that anything close to the summary that I read?
Yeah, I mean, essentially.
None of that was in the summary.
Oh, well, that's true. That's true. Well, I mean, the summary is kind of has even worse stuff. It talks about someone's first sexual relationship, like a young kid's first sexual relationship.
Both a primer for teens eager to be allies, as well as a reassuring testimony of a young queer male of color. All boys aren't blue. Covers topics such as gender identity, toxic masculinity, brotherhood, family structure, structural marginalization, consent, and black joy.
Well, I told you in the Wikipedia summary, it said it features statutory rape. So,
really?
Yeah.
Oh,
so,
okay.
JMac, our surrogate father for $20 says, talking about his wife, she works on an air base as a librarian. They have tons of activities there for young airmen and families. They regularly get 90 participants for their summer reading program and make a corner with laser etchings and 3D printings, etc. Well, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. But that is also on a military base. So it might be a little different than like a normal public library, but that does sound cool.
Military base. Well, the military leans conservative.
Right. Well,
sometimes I say that and people freak out. How dare you say that? The military's all progressives. They're all talking about gender ideology on their breaks.
Well,
I remember glad we looked up that clip. Oh man.
Like years, yeah, I know. That was a good find. Like years ago, there was a big controversy because, like, at a bunch of Air Force bases, I think they were pushing soldiers to watch The Passion of the Christ or something. Like the soldiers came in and there were like all these, there were placemats on the cafeteria tables for like The Passion of the Christ or something for you to like eat your meal on. It was really weird.
Oh, they were going full Jesus.
Yeah. So I was like, it's pretty strange. Anyway. Hit it up.
Here is this. This is the kind of stuff that Wisecrack condones in the school library. Just ideas, guys. Just regular old ideas. Step right up. Get your new ideas right here.
particularly its history of enslavement and occupation, in ways that might undermine patriotism. These days, the second camp is largely using a fear-mongering interpretation of critical race theory to justify their attempts to ban books.
The guy who just used clips of the fucking Nazi Holocaust is lecturing us on fear-mongering. Sitch.
Yep.
Please.
Yep.
Please. Are we bringing up clips of Hitler? Who is fear-mongering here?
We should have we should intersplice clips of Wisecrack talking with like Hitler making speeches.
Yeah, exactly.
Here's a picture. Here's a video of Wisecrack speaking in front of a microphone to a large audience. Here's a video of Hitler speaking in front of a microphone to a large audience. Don't they look similar?
Oh my God. The hypocrisy is painful.
And punish teachers. PEN America, an organization that advocates for the freedom of expression, assembled an index of school book bans to track trends about which books have been targeted over a recent 9-month period. The results were instructive. 41% had protagonists or prominent secondary characters of color, and 22% directly addressed race and racism. A third of books...
To Kill a Mockingbird. Are you telling me To Kill a Mockingbird is banned?
So it was actually funny.
Who banned To Kill a Mockingbird?
Well, that's a good question. So To Kill a Mockingbird was banned. It was actually banned, but it was banned by leftists.
No way.
Because they had the N-word in it.
Really?
Yes.
Wow. Okay.
Because some school districts would use... There was some book about racism, I forget what it was called, where like some parents complained because it had profanity and like parents arguing with their... kids arguing with their parents and calling their parents names. And someone was like, I don't like this. He's insulting parents. And so they replaced it with To Kill a Mockingbird. And then another district banned To Kill a Mockingbird because it had the N-word in it. And sensitive snowflakes are complaining about it.
Books explicitly addressed queer themes or had queer protagonists. 1/4 contained sexual content ranging from sexual encounters to information about puberty, sex, or relationships. And 25% were history books, biographies, or featured themes about rights and...
Ibram X. Kendi, I see there.
Yeah. Good. No, but so it's
it's just like, good, ban that book.
Right, but it's stupid because he's throwing us out here like, see, this is proof that the bannings are because of, bigotry. It's like, well, or here's another explanation. Could it be that these books that shouldn't really be taught in school are only being pushed in these schools because some woke asshole is like, oh, this is a book about, race issues, or this is a book about LGBT issues, but also ignoring all the things that make it, not suitable for children. That's why it's being taught in the first place.
Yeah,
because
that's exactly
it has that
what's
theme
going
in
on.
It. Right. Because it has that theme in it, some idiot activist is willing to overlook, the inappropriate stuff in it for kids.
They're like, this is an author of color, but it's got hardcore pornography in there. But it's an author of color.
Right, exactly. Exactly. And then they put it in a chart and they say, see, this shows that they're bigots.
Yeah, exactly.
Book banning today is about censoring experiences that fall outside of white heterosexual norms.
Like fucking pedophilia, you bastard. Stop stopping me, Sitch. He keeps walking into the fucking rake here.
I know.
Why does he keep doing this?
It's a rake.
Right.
On the other end of that rake is a rainbow dildo. He just steps on it and just slaps him in the face every time.
Why does he keep doing that? Listen, bestiality falls outside of sexual norms. Necrophilia falls outside of sexual norms.
Do we have books on bestiality?
Yeah, exactly.
Cannibalism?
You fucking moron. You fucking moron.
Well, and if one of these organizations was actually like trying to be honest, which none of them are, what they would do is they would say, okay, do these schools feature books that are about straight white people, and they're totally fine with straight white people raping,
of course they,
each other,
not.
and
of
having all these themes.
Aren't.
Right. That would be the only way to actually prove their case. Because if there were a bunch of books about white people doing all this horrific shit, and that was fine, and people only complain when it's black people or gay people, then you would have an argument, and then I'd say, oh wow, okay, they're totally right. But they don't do that.
No.
And I doubt that that's the case on top of it, but
Yeah, they want to get the sexual content out.
Yes.
And especially if it's, dealing with rape or incest or pedophilia or necrophilia or bestiality, for heaven's sakes.
Well, I said Brave New World is banned, which is crazy. That has nothing to do with woke. Like, it's nothing to do with wokeness. Oh.
Well, they do. I could see social justice warriors going crazy over Brave New World because they have like the indigenous people's zoo that they go and watch the people.
Yeah, but it's not a good thing.
Okay, but they don't know that. Come on.
Well, I mean, maybe woke people would be anti Brave New World because Brave New World is like pretty anti progress too.
I just think they can't really be mature about that kind of stuff.
Right.
There's a bunch of elites that this guy takes a girl like on a date to a regular people reservation or something like that, where they're gonna watch the native people.
Yeah.
It screams like, bougie.
Bougie commie.
It does. It's so. That book is weird.
It's a great book, but it is very strange. Yeah. Huxley's based.
I want all of the norms that I follow to be those that Jerry Seinfeld experiences. Nowhere is this more true than in prison, where book review committees decide which books incarcerated people are allowed access to. Jessica Phoenix.
Oh my God, he's going to bat for the incarcerated people.
I mean, I think it's weird, like adults in prison can't read books. That's strange to me, but who cares?
They don't want to give them pedo books. My God.
Well, okay, I guess you're right.
Fucking jacking off to them and shit.
Okay.
What the fuck?
You're right. Don't give the criminals any books about rape or pedophilia. I agree with that one.
Sylvia, a formerly incarcerated trans woman of color and writer, has detailed how the carceral
I was like,
system...
that's not a trans woman of color. What's happening here?
Well, maybe it's a trans color thing.
Oh, I see.
I mean, if you say trans woman of color, that could be...
What's the trans part? You assume it's her gender, but maybe it was her color.
I know. That's what I'm thinking. I'm like...
Maybe she's like Rachel Dolezal,
Well, you don't know because
she's
technically Rachel Dolezal is a trans woman of color.
That's right.
Yeah.
Has been restricting access to ideas by banning certain topics or books from prison libraries, even when prisoners bought those books themselves. Sylvia argues,
look, you're incarcerated. What the fuck? This is so basic.
What is well, I brought up the article because I'm curious. They say what the books were that were banned.
books can change lives. Frantz Fanon's Wretched of the Earth is one book that changed my life. Fanon says, we must elevate the people, expand their minds, equip them, differentiate them, and humanize them. To do this, we must access ideas and language through literature. I resist the dehumanization that prisons create, which is further maintained by unjust censorship.
This says nothing. Like, he's not even really presenting the argument why they ban certain books from prisoners. Like, if he's making it sound like the prisoners wanted to read the Bible and they were like, no, there's killing in here. You can't read the Bible. It's like,
okay, I don't fucking understand this person. Okay. This is a trans lady.
Right.
Someone after she got out of prison, she had to go meet, with a custody officer once a week.
Mm-hmm. Probation officer.
Yeah, it says custody officer, but yeah, I guess it'd be like a probation officer. And she says, I remember walking into the office.
Mm-hmm.
I looked great and I was feeling myself. And the community custody officer looked at me and said, excuse me, you need to wear a bra.
Mm-hmm.
And then they get all pissed off that they asked them to wear a bra. Wouldn't a trans woman be very happy that a person asked them that they should wear a bra? Like, isn't that affirming their gender identity as a woman? Why are they getting pissed about this?
Maybe.
That doesn't make any sense.
I don't know the situation.
No, but this is a trans woman who's mad that someone asked them to wear a bra under their shirt, under their dress. Why are they mad about that? That doesn't make any sense. That's the exact opposite of what they'd want. They should be ecstatic. Like this, what the fuck are they complaining about?
Maybe they don't like wearing a bra.
Yep. Okay. Well, wait a minute.
Mm-hmm.
In this article, the article he had the picture of, the word book doesn't appear.
Really?
Yes. He doesn't talk about anything about books. What the fuck? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. What?
Here's an unfun fact for you. The Michigan Access Ideas and Language Earth is one book that changed banning certain topics or books from prison libraries. Even when prisoners...
Jessica Silver reclaims herself after men's prison. Yeah, this is the article. Where's he getting this quote from?
I'm not even allowed to have pepper spray. I am a trans woman, so
Well, what was their crime? Maybe they can't have a weapon.
Can't have pepper spray. The guards come out at you and you fucking pepper spray the guards?
No. They mean after they...
Oh, I thought they meant in prison.
No.
Well, I mean, pepper spray would be useful in prison, obviously.
Well, that's true. Let's see.
And now I can't defend myself. Not allowed to carry a weapon.
Jessica Phoenix Silva, an age 45 inmate incarcerated, pleaded guilty to the possession of child pornography. Oh, God.
Wow.
And 4 months later has failed to register as a sex offender.
Wow. Imagine that. Look who Wisecrack is promoting in his video here. Sitch, you still don't think he's like dog whistling?
Their criminal record also includes a charge of attempted murder in the first degree and interfering with reporting of domestic violence. They also had received numerous infractions for being aggressive and abusive in custody. They were put in solitary confinement for suspicion of starting a riot? Jesus. Okay.
In the prison?
In the prison, yeah.
Does he not know that this person is guilty of possessing child pornography?
Probably not.
Why is this guy should be called Dumb Crack, not Wisecrack?
Yeah. Well, it's just weird because like this quote that he brings, I don't see anything about this book quote that he brings up.
Prisoners bought those books themselves. Sylvia argues books can change lives.
That's not in the article. I don't know.
All of this is a completely different context now that we know the charges. Books can change lives.
What kind of books are we talking about?
And Fanon's Wretched of the Earth is one book that changed my life. Fanon says, we must elevate the people, expand their minds, equip them, differentiate them, and humanize them. To do this, we must access ideas and language through literature.
I see. So it's a different article, but the article doesn't have a picture of them. So they went with the article. Wait, why do you say that person is black? That's a white person. I'm so confused. What's happening? The person is white.
We can see. We have eyes. Okay.
Why did he call it? He said they're a person of color.
This guy doesn't know jack shit.
What's happening?
Dehumanization that prisons create, which is further maintained by unjust censorship.
I do not think they're not good to pedos in prison.
Mm-hmm.
They're like universally hated.
Yeah, supposedly.
Yeah.
Here's an unfun fact for you. The Michigan State prison system has banned Fanon's work from their libraries. But this recent wave of censorship has not gone unnoticed, and librarians have been mounting their counteroffensive, which while forceful, is also very quiet and respectful. When their workers aren't busy penning screeds against censorship, some libraries have been lending out books to non-residents as a way of broadening access. The Brooklyn Public Library has an unbanned books program, which provides ebook access to people in places where book banning is prominent, like Oklahoma, by using QR codes. Other technology, like the Internet Archive, can counter attempts to make books banned in schools and libraries unavailable. Or as a Washington Post headline put it, you can ban a book, but can you stop teens from finding it online? Another encouraging sign.
So then this doesn't matter. So this is all fucking nonsense because you can't if they really want to get it. So why are you whining about it so much endlessly just because it can't be taught by a teacher? Because this is why it's so stupid.
He wanted to use all those Hitler clips he's had floating around on his hard drive for months now. Look, he had to use that in a video.
He's like, listen, you know how many Hitler clips I have just sitting here on my hard drive? just begging to be used, put into a YouTube video.
Yeah, how am I supposed to scare people if I can't use these Hitler clips?
I had to pay a lot of money from a stock footage, website for these Hitler clips, and by God, I'm going to use them.
So sad.
So I don't know how I feel about this. I found the book that
I know how I feel about it.
Yeah, I know.
And you haven't even told me.
I found the book.
I hate it.
I found the book that the person wanted to read in prison, and they wouldn't let them read.
Okay, good. I want to know.
The book called "We Do This Till We Free."
Okay.
And apparently, it's partially about abolishing prisons and the carceral system. Okay. So a prison said they didn't want a prisoner reading a book about abolishing prison, essentially.
Well, does it have plans to formulate an uprising or something?
I mean, I don't know. That's kind of like... It says, the rejection of it said it violated penological objectives, which is a branch of criminology dealing with prison management and the treatment of offenders.
Right, yeah. They don't want them starting a riot. Wasn't she guilty of starting a prison riot?
You're right, she was. You're right.
Like,
the book banning
all of
sense.
this is starting to make sense now.
It's all becoming clear. Oh my God, you're right. Holy shit.
No wonder she said this book changed her life.
Yes. Yeah, the prison said the book could create hostility between guards and inmates.
Right.
The notice listed several pages, including page 117, which describes key resources for readers to support survivors of crimes. Right. Okay. I don't know why that would be a problem.
Yeah, it's to foment animosity.
Maybe Wisecrack was confused because the person who wrote the book Till We Free is black. So maybe that's where they got confused. But
what a racist.
I know. God.
Can't tell the difference.
Attention that book banning has been receiving in the media. And
okay, look. Books banned in U.S. schools. 2018, 483. 2019, 5.
Oh, wait a minute.
66. 2020, 273. That's
okay. So
wait, pandemic.
Okay, so first of all, I'm glad that they actually showed a chart because I asked this question earlier. I was curious what like the average book thing is, but you're right. Probably a lot of it is because of the pandemic. Yeah, like parents didn't have anything to do. Well, and also because now the kids are like in the Zoom class and they would look and see what book the kid is reading. And they're like, "What the fuck is this?"
Right now they're vigilant.
Right.
That they discovered all of the woke stuff going on during the pandemic, and now they're like, I'm going to the school board meeting. Fuck this. I thought America was normal.
Right.
I got to regulate.
So here's the kicker. That trans lady eventually got that book in prison anyway. She appealed the decision. They eventually allowed her to read the book.
Right. And it changed her life.
And it changed her life.
Next thing you know, she started a prison riot.
And she started a prison.
I guess that'll change her life, right?
There you go. Yeah.
It changed her life. She got 3 years added to her sentence.
In recent months.
But hey, at least we've moved past actually burning books.
Mom, let me throw something.
Oh my God.
I mean, a nice big bonfire like that is always fun. I don't condone burning good books.
Master Greg Locke. I didn't even hear about that. I didn't even remember hearing people fearmonger about this. So some asshole guy that no one cares about as a publicity stunt who is not associated with the government or any organization of power burned a bunch of books and made a YouTube video about it.
Yeah.
Okay.
That makes everyone guilty in this story.
Apparently.
Okay, maybe not. Moving on.
Still, the ALA.
Yeah, well, it's so dishonest because it just associates anything that anyone complains about, any book. Oh, see, you're like this evil book burning pastor somewhere.
Right.
Who they were burning books about witchcraft. It wasn't even like woke shit. It was books on witchcraft. They were burning Harry Potter and Twilight books, according to this article.
Oh, really? Hilarious.
They were burning evil garbage like young adult fantasy books, tarot cards, voodoo dolls, and crystals.
Somebody runs out and goes, "Wait a second, J.K. Rowling is a TERF. Wait, save the Harry Potter books."
Can you burn a? How do you burn a crystal? Isn't it? It's like a rock.
Yeah, just throw it on in there. I don't know.
Does it do anything? It's just
Probably
like
not.
Okay.
Might crack or something.
I guess, yeah.
Hilarious.
It's found that about 82 to 97% of complaints seeking to ban books continue to go unreported. Under these conditions, spreading information about those quiet but effective attempts to remove books from the shelves can go a long way in raising awareness. But as we survey the current rise of book banning in America, it's worth taking a step back and asking, why all the panic about books? According to scholar Emily Knox, book censorship highlights an intimate relationship between power and knowledge. Kind of
course.
It's such bullshit. It's such bullshit. It's so offensive.
Mm-hmm.
Like we mentioned earlier regarding the death of Socrates, right? Because he got killed because the knowledge he was encouraging threatened the positions of those in power. So he had to get God. She explains, when a group or individual endeavors to remove, restrict, or relocate an item within a public institution, they are both demonstrating their concern over the knowledge contained within the book and also exercising their symbolic power over the institution.
Look at that. It's a power play. Listen, it's not that I don't want this sexually explicit material in front of my young children. It's that I'm trying to challenge the institution. I'm trying to show my white patriarchal dominance over your institution. That's what's happening here.
This lady wrote a book called Trigger Warnings, History, Theory, and Context. It's supposed to be a collection of studies on whether trigger warnings are good or not.
Emily Knox is an assistant professor at the Graduate School of Library and Information Science at the University of Illinois. Library science. Wow. Interesting.
She serves on the board of the National Coalition Against Censorship. I mean, I'm against censorship, but I guess what are we defining censorship by?
Well, I mean, we don't let people put up advertising that's not labeled as advertising. Like even if there's ads and programs and stuff like that, you have to disclose that some sort of sponsorship is going on.
Well, okay. And I'd be curious to look in this National Coalition Against Censorship to see, like, are they actually against censorship, or is it woke garbage? Because if all I do is complain about, when a school, removes some book from its curriculum, that's woke. But they're utterly silent when someone gets, canceled off the internet or fired from their job because they said something that is perceived to be racist or transphobic. Then they're not really against censorship. So that's why I'm very curious. Are they like attacking Twitter, for not being an open platform and being too censorious, or are they completely silent on that?
I'm super doubtful that they are.
Well, that's what's sad, because I feel like all these organizations, which should be on the side of anti-censorship, they're not. They're just really on the side of anti-woke censorship.
Yeah, they're on the side of censoring conservatives and not censoring
generally. I don't know about this organization. Yeah. Maybe they are, but I'm curious to see if I can. Like, I'm looking on their Twitter page to see it. I mean, I'm looking at the Twitter page, and all it's seeing is like they're complaining about books, woke books being banned from school curriculums and stuff. I don't see anything about them complaining about like overzealous censorship on Twitter or Facebook or anything of that nature, which is a little sussy-wussy. I feel like that's a more important censorship than anything that's happening in some school curriculum somewhere.
I found a video online. What's so critical about intellectual freedom with Dr. Knox and Dr. Altman?
Mm-hmm.
It's very recent, so.
Is it long?
Yeah, it's an hour.
Oh, okay.
But I found it on Dr. Emily Knox Twitter.
On their Twitter page, it's just them. It's just this video, this Wisecrack video. It's just them complaining about books being burned in school. I don't see them complaining about any sort of, overreach of censorship that comes from the left whatsoever on this Twitter timeline.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, I know.
That makes me think it's bullshit. It's a bullshit organization that doesn't really actually care about censorship or freedom of speech.
Right. They just want to make sure that critical race theory isn't banned.
Right.
Which is pretty typical these days, which is just, I mean, it's sad.
Mm-hmm.
I want factually correct information. So, and I understand that there are certain issues where, you know, it's a moral issue. It's not really a scientific fact type issue. So the facts of abortion are going to be different for different people. But, you know, we can make accommodations for that kind of situation. It's just there's too many situations where the information is claiming to be factual, like the gender ideology stuff that we just read the sample of, where it's just, it's not. It's just, it's not factually correct, yet it claims to be.
Well, at least on their website, I see they have articles from 2018 that are like, they're promoting people that are saying that speech should be kind of a speech and not censorship. So at least that's good.
Okay.
Maybe it's just their Twitter page that's super woke.
Emily Knox.
Which wouldn't really surprise me that much, but I'm not looking at Emily Knox. I'm looking at just the organization.
Oh, I'm looking at Emily Knox.
National Coalition Against Censorship. I don't know what Emily Knox's Twitter page looks like. So,
in building her argument, Knox draws on Pierre Bourdieu to assert that challengers use symbolic power as citizens, parents, or taxpayers to shape public institutions in their community. She states that symbolic...
Is she not in favor of democracy or what? Like, what the fuck? That's the whole idea behind democracy. Of course you're using... She's saying, like, it's a bad thing that people are using the institutions to get what the policy prescriptions that they desire. Yeah, that's the whole point of it.
Power draws on Pierre Bourdieu to assert that challengers use symbolic power as citizens, parents, or taxpayers to shape public institutions in their community. She's
yeah.
Wait,
and
wait, what?
Building her argument, Knox draws on Pierre Bourdieu.
I'm trying to look. Pierre Bourdieu.
Mm-hmm.
Pierre Bourdieu. Just to see, I'm curious if he's like
French guy, right?
Yeah. Well, obviously he's a French guy.
Well, I mean, what's the difference between a French and commie?
Yeah, there you go. Bourdieu's work was primarily concerned with the dynamics of power in society, especially the diverse and subtle ways in which power is transferred and social order is maintained across generations, in conscious opposition to the idealist tradition of much of Western philosophy. He's often emphasized the corporeal nature of social life. He built upon and criticizing the theories of Karl Marx, Freud, Weber, Durkheim, Strauss, blah, blah, blah. Okay, I don't know. What are you listening to?
I'm listening to my wife walk around and talk on the phone.
Okay. I just hear I thought you're like listening to like a second video in the background.
No. I found there's a thing here that says intellectual freedom and social justice, understanding the discourse of censorship. So definitely the censorship is around how do we get various social justice stuff through that's being probably censored on the fact that it's racist.
Right.
Yeah.
It says Emily Knox in her bio is a lover of Star Wars. I don't know if that means she likes the new Star Wars.
Oh, no.
Let me see if I can do a Twitter search. If she talks about liking the new Star Wars, then she should be canceled if she likes Star Wars, the new Star Wars.
Well, there's a bunch of stuff on her Twitter.
Mm-hmm. No, she only has one tweet about Star Wars. It's from 2011. Sad. Anyway.
To assert that challengers use symbolic power as citizens, parents, or taxpayers to shape public institutions in their community. She states that symbolic power is important because it is often misrecognized as something else, such as common sense or justified action.
I see. So,
if the library...
But this is so fucking stupid, though, because Democratic... Like, are you a fucking Democrat or what?
Well, what they're saying is they're complaining. They're like, oh, these, concerned parents, they're using like this fake authority of pretending like they're speaking for the common people when they don't.
Well,
that's how they're
what is it?
framing it.
What is a democratic majority if it's not the common people?
Well, I'm assuming part of the argument is that it's not really part of the majority. It's like a fake majority. It's like
no,
the vocal
I would
minority.
argue that these school board elections are going to prove that it's not a vocal minority, that it is in fact a majority.
Well, I don't know if I agree with that. Well, first of all, I agree with you that the majority of people, if they were polled, don't want their kids learning about like sex shit in school.
Yeah, of course.
I agree with that. But I don't think school board elections are representative of that, because I don't think the majority of people know or vote or care about anything related to those. So.
Well, I think they are going to vote because it's become like a thing. It's reached into the cultural zeitgeist now, especially because of the pandemic.
Now more than ever, but still I can bet you that it's still going to be super low compared to like normal elections or
the voter turnout for school board.
Yeah.
Look, if people are turning out at school board meetings to bitch about these books, you don't think they're
it's going to be
vote?
higher than it's ever been, but still going to be pretty low compared to other stuff.
Right.
I would wager.
Right. Look, if you're a Democrat who votes in school board election, you're just a big faker. Pretending to act like you speak for the status quo when really, or you speak for the majority or the common man when really it's Emily Knox who speaks for the common people here.
Banned a book by Toni Morrison, then, well, she must be dangerous. Bourdieu defines symbolic power as those symbolic instruments, including discourse, that are used by one social...
Look at that. Discourse. There's the word right there.
The
discourse.
Group to dominate another social group. And
I love the fact that they frame it in terms of domination. The people who are forcing sexually explicit material on your children are the ones going, stop dominating me, dude. It's like, fuck off already. Right? Who's dominating who here?
And according to Knox, censorship also highlights a struggle for domination over who has the authority to determine the boundaries of legitimate and illegitimate knowledge in the public sphere.
That's called democracy. What is wrong with these people?
Is to say, when the lived experiences of an indigenous American child growing up on a reservation aren't considered legitimate knowledge, the age-old domination of white Americans over...
Look at that. He's like completely ignoring the gender ideology stuff and goes straight to the indigenous people, the thing that nobody cares about. Nobody's going into these school board meetings and going, how dare you tell this compelling story about an indigenous person living on a reservation? Nobody's doing that. He's completely gaslighting his audience. Nobody is saying those things.
Over indigenous people only becomes more deeply entrenched, and their exclusion from many facets of American society are only reinforced. That's because books, like all cultural artifacts, play a vital role in helping us construct a sense of who we are, not least of which when the ideas they contain are reinforced by authority figures, i.e. teachers. French philosophy...
Yeah, that's why we don't want to put books that just have a bunch of nonsense in it. Would you want creationist books in the library and the whole next generation to grow up being religious fundamentalists?
No.
Is that what you want?
But that's why this is also so dishonest, because they wouldn't, they're fine with banning books that teach creationism in the classroom.
Yeah,
which I'm fine with too. But then they freak out when it's like, when it's their weirdo ideology.
What is different between gender ideology and creationism? I literally don't see any difference.
Right. Yeah. Both unscientific trash.
Yeah.
Get it out of there.
For Louis Althusser explains this via his theory of interpolation, which argues that our ideas about a given topic are not something we arrive at on our own, but rather are internalized and accepted on the basis of what's been presented to us by our culture. And
duh? It's so stupid. It's like, thanks for pointing that out, smart guy.
Well, he was a French Marxist philosopher, so he had to be cited by wisecrack.
It took a French Marxist philosopher for him to accept the total obviousness that we are what we read and see. Okay.
You see this guy Lewis over here like, did you know that we live in a society?
Yeah, exactly.
Like, oh, thank you.
Yeah. Thanks for the heads up.
It says this guy underwent psychiatric hospitalizations throughout his life. The first time after receiving a diagnosis of schizophrenia. He's also suffering bipolar disorder.
Oh, great. That's your philosopher.
Jesus. He underwent electroshock therapy. All right. Sure. Okay. I don't know if this is the guy I want to rely on for my very obvious information that we live in a society, but
I found a retweet from Dr. Emily Knox. Censorship has nothing to do with protecting children. It has to do with protecting adults who don't want to have difficult conversations with those children.
Well, you know what else she retweeted? She was happy that Alex Jones got in all that trouble for his free speech.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So she was happy about banning him, right?
Right. So I don't know.
Well, I mean, if Alex Jones wants to make up a bunch of lies about the Sandy Hook families, how's that any different than this guy who's making up a bunch of fucking gender ideology lies and putting them in a book in the library?
No, seems pretty similar.
Why are you allowing him to gaslight children with this nonsense? God, I love that word gaslight.
I know you do.
Everyone's gaslighting everyone now, Sitch. The entire world is just one person gaslighting another.
Yeah, we're being gaslit on the amount of people accusing everyone of gaslighting.
Hopefully that's not me.
Yeah, sure, we'll go with that.
A little bit.
In turn, these ideas shape our subjectivities. This is all encouraged by what Althusser called ideological state apparatuses, or ISAs, which are things like churches, families, and schools that reinforce these modes of subjectivity. An example of interpolation is our...
Yeah, this is like the moral matrix, only that's the scientific understanding of it.
Right.
Association of pink with young girls and blue with young boys. Now, this wasn't always the case. Back in 1918, a trade publication earned...
Look, he's got to go. He goes to the pink and blue thing because he's like, look, everyone's a blank slate. We can do anything. Look, all of this is malleable.
So I actually, I wish I could say that. I remember a long time ago, I tried to dig into this claim. There's this claim that you always hear, like, oh, well, technically, and there was a time period in America where pink was associated with boys and blue with girls. And I remember, like, when I started to dig into this, like, there's so little evidence for that. There's like one source, like one very vague source that made that claim that everyone just repeats cites and assumes it's true.
Yeah. Really?
So, yeah. So I'm super skeptical of this baby boys associated with pink,
maybe he'll give us the one source.
Right.
Shaw's infants department hopefully explained that the generally accepted rule is pink for the boys and blue for the girls.
For example, a June 1918 article from Trade publication, Earnshaw Infants Department said, huh?
Yeah, that is the one source they all cite.
Right. So for all we know, this could be a fucking typo.
Right. I don't know what it is. I'm just saying that's the one source that everyone cites is that one 1918 trade publication.
That could literally be a typo.
So, I mean, I don't know. I don't know if it's true or not. I'm just saying that's the one they also. And it would be weird to me. It would be very weird to me if there was some culture where pink was associated with boys for like, decades. And then magically it just all randomly changed for no reason. It just seems weird to me.
Okay.
But
maybe it's a troll.
Anyway, today's reigning assumption that the pink-blue girl-boy dichotomy is inherent to toddlers' supposed natural color.
I hate how fucking stupid this is because this is always like the example that the wokies run to when you talk about biological gender differences. It's like, well, who's making the claim that like blue being associated with boys is a biological gender difference? Like no one's ever, I've never heard anyone make that fucking claim.
Yeah.
Like, why is this always this thing that's so obviously stupid and irrelevant they always run to?
Yeah. Because everyone else does it. And obviously you are the product of everything that you see and read.
Right. Well, just because it's such an obvious, like, something that has nothing to do with biology. So it's a total straw man obfuscation of the argument. But
I don't even know why it's in this video about book burning.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, wait. Why
was
is
this in a
video?
book?
How did we get here?
Yeah, I don't know. Like all of a sudden we're talking about male and female.
Maybe he's got
power
like
structures.
He's got like the socialist breadtuber bingo card under the desk there.
Right.
And he's got like, he's got to hit all the checkpoints. He hit the Nazis. He hit the German guy that they burned his books. And he's got like, oh, color pink and blue. That's another one.
Yeah. Let's throw that in there. What are you doing? Come on, I'm reading Emily Knox.
Extent to which we internalize cultural expectations. Okay, but back to books. The knowledge within their text are crucial.
Look, he even admitted, okay, look, I'm drifting way off topic here. I have an 18-minute video and I got to fill it with some fluff.
Crucial to the process of interpolation, i.e. the formation of subjectivity. They are a vital way we internalize ideas about our culture, and they create...
He's going on and on about this. Yes, you dumbass. That's why we have books. No shit. To share ideas with each other. This is not revolutionary. You don't need a French philosopher to understand this. What the fuck is happening, Sitch? What the fuck? He's acting like this is revolutionary. Oh my God, books. Books is how we learn things.
Did you know that? I didn't know that.
Yeah. Wow.
I thought that we learned things by like, you went to a smart person and you just rubbed their head up against their head. And then the knowledge was just transferred through friction.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's what my adult teacher told me to do to him.
Oh, no.
Are you telling me that didn't work?
Damn it. Sitch, I think you might have gotten molested.
No. Everyone did that. What are you talking about?
Is that how you got the knowledge?
He said it was a playful knowledge. Okay.
Did he tell you not to tell anyone?
He did. He said, "Don't tell anyone this." He's like,
Sitch, this is secret knowledge.
He's like, Sitch, this is secret knowledge. Okay, I'm gonna impart to you secret knowledge that no one ever else had. Okay, and I was like, oh, thank you.
Let me show you where ideas come from.
Yes.
Oh man,
I felt like I was getting smarter.
Subjects who in turn perpetuate certain ideas and cultural norms. And as norms surrounding racial and indigenous identities, sexual and gender identities, and so on continue to shift, they're going to remain flashpoints for folks who would rather these new notions not be internalized by future generations.
What a piece of shit. What a piece of shit. He's like, yeah, they're just trying to keep the books out of the school because they don't want these non-racist ideas being spread to their children. That's basically what he's saying.
Yeah.
Look, they don't want these overtly pedophilic ideas being spread to their children, okay? They don't have a problem with the race stuff. I really don't think you should be conflating the two, especially if you're gonna, especially the people that you're putting in your video, man. Jeez, you got a convicted CP collector in your video.
Well, I mean,
basically, groups.
If there was some, I don't know, if there's like Nick Fuentes' book, that existed. You had some teacher that's trying to teach some Nick Fuentes book to kids, and it was banned. I mean, are these people going to be like, "Oh, how dare this book be banned from schools? I thought you were in favor of free speech." Like, no, of course they wouldn't say. They wouldn't. No, they wouldn't care. They'd be totally in favor of that.
Of course, yeah, no.
like Moms for Liberty and people like Christopher Rufo know that controlling the idea
Oh my God.
Christopher
Rufo.
flashpoints for folks who would rather these new notions not be internalized by future generations. Basically, groups like Moms for Liberty and people like Christopher Rufo know that controlling the ideas in places like schools and libraries allows them to use these ideological state apparatuses to help create subjects that serve their ideological aims.
This is so, like, we're in fucking upside down world here. What the fuck? All of these books are overtly political. They're trying to force political messaging into the libraries of schools. And then they're saying, oh, you're the one doing it. How ridiculous.
This is, oh my God, never before has James Lindsay's iron law of woke projection been more right.
It's so
than this
true.
statement. Like, this is insane.
It's like
they're not even like, and part of why this is so like insanely dishonest from Wisecrack here is that you can make that argument if they were getting rid of those books and then they were replacing them with like, super right-wing jingoistic America never did nothing wrong, books or something, or books saying like you should all be straight heterosexuals, but they're not replacing it with any of these books that they're so terrified of.
Right.
Whatsoever. Yeah. They're just getting rid of these, I hate to use the word, just getting rid of these problematic books and replacing them with neutral books. Or not replace them at all. And that's the political move. That's fuck off. That's not the political move. The
books
gross.
have been kind of neutral. I mean, they've kind of already gotten rid of all the books that were overtly jingoistic. So we're kind of at a neutral point now. And then the wokies are coming in and trying to foist all of these highly progressive, politicized books. And, and the right wing is stepping up and saying, no, thank you. We don't want your crazy sexualized books in our kids' libraries. And they're like, oh, using state apparatus to try to get your way.
Of my plan to make my future children listen to music I like from a young age. So when they get older, I'll always have concert buddies to encourage my own interest. And they'll have a concert buddy who's old enough to buy them booze.
Okay, I have some bad news for you. That's not going to work.
What's up? What did he just talk about? Some
underage drinking with his children? Yeah, he did.
But he talked about some friend of his buying his kids booze.
No. He's saying that he's going to force his kids to listen to his shitty music,
right?
So that they'll go to concerts with him when they're older, and then he'll buy them beer. Okay.
This guy's a weirdo, man.
I don't know about you. I mean, my parents would listen to like music when I was a kid, and I fucking hated it. Like, this music sucks. It didn't make me like or appreciate the music they were listening to. So I don't know about your experience with that, but that was mine.
My dad listened to classical music, and I just
I
was like,
boring.
Well, I was like, there's no way you like this music. I was like, this is impossible. I cannot. No, he's like, I love this music. I'm like,
listen, there's some good pieces of classical music out
there. Oh yeah, no.
Definitely. But it's just, I feel like it's few and far, but not few, but like a lot of the main classical music people listen to, it just bores me to death.
I mean, I like classical music now, obviously, but when I'm 14 years old, I'm like, no.
Well, yeah, that's true.
I'm not accepting that someone likes classical music.
No.
I thought he was just fucking with me. I was like,
imagine Zoomer parents forcing their kids to listen to mumble rap as if that was standard for musical appreciation.
Yeah.
That's funny. Oh, look out. Apparently our audience is very big into classical music. Wow.
Are they mad at me? I mean, I like classical music now, but just,
I like some classical. I'm very picky about the classical music I listen to. I like Apocalypse. Yeah, Apocalypta doesn't count. Apocalypta was based.
What? Apocalypse? What?
Apocalypta.
Apocalypto?
You never heard of Apocalypta?
Is it?
If that's who I'm thinking of. This is a band that's like it's like they're like rock and classical with the cello guy, right?
Oh no, no. I'm not mixing my rock and my classical.
Well, that's the best thing.
That's like one step away from Weird Al Yankovic. I mean,
I completely disagree with you. I think like modern music, especially like rock music that has classical elements in it, is awesome. So,
are you really going to make me wait 2 years to get my $500 when Trump announces on the 14th?
what does that have to do with anything that we're talking about?
I don't know. I just thought of it. It just popped into my head.
God.
No, somebody.
Okay.
Somebody.
I'm gonna say this right here, right now. We got 1,200 people watching. I'm gonna say this because I know that half of you, half of your dumbasses are gonna be sending me this tweet. Okay. I said in the original bet that I predict that Donald Trump is going to declare he's running for president. He's going to say he's running for president. He's going to act like he's running for president, but he's going to quit before,
before the first primary. Yeah.
Or the first primary. That was always my prediction.
And my prediction is.
Wait.
Okay.
I'm just saying this because I know that as soon as Donald Trump declares he's running, all these people are going to say, Sitch is going to lose the bet. Oh my God. I'm like, no, you fucker. That's what I predict he's going to do. So save your fucking tweets. Don't send me that shit. Fuck you.
I mean, if he runs for like 2 years though, and then drops out right before the there's no way that's going to happen.
Well, that's fine. That's why we're betting.
He's definitely serious. If he's going to announce 2 years before the primary, he's fucking serious as a heart attack.
Oh, is that what you think?
And not only that, he's gonna if it turns out he's upside down in the polls because DeSantis pulls ahead and he's down, he's gonna say that the polls are
rigged.
Yeah.
Polls are fake.
So there's no way he's gonna get out. As soon as he starts saying the polls are rigged, he can't drop out of the primary because of the polls, the rigged polls.
We shall see, Mr. Friended. We shall see.
Have I ever lost a bet between us? Have I, like, it seems like
this is our first bet. What are you talking
seems
about?
like, well, I feel like I'm right about a lot of stuff that you're constantly stubborn about, but I let it go because I'm chill. I'm just, it's that Cali energy. I'm just chill about it.
I feel like if we did a poll on who is more right, it's definitely me. Definitely me.
Who is more correct or who is
who, like, when we have a disagreement about something, who is generally more accurate on average? Like, there's been times where I'm right and times where you're right, but on average, I'm pretty confident that I'm the one that's more right than you.
Because this is a thing called my side bias. I don't know if you
what you just did, motherfucker.
I don't know if you've
ever
heard.
You hypocrite, you wisecrack hypocrite.
What are you talking about?
You just my side biased yourself, and now that I'm doing the same thing, you're like, you're just being psychologically biased, Sitch. Okay, wisecrack.
That's exactly what it is.
Yeah, I know.
Well, but first of all, I am willing to admit that I'm biased. You're not. Okay. You're the one that's going, I feel like I'm always right.
Well, I am.
And that can't be biased because I am always right.
It's canon for the show that I'm always right. What are you talking about?
It's bullshit.
That's part of the show canon. Sitch is always right.
I feel like I've been right way more than...
No,
like
you're trying to gaslight.
People are always coming to me going,
you're trying to gaslight the chat.
I disagreed with you at first, but now I realize you're totally correct.
Well, I probably wasn't disagreeing with you in those situations.
We're going to be listening. It's just weird because it's going to be like we're going to listen to Trump for a year. And it's going to be great because, I mean, Trump running for president is going to be great for us, obviously.
Oh, I know. There's going to be
content bonanza.
There's going to be a year or longer of this, oh my God, who's going to win the bet, going on.
Yeah. The sanctimonious versus Trump.
It's going to be a year. I actually shouldn't have made this bet for one reason. Okay. I'm going to have to sit and put up with an entire year of people going, Sitch going to lose the bet, Sitch going to lose the bet. And it's not going to be worth it. When I'm finally proven right, it's not going to be worth it because it's only going to be like a day of me saying, eat shit, I was right.
I'm starting, I guess the 14th is the is the make or break. Because if he, first of all, I'll tell you one thing you were right about. You said if Trump is running for president, he's going to attack Ron DeSanctimonious.
Yes, which I said that was a bad sign for me.
That has officially happened.
Right, that has happened. The first, but it has been minor. The first blow has been struck.
Right, but it's funny that it happened before the election because obviously if DeSanctimonious lost his Florida bid, he'd be destroyed. He'd be completely annihilated. He would, like, his presidential run would be completely put the kibosh.
It would definitely be weakened. I
don't
think he's gonna. I don't think he's gonna lose.
If you can't even win your governorship, you don't look. This is what was stupid about Liz Cheney. Like, okay, I can't even win my congressional primary, but now I'm running for president. It's like, what are you, stupid?
Right.
That doesn't make a lot of sense.
Is she running for president?
She talked about running for president. You don't know this?
She's not. But I don't. She talked about it, but does that actually mean she's going to do it? I don't think she's going to actually. She doesn't stand a fucking fart's chance in the wind.
Yeah, but you don't understand. She wants to get on the debate stage and confront Trump. She's not doing it to win. She's doing it to, like, boost her. Yeah, she will be in the primary debates with Trump. Now do you get it?
That's so lame.
Think about it.
No, so what? That's going to give her nothing.
Think about it.
That's not going to grant her anything of value to do.
But it's going to grant us something of value because we're going to be watching.
It would be fun to watch. That's true.
We're going to be watching that debate.
Yes.
Oh, it's going to be so good. What's the nickname for Cheney? Does she have one yet?
Looney Liz.
Is it Looney Liz?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Lame-o Liz. Who knows?
Yeah, it's going to be.
Anyway.
It's going to be amazing. Let's get back to ass crack here.
It's a good one.
Ultimately, the matter of books doesn't just have to do with broader institutional power over what...
Look, he totally turns this into fucking institutional power nonsense.
Institutional power.
I don't understand. Listen. Look, you're on this election is all about whether or not democracy survives, okay? Democracy is a fucking institution designed to mitigate power, to disperse power between a wide number of people.
Mm-hmm.
Is that good or bad? Because I can't tell from the angle you're taking here. It's like, are people supposed to have their voices heard in these institutions or not?
No.
No,
it depends. It depends. Are the voices, like, on the side of politics I like or not?
Yeah. Well, that's just lame. Look, if that's his position, then he is for the death of democracy. He is all the things that Biden is accusing the Republicans of being.
Right.
Woke law, projection, engage.
Information children can access. It has a lot to do with parents specifically. Those who are seeking to limit that access to their children.
What? Why
Chad is correct.
Want to ban books?
Chad is correct. He will name Liz Cheney Loser Liz.
Yes.
Loser Liz, yes. Clockwork for $5 says, I generally think Sitch is more often right. Told you.
Continue.
But Adam is right.
Hey, fuck yeah, bitch. Look, when Sitch is right, I'll tell you the difference here, okay? When Sitch is right.
When Sitch is right, he makes a big deal about it. But when I'm right, I'm just like, yeah, see, and I'm cool about it because I'm from California. I smoke weed. My and dad and friend. That's you.
Listen.
Yeah.
When Sitch is right, it's like no big deal. When Adam's right, Sitch has to get out his fucking checkbook. That's the difference right there. That's the difference.
Okay.
See? I know when to be right. I know when to be right and when it doesn't matter. Oh my God. It's been such an up and down. I was like ready to pay you like a month ago.
I know. Yes, like literally, I don't even remember what's going on. There's like,
I know.
from like after one of the January.
It was the
things.
January 6th hearings. Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
like,
like, I'll
Adam
just
was
pay
like-
you now. I have money.
He's like gonna pay me now. He's ready to throw in the towel. Now I'm like, oh, I'm totally gonna win. I'm totally gonna win.
This bet's an emotional roller coaster.
Watch. Here's what's gonna happen. Trump's okay. Here's my prediction.
If he quits before,
Wait.
oh God, if he runs for 2 years and then quits right before Iowa, that's
You're gonna end your life.
no, that's so wrong.
It's gonna
That's
happen.
just wrong.
Gonna happen. Okay, so here's what's gonna happen. Trump's gonna come out. He's gonna say he's running for president. Adam's gonna be doing fucking backflips that he's gonna win the bet.
I have it on my calendar already.
Right, but then they're gonna hold. They're gonna come out and say that they're pressing charges against Trump for the document shit in Florida.
If they pull him out, oh, that's
And then
gotta be...
he's gonna get convicted of some sort of crime, and then Adam's gonna be like, no.
I can't. You can't. That can't be. Is that part of the bet? That's just. I don't know. That's a
should
weird
I be
one.
honest or should I not be?
I mean, if he gets pulled out on a technicality, I feel like.
Well, okay. I see. This is how you know that I'm an honest person. Unfortunately, when I made this bet, I gave you way too many outs. Okay. I said
giving you Iowa was a giant out.
No, because that was always the bet. I gave you the out that if he has some health problem, or
oh yeah, I forgot about that.
I didn't say anything about him getting arrested.
Well, that's a health problem.
But I'll count like being arrested as, you know, a push on the bet.
He's not gonna get arrested.
So I don't know. We'll see. I think there's a very high chance he's gonna get charged with something.
Listen, okay. Here's
they're gonna charge him. You know that if he announces that he's running for president, they're gonna 100% charge him with something.
Here's the weirdest reality that we could see. They charge him.
Yeah.
Trump is incarcerated.
And he still runs for president and wins. That would we'd be in bizarro clown world if that happened.
Right. So they have to set up like an Oval Office in the prison.
Yeah. Actually, wait, that's a how would that work?
Wait, no, he just pardoned himself, right? And then he's out of prison immediately.
He could, because it would be a federal crime. But how would it work if a president was convicted of a state crime?
Oh,
like how would that work?
I don't know.
That's weird. That would be kind of funny. I would actually be sort of in favor of that just to see it happen. Just be so bizarre. But
he's not going to get in any kind of trouble.
I don't know. We'll see.
Why Texas parents want ban?
Wait, let me read this. Confused Bucketeer for 20 Canadian. Thanks so much. Says, I used to watch Wisecrack videos in the before times. He lost so many people to the tribal brain rot when the Trump Nation attacked. Sad.
Oh,
very true. Very true.
So he got TDS rotted his brain, and that's why he can't make a coherent video about.
I guess. Yeah. I mean, well, did they even do political videos before then?
Yeah, he's weird, obsessed with Marxist philosophy.
Well, it wasn't. There was someone else who I think started or ran Wisecrack. That was a different person who didn't seem like a weirdo socialist, and then they left.
Right.
So
he basically got a grant from George Soros, and he bought the channel, and now he's propagating all this garbage.
Do you think Trump's going to go back on Twitter?
Yes, of course. Well, I don't know if he can. Obviously Elon Musk is having advertiser difficulties right now. So
I like this. I type it in. I get one article from CNN that says Elon Musk hints that Donald Trump will not be back on Twitter, and then another article from a different website that says Elon Musk hints Trump will be back on Twitter.
Well, Trump will want to go back on Twitter, especially if he's running for president. So he wants his account back. I'm certain of it. Are you going to do if Elon is doling out check marks for $8, are you going to do it?
I might.
Hell yeah, I'm doing it. Like the whole
$8 check mark.
It's just to fuck with fucking Lance of the Serfs. Like, hey, how's your check? Oh, look, I'm a check mark too. It's like, not only that, the thing that's so weird about it is all these check marks are like secret communists. They're all about flattening hierarchies, but no, don't let the riffraff get a check mark. Oh my, check marks for everyone. How dare you? Check marks for the little people. And he is kind of switching it up. Not many people seem to understand that he wants people to get verified as human beings,
right?
Not as like, notable person, which was always a bit. I mean, it's bougie. Let's face it. Right?
Well, I guess that's the question. Can I get verified without my name being associated with my account?
Yes, because the things
they
that
have
I've
my
read,
phone number. So
yeah, no, they verify that you are who you are, and that they want to know that you're a human being. It's what they want to know. You're not like some bot being controlled. One of 5,000 bots being controlled by some human being. So that's the thing. Yeah. So they will know your real name. And I'm sure if there's you have to sign something that says if there's a court order against you, they have to turn your real name over to the court or whatever. So
Mr. Ubercross says he doesn't
care about any of that.
Yeah, that's true. Mr. Ubercross says he doesn't think a president can pardon himself.
I guess you're right, because Nixon made a deal with Ford that Ford would pardon him if he resigned.
You're right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, that's effort. Yeah, maybe
that would.
Apparently,
make sense.
It would make sense. Apparently, there's legal scholars that argue about it. According to this article, who I don't know if it's true, it says the majority of legal scholars do not believe a president can pardon himself. Though they said President Richard Nixon did not try to pardon himself. So.
Yeah, because he didn't.
Interesting.
He's like, I'm in enough trouble.
Interesting. Yeah, I don't know.
We'll see what happens.
We shall see.
The 14th is right around the corner.
Oh no, what I was gonna say is, I don't know. I think there's almost no chance that Elon would not unban Trump. I'd be very surprised if he doesn't unban Trump. But I don't know if Trump will go back on Twitter or if he'll try to, because he's trying to push his own platform, the Truth Social or whatever it's called.
Yeah, he's going to promote it on Twitter. He's going to be on Twitter every day. Come to Truth Social.
Yeah, okay, maybe you're right. That's all.
There's no reason why you would want to say no to a giant platform like that. He had like 80 million followers.
You're right. No, you're right. And also, he probably couldn't turn away from the chance to just make so many people on the left cry. Like, this is going to be like when Trump's on Twitter, there's going to be just a month of tears and like triggered from the left.
Well, there's also going to be a bunch of people who do the, I'm moving to Canada thing if a Republican wins the White House.
Yes.
But all of a sudden they're going to realize, well, why am I letting go of my giant, 5 million people platform for this guy?
Right.
So they're all going to look like giant hypocrites.
When Trump's back on Twitter, the collective whine will shake the foundations of the earth itself.
Oh, it's going to
just be like.
I hope the earth doesn't crack.
Exactly.
It's going to be that girl in the street screaming.
Times it's like a million, yeah. No!
Yeah, and half of that's going to be Doomer.
See, why does Doomer not like me? You take so many more shots at Doomer than I ever do. Okay. Doomer should be S
great.
class.
Did you guys check out the Doomer came on the Thursday stream, I guess?
Yes.
I was freaking out about January 6th. Check it out. Wicked Supreme came on too, who's a great guy.
Yeah, it's a good conversation, yeah.
Yeah.
After our if you guys didn't listen to our President Sunday talk, was pretty fun.
Yeah, I'm getting a lot of compliments. Everyone seemed to like me not going crazy. But
there you go. See, I told you.
There were several people who were like, Adam should have lit him up, but
those people are just trolling you. Okay.
Yeah. I don't know. It was funny. It was definitely funny. He's going to come back on again. President Sunday wants to come on and debate us on moral foundations theory.
Oh my
He wants to pick apart.
Oh no.
He wants to destroy Jonathan Haidt. So look forward to that. That's coming up in a couple weeks here.
You don't even care about debating that? Holy fuck.
I mean, it's great to explain moral foundations theory, an opportunity to talk about moral foundations theory.
I know, it's like you're so erect right now.
Well, I mean, it should be fun, right?
That's what it's this stupid video.
This one?
Yeah.
Are we done after this? I mean, I
don't know. I mean, we just,
I have
none
another
of this was
video
planned for today. So.
I have another video we could watch.
What video?
It's a video of the Young Turks. There was a campaign video that was basically saying that the Democratic Party is anti-white, and the Young Turks goes crazy on this campaign ad and wants to bring the receipts about how everything in the campaign ad is incorrect, and the receipts are just laughable because they don't prove anything.
Interesting. Yeah, we can watch that.
Yeah. It's so funny. It's like, what? The receipts make it look even worse. Okay. You guys really need to get a game plan together what you're going to do after the Young Turks nobody's watching the Young Turks anymore. Get it together.
As Emily Knox explains, people are trying to get books like Mouse banned because they are afraid that if their children read them, they will have different values than the values their parents want them to have. That's really
people are banning Mouse because they're pro-Nazi. Really? Is that what the argument is?
That is what the argument is.
It's fucking crazy.
Yeah.
Jeez. Please stop.
About. People are looking to books as dangerous knowledge. And in a democracy where our education...
Oh, now he's going to lecture us about democracy now. Fucking quaint. How quaint. Okay. In a democracy now. Okay.
System is intended to produce well-informed citizens who can weigh multiple opposing opinions in order to determine which one they think is best and maybe even do a better job at it than their parents before them. This all seems...
And if you dare speak out against anything related to trans LGBT ideology, then you're a bigot and you shall be banned and burned. Cancel him, remove him from his entire life and prevent him from her from ever having a job.
Yeah, exactly. Well, the whole idea behind a democratic system having knowledge, I mean, doesn't ideologically driven propaganda kind of short circuit that? If you gaslight the public into believing things that are untrue, aren't they going to vote based on that untrue knowledge?
Of course.
So what the fuck?
It's pretty bleak. But hey, we'll always have the internet, right?
That What
do you guys think?
What?
He cut it off. I love that clip. That's baby Sitch, you guys.
Is this real life?
This all seems
pretty
Sitch. Bleak. But hey, we'll always have the internet, right? What do you guys?
That's basically President Sunday debating right there.
Exactly. I mean, that's a little bit more coherent than some of the arguments.
Guys think? Let us know in the comments. And
I'm gonna let you know in the comments, you lying piece of shit. Okay,
bring up that
what do you mean?
Also let us know in the comments what your favorite banned book is. A special thanks to
what your favorite banned book is. Yeah, let's go let him know in the comments. Okay, I'll bring up the other one. Do you have something to do while
How do you feel about Kyrie Irving?
Oh yeah, that's fucked up.
So Kyrie Irving promoted some video that was like the Yakub story, that Jews and all people in all societies were really black societies. And how do you feel about that?
Well, they're basically accusing Jewish people of cultural appropriation. Isn't that what's going on?
Well, worse than that, because they're saying that Jews and also, white people essentially stole all the advancements of black people and then subjugated black people via slavery. So
yeah, cultural appropriation.
Do you think
it's evil? Let me make that clear. It's completely
obviously
evil,
we
and
don't
it's
support
anti-historical,
that. Right.
and it's propagandistic because it's based on lies.
Right.
Propaganda is basically, I see as advertising lies. How do you define propaganda?
Wait, how do you define it?
Advertising lies.
What do you mean advertising lies?
Yeah, it's basically propaganda is disseminating lies, political lies or cultural lies.
Yeah, I think you have to put it has to have some political message or narrative to it, in my opinion, to be propaganda.
Mm-hmm.
I think. Yeah, like if you're just like if you were out drinking with the buddies and you don't want your wife to know, and you come home, she's like, "Where were you?" And you're like, I was helping my parents move furniture." Like that's not propaganda. That's just a lie.
If you run an ad on TV, Adam is helping his. Adam is a good guy who likes to help his family.
That's a little weird. That's a little weird. Yeah,
that's not
strange that you do that. Yeah,
that would be propaganda.
I don't know what that is at that point. Maybe you're right. Maybe that is propaganda. Maybe propaganda is sort of like disseminating lies on a more public scale.
Yeah, it's trying to gaslight the public.
I'll accept that. Okay, fair enough. Okay, I'll agree with that.
Gaslighting the public.
Mm-hmm.
Gaslighting is trying to convince people to believe lies, right?
No.
Gaslighting
is trying to make someone believe that they're crazy.
Right, but that's a lie.
Yeah, but it's specifically that they're crazy.
Right.
I mean, people use the term incorrectly, essentially. But,
right. Yeah.
But
I think it's more trying to make people believe lies than it is trying to make people believe this specific lie that they're crazy. I think gaslighting has sort of come to mean making people believe lies.
That is what it's come to mean now.
Mm-hmm.
But that's why the term is so overused, because that's just like anytime someone lies about anything, they're trying to get you to believe that they're lying, right?
They're trying to get you to believe the lie.
Right.
Yeah, basically. That's what's going on in the last video we just saw.
So, but I guess my question with Kyrie Irving is, do you think he should be kicked off the team or what? What kind of penalty do you think he should suffer? Or should he not suffer any penalty for being a bigot?
What happened? I guess I missed that part.
Says he's been suspended for at least 5 games.
What's the team? Is it a football team?
He's on the Nets. No, he's a basketball player. What the?
Basketball?
You know? Yes.
Well, I don't like basketball, so kick him off. Hopefully it shuts down the team and they can't even play.
That's how much you don't like basketball?
No,
He's been suspended for at least 5 games. Reportedly must meet a number of prerequisites to return to the floor, as he initially failed to adequately apologize for sharing the movie on a social media account. Yeah, his apology was a complete non-apology. But
so he's a racist piece of shit, and they called him out on it and suspended him, right?
Yes.
If it was a white person, what would they do? They'd throw him off the team.
He would be thrown off the team, yes.
And canceled and never be able to play basketball again. So,
yes.
I mean, it seems like if that's the policy, then that's the policy, right? You got to dole it out fairly. And maybe it'll finally teach some people that black people can be racist.
Well, I am happy that, I'm happy that Kanye went on this rant, because it is kind of disproving to the world, that black people can't be racist.
I tweeted that immediately. I was
I know you did. It was a good tweet.
That's yeah.
It was a great tweet.
He's done us all a very great service.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody believes that anymore, that black people can't be racist. They're like, shit, black people can be racist.
Right.
I would like to live in a world, though, where we could see that people were racist pieces of shit and just be like, yeah, he's a racist piece of shit, fuck that guy, and move on. And it wasn't like, oh my God, a racism, now our lives have to come to a halt.
Right.
So I think people do, I mean, the current place that we're in now, you see, you're trying to weigh that, because you don't want to you want to live in a world where people do racist shit and they don't get canceled, but at the same time, people realize that it's racist and that we probably shouldn't be racist. But at the same time, since people are getting canceled, you don't want a situation where only white people are getting canceled and black people can be racist as fuck and not have any ramifications whatsoever. So it's got to be either no ramifications for anybody or equal ramifications.
I'm glad you spoke first because it's my literal opinion. Yeah.
Yeah. So but I would rather have it be, which it seemed to be. I mean, there was this show All in the Family like forever ago, which was the guy on the show was openly racist and everyone would laugh about it.
Archie Bunker?
Archie Bunker, yeah. And I lived in the South where people were like openly
Are you sure? That's not All in the Family.
Okay.
That was...
Look it up.
Oh, you're right. That is, never mind.
Oh, Adam's right. Let's start keeping...
I guess Adam's always correct.
Let's start keeping score here. Remember,
That's right. Well,
what's a covalent bond, by the way? Do you have any idea what a covalent bond is?
That's a bond that's attracted to younger bonds.
Anyway.
You're right. I shouldn't question Adam on topics of television shows from like 30 years ago. That's his...
Of course.
He knows all about that.
Yeah. Come on, yeah. I was in this television.
Exactly.
No, and I lived in the South. I know people in the South want to challenge me on this, but in the South, there were people around us that were openly racist, and we would talk about them, and we would be like, yeah, that guy's a racist fuck. I don't like that. But we wouldn't talk about, like how they should be exiled from society or incarcerated for it, right? You realize that there were people who were pieces of shit. I mean, people can be pieces of shit for lots of reasons other than racism, right? We've all encountered people in our lives that are just assholes, like run-of-the-mill fucking assholes. So I feel like people should not be little snowflakes and should be able to get over it. And it seemed like that used to be the case. But now it's like, oh,
right.
Man.
No, I agree with you. I mean, I wish, I prefer to live in a world where, employees could say crazy shit and you'd say, wow, that person's a fucking crazy asshole. And then that was it. But we don't. We live in a world where everyone's getting canceled. And you're completely right. If a white guy is going to get canceled and removed from everything for saying something remotely similar, then it's got to apply to everyone.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I agree completely.
Or he does the okay symbol and he doesn't realize that it's supposedly a white supremacist symbol, and the next thing you know, he's, oh shit, you knew, you secret racist. So many people just want to. It's funny in the other video how they were talking about the appropriation of power structures. Man, James Lindsay's so right about the woke law of projection, because they are completely misappropriating these institutions. Like, they're supposed to be democratically run institutions, and they're like, nah, we're going to sneak all this shit into the schools. Like, at least the conservatives 20, 30 years ago, they were like, yeah, look, we're going to go to the school board and get our intelligent design books on the curriculum.
You know who softly defended Kyrie Irving?
Who?
Michael Tracy.
No way. Really?
So
Michael Tracy is like nuts now.
I know, it's like it's not a good, after his whole World War II Nazi revisionism thing. You think he'd want to steer clear of anything remotely like this? But I give him credit for not being afraid. He said, there's a clip of Kyrie Irving where a bunch of reporters are asking questions about, if he's anti-Semitic. And at first, Kyrie Irving refuses to answer the question. And then finally, at the end of it, he says, I can't be you can't be, I know where I come from, so I can't be anti-Semitic. So the implication is that means that he believes that, he can't be anti-Semitic because he's a true Jew, and that the actual Jews today are like fakers, like in the video that he promoted, right? So this is Kyrie Irving, doubling down essentially on his, Jacobian claim. And so Michael Tracy said, The corporate ownership of the Brooklyn Nets just declared Kyrie Irving unfit to be associated with the team and suspended him. I assumed he must have said something really crazy. This is what he actually said. It's the clip I told you about. This is a ludicrous moral panic. So there you go. Michael Tracy coming out saying, essentially, if a black person is very racist, it's just a moral panic. It's not a big deal. Who cares?
Look, if I wanna open a taco stand, that's cultural appropriation because I'm a white guy and I didn't invent the taco, right? But if somebody wants to say that they're Jewish so they can be anti-Semitic as fuck, that's not cultural appropriation at all. That's just like, that's their personal truth.
So I tried to, yeah, exactly. I tried to watch, I found the video. I found the video on BitChute because I'm not going to pay for like fucking money to watch that garbage. The Hebrews Jews video or Negroes to Hebrews or whatever it's called. And it's one of the worst made videos I've ever seen in my life. I couldn't even like watch it to try to like discern useful information to criticize it. It's almost unwatchable. It's like, imagine a 45-year-old man using PowerPoint and stock footage to make a movie. Like that's the quality of the movie. It's so fucking awful.
What is the topic? What's it about?
So it's about how, you know, black people are the real Jews and black people really created all of like human society. And then white people basically enslaved black people and stole all their cities and, you know, and then pretend like they were the real people that built the cities.
Welcome to.
That's not propaganda?
I
mean, it feels like
that's just the truth. That's just the truth, Adam. That's not propaganda.
It feels like that might be propaganda.
Okay, I would agree. Anyway, should we watch this video?
I changed the video.
What is this?
Because I was watching the subtitles on this is a talk with a person in
Oof.
I like that.
Oof.
I was looking at the subtitles here.
Yeah.
And it looked like there was some interesting stuff going on in this talk. Who was the doctor and the doctor?
Dr. Knox?
Yeah, Dr. Knox. That's it. What's her name? She's in this video. This was on.
Yeah,
this
is Dr. Altman. This is a different person, but they're
Dr. Emily Knox though is talking to her. Yeah.
Right. Okay, hit it up.
I don't know. I just got. Let's see what they're saying here.
The dozen or so states that have either passed or tried to pass laws that say schools cannot teach anything that makes someone feel uncomfortable about their gender, race, sexuality. Sounds good in theory, right? You can't make someone feel uncomfortable about their gender, sex, sexuality, or race, ethnicity. Sounds like that would eliminate a lot of hate speech. No, what that law does is eliminate critical race theory, which we know is not being taught in elementary schools, middle schools, high schools. But what it does is make teachers petrified of teaching anything about race in relation to America's history or social political context. So that's a prime example of how these laws that sound neutral, that sound like they could be fine, are actually really used to dampen the very voices that we most want to hear.
Yeah,
and Emily said, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Oh, okay. You want to hit the back button?
Yeah.
That's that old tire chestnut.
Right. But that reminded me, I got to find...
We got to get it out of... But it's not in public school.
I know. I know. We have to
then
stop
why do you
this
care
thing.
about the law then?
Yeah, exactly. I know. It doesn't make any sense.
But it makes them worried that they can't talk about race all day in geometry class.
I know. I think I got...
When did racism against
there
white
was there was a long... Oh my God.
Racism against white people. Oh my God.
Oh, here it is.
Don't save things. What are you doing?
No, there was a thing that was all about like promoting CRT being taught in school. It's like a YouTube talk. And Kimberly Crenshaw speaks, and she kind of like lets the mask slip and basically destroys the entire narrative, like it's only being taught in like law school, accidentally. So we got to watch it at some point. And then it's funny because in that, it's like a webinar. In that webinar, after Kimberly Crenshaw speaks, our good friend Sam is in it.
Oh yes, too. I remember. Why weren't we covering that?
We'll cover it.
Critical Race Theory is kind of dead.
I know.
We killed it though. We want to take credit for
not Christopher Rufo, us.
Well, we helped. Christopher Rufo probably did a little more, but
he probably did just a tiny bit more, but
we did our part.
We did. Doing our part. Anyway, let's watch this video.
People become okay. Joe Biden put white people last.
Wait.
When did racism against white people become okay? Joe Biden.
What? It's so look.
I love it. I love these political ads, you know.
Well, they just come out and say it.
All right. They have the voice, the music.
I just like Democrats have made this bed. I just
right.
Who couldn't see this coming from a mile away?
Is that true? Biden's restaurant relief program excludes white male owners.
Well, no. Anna Kasparian's going to give us the receipts on this.
Oh, she says it's not true.
Yeah. She's like, this is all lies. So,
I mean, that seems like that can't be true because that'd be a huge violation of the Civil Rights Act.
Look, it's from the Daily Wire. It's got to be true.
Okay.
Put white people last in line for COVID relief funds.
Last in line for COVID relief funds.
Kamala Harris said disaster aid should go to non-white citizens first.
Non-white citizens first. Sitch. Oh, my God.
Liberal politicians block access to medicine based on skin color.
What? I can't get the medicine I need because I'm white?
Progressive corporations, airlines, universities all openly discriminate against white Americans. Racism is always wrong. The left's anti-white bigotry must stop. We are all...
That's a good ad. I mean, even if it's regardless of whether it's true or not, it's very persuasive.
Stop left-wing racism. Oh, wait a second.
I like it. And anti-white bigotry.
It's only propaganda if it's not true. So you can't...
I see.
Look, you have to see the receipts before you make up your mind.
Okay.
Don't be a...
But you said she did a shit job, though.
Don't be a bigot. Look, you got to look at the facts before you decide, okay?
Oh, wait, here's a Forbes article.
About what?
Says another federal court tells Biden he can't exclude white people from his relief program.
Wait, Anna Kasparian didn't bring that up in this video.
Let me read you the first couple paragraphs. As discussed in my previous post, there's been a recent trend toward the government excluding white people and sometimes Asian Americans from access to government relief funds and other benefits. These exclusions go well beyond traditional affirmative action plans. While this has been occurring at the state and local level, the Biden administration has pursued this new approach most doggedly across a broad array of relief funds. With billions of dollars being marked off limits to with billions of dollars being marked as off limits to white business owners and farmers regardless of need. Two different federal courts, including a federal appellate court, have issued injunctions against these racial exclusions and relief programs for restaurant owners. Now a third court has issued a temporary restraining order against Biden's racially exclusionary farm and ranch relief program.
Wow.
So there you go.
Wow. How come Anna doesn't bring that article up?
Oh, well, I don't know. I haven't seen it yet, so...
All entitled to equal treatment under law. America First Legal paid for this ad.
Look at all the sad white people. They're like, we just need clips of sad white people. Round them up.
They're like, they go to like a stock footage thing. They type in sad white people.
It's true. And here we go. Here's a sad white girl to complain about it.
America First Legal. Airing that insane ad in parts of Georgia and Florida. Stephen Miller, one of Trump's advisors. And
I love that I didn't even know about this ad because the Young Turks.
Yeah, I know, right? Right.
A well-known white supremacist is behind this particular ad, which, if you know anything about Stephen Miller, Georgia and Florida, Stephen Miller, one of Trump's advisors, and
oh, Stephen Miller. I was like, who's a white supremacist? Well,
you're like, oh, Stephen Miller. Yeah, that guy is a white.
That's the bald guy, right? Who's like looks real creepy.
I don't know. Is he a white supremacist?
Well, if it's who I'm thinking of, okay, it is who I'm thinking of. So, Stephen Miller, I don't believe there's hard evidence that he's a white supremacist that I'm aware of.
Right here. Political advisor. Oh, white supremacist.
Yeah, that claim, I believe, comes from, if you remember, I don't remember why. There's a bunch of emails that got leaked in November. That like he had a bunch of emails leaked, and in them he was talking to, I don't know if it was Steve Bannon or other Trump administration people, and he kept, and like in multiple of the emails, he kept referencing like American Renaissance and like other white nationalist publications.
Oh, okay.
And he was using like the nicknames for them, and you're like, why does he know so much about these organizations?
Right.
But it's weird because I think he's Jewish. So you're like, why is this Jewish guy like reading all this like white nationalist like propaganda and saying like you should use this for your talking points, some fact that supposedly that they brought up in some white nationalist publication. But so I don't know. I wouldn't be comfortable calling him a white supremacist from that, but he definitely, I'd say, is a little sus.
The book I read on the January 6 hearings, do you remember the author of that? I mean, he's a Republican, and he worked for the CIA. He tracked down the text messages of everyone who was texting with people on the White House staff during the January 6 riot. He, I guess, was a congressman for a while, and he interacted with other Republican congressmen and was calling people out in the book for saying what he characterized as racist shit that made him feel uncomfortable. So, I mean, I only bring it up because I thought it seemed cool that there is people in the Republican Party that are like uncomfortable with race politics in the Republican Party. Yeah, exactly. Right. It makes me think, okay, well, that shit's on the way out. Yeah.
Oh, wait, there's more. Well, okay. I'm going to read you a paragraph. I don't know if any of these claims are true. So you just take it with a grain of salt. Stephen Miller and the Duke Conservative Union helped co-member Richard Spencer, a Duke graduate student at the time, with fundraising and promotion for an immigration policy debate in March of 2007 between Peter Lawfer, an open borders activist, and the University of Oregon professor and journalist Peter Brimelow, founder of the anti-immigration website VDare, who Stephen Miller had referenced that site in his emails to other people in modern times. Spencer later became an important figure in the white supremacist movement and president of the National Policy Institute. I'm not familiar with that. He coined the term alt-right. Interesting. So according to this, I don't know if this is true.
Richard Spencer coined the term alt-right.
Well, according to, they're claiming that Stephen Miller coined the term alt-right.
Well, Richard Spencer is always bragging about it. So,
in a 2016 interview, Spencer said he mentored Richard Spencer in 2016 said he mentored Miller at Duke, describing their close relationship. Spencer said that he was kind of glad no one talked about this for fear of harming Trump. In a later blog post, he said the relationship had been exaggerated and claimed that he had absolutely no relationship with Richard Spencer, and that he completely repudiates his views and his claims are 100% false. So, National...
Denver Riggleman is the guy that wrote the book. You suggested this book to me, The Breach, The Untold Story of the Investigation into the January 6th. Denver Riggleman... Yeah, I mean, he's a Republican congressman. He was sounding the alarm about QAnon being a problem in the Republican Party, and the Republican Party basically turned on him. He was like, "Look, we got to be a party of reality here." So, yeah. All right, ready to go back?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Right.
So there's a claim Seems like there could be validity to.
I don't know. I don't feel comfortable saying these are not. But
right, he knew Richard Spencer in college. Whether or not they talked openly about.
Well, he was friends with Richard Spencer in college. He's said he's emailed people some sussy shit. Who knows? Could be white nationalist leaning or not. I don't know. Maybe just a racist. Who knows? Anyway.
The well-known white supremacist is behind this particular ad, which, if you know anything about Stephen Miller, it's the most unsurprising thing in the world. But of course, it is full of lies. We like to provide the receipts, so we'll go ahead and debunk, decode everything that's in there. Before we do, though, I want to give you an opportunity to just knee-jerk reaction to that ad, Cenk.
Yeah, just 3 quick things. One is none of it is true, but you need a press that is willing to be honest and say these things are true and these things are not true.
So come to the Young Turks, subscribe to our Patreon. We're the ones that are fighting for truth, justice, and the American way here. We will never lie to you about anything. Except for Kyle Rittenhouse for like 2 years. But everything else, we will totally tell you the truth about. You will never get a lie from us. The mainstream media is lying to you every single day. But we're honest occasionally.
If you hear this ad, you understand that you're listening to a goddamn liar. So, hey, I guess the Republicans have decided to lie to you on purpose. So that's reaction number 1. Reaction number 2 is I've never seen an ad that stokes racial fear and racial hatred as much as that ad does, all with.
Since the ads around the George Floyd riots, right? I mean, what the fuck? We've kind of been in this morass of racial politics for years now. What the fuck is he talking about? What didn't Biden come out and be like, after Charlottesville?
Lies.
Yeah.
And then third thing I realize is like all the ads now are relatively diverse, right? So whether it's an ad for Coke or Nike or most political ads, even the Republicans will put in actors who are black or Asian, et cetera, pretending that those groups support them. That ad was all white, 100% white.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Oh my God, that's hilarious. I mean, in the context of the ad, it kind of makes sense that it's all white people.
Wait, what did he say? I was reading something.
Cenk is angry that there wasn't enough diversity in the ad about how everyone is racist against white people. He thinks that there should be some black people in there going, "Oh man, I can't believe these racist motherfuckers."
Well, like that's a bad idea because if you have an ad, it's about how like there's all this racism against white people, and you had non-white people in it, they would be the ones doing the racism. So then Cenk would complain about that. He's like, "Oh, all the non-white people that are being racist. What the hell?"
They just need a black guy holding up a sign that says, "I hate white people."
There you go. No, they need a black guy in the ad saying hashtag, not all whites.
Oh, that would be, yeah, there you go. I don't know. This is weird.
Obviously because of the topic, right? But the second thing that it's showing you is white people, the Republican Party is for you and you only.
Oh my God.
And so it's as bad as it gets.
Oh my God.
And will it get the
I mean, well, wait a second here. If one party is going to be openly racist against any group of people,
right.
I mean, who is going to represent them? It's going to be the opposition party, obviously. I mean, that's just politics.
Of course.
Look, the Democrats have been running on Republicans hate black people forever. Therefore, vote Democrat, right? The thing that's interesting to me about this is so obvious. I mean, we've been talking about how this is where this leads forever and ever. And here it is. Here we've finally reached the destination that everybody knew 5 years ago we were going to reach. It's like if you want to make everything about race, if you want to make every program about race, if you want to make every policy about race, if you want to make every conversation about race, sooner or later, you're going to get people making...
You're going to get racist.
Yeah. People making arguments that the majority race, everyone's being racist against. And what do you think the majority race is going to do when they see those ads?
They're going to unify along race.
And they're going to vote. Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
You're basically just like destroying your electoral...
What kind of coverage we're giving it here? What kind of coverage
You're basically just destroying your electoral chances.
There's in this article, they talk about beyond the restaurant relief, there was another relief program for farmers.
Look at this. Sitch is completely digging in.
And it says...
He's like, these policies are racist as fuck.
Well, yeah, this sounds pretty racist. And this is from Forbes. It's not like Forbes is some like, you know...
Yeah, Forbes. Yeah.
Forbes is generally pretty left. They're like moderate left, but says Section 1005 of the American Rescue Plan of 2021. Under this law, the Secretary of Agriculture shall provide a payment in the amount of up to 120% of the outstanding indebtedness of each socially disadvantaged farmer or rancher. The Department of Agriculture interprets the word socially disadvantaged to include farmers or ranchers who are one or more of the following: Black, African American, American Indian, Alaskan Native, Hispanic, Latino, Asian, or Pacific Islander. As the court describes it, the loan forgiveness program is based entirely on the race of the farmer or rancher.
Wow.
It's no surprise
crazy.
I know, isn't that insane?
That's crazy. I wonder if they're doing that just because they're like, there's no black farmers in Iowa. This program will pay out zero money whatsoever. And they can campaign on, oh, look, we did things for minorities.
There you go. That was all
it's like the perfect program for them.
Right.
Pays out $0 and they get to virtue signal all day long. That is
crazy,
the definition of a virtue signal, where it's like it costs you nothing, but you can stand on your moral high horse.
Mm-hmm.
How many Pacific Islander farmers are there out in Iowa? There, I'm just curious.
Listen, there's a proud. You don't understand this, okay? There's so many proud Pacific Islander farmers farming Pacific Islands. Okay?
Pacific Islander demographics, Iowa.
What's the demographics for Pacific Islanders in like the entire country?
So it's anywhere?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's not just... I just always think of Iowa as like where the farmers are.
Because you're a bigot. You think that's where all the farmers are.
Well, I guess there's a bunch of farmers in Northern California too, so...
Pacific Islanders make up 0.5% of the U.S.
Pacific Islander demographics farmer. Okay. Widen my search.
I think I've only known one Pacific Islander in my entire
Pacific
life.
Island and Asian American agriculture. Oh, I don't know if that's good.
Pacific Islander farmers in America.
Do they have an association?
Yeah, let's find out. I'm curious. Oh, they lumped them together with the Asians. So you probably will never find out the answer.
Wow. Okay. Can you just pretend? Can you just identify as a Pacific Islander and then you get the grant money? Probably not.
Yeah, there you go.
Showing you is, white people, the Republican Party is for you and you only. And
no, if you're black and you want to join the Republican Party, feel free. If you're Latino.
I want you to look at the bottom of the screen for Twitch. It says subscribe to go ad-free and get custom emotes.
Uh-huh.
They made I don't know why. They literally, for their own Twitch, made a Cenk Uyghur soy face emoji.
I know, yeah.
Why would they do that?
He's puckering up. He's getting ready to give you a kiss.
Well, it looks like either he's A, making a soy face, B, getting ready to...
Don't say it.
I don't know. It's just weird. It's just weird.
Don't say it.
Mm-hmm.
Our audience needs to maintain their innocence.
Oh, of course. Confused Bucketeer. Oh, I read that one. No, I didn't read that one. Confused Bucketeer. Oh, thank you, Confused Bucketeer, for another 20 Canadian. Says, oh God, I did listen to your conversation with President Sunday. Are we sure he's not a chatbot trained by thousands of poli-sci papers? His arguments are about as clear and coherent as shorter stories His arguments are about as clear and coherent as short stories I would write on shrooms. Accurate.
True.
Accurate. What are you doing?
I'm blowing up your emote for you.
Oh, the soy face. Cenk, listen, Cenk is puckering up. He's getting real excited for, Maybe he's going to talk to Sam Cedar. You know, they're going to share some buckets.
Yeah. There you go. You get the bucket. I'll make the face. Let's talk about this.
You should probably take a screenshot because I don't know if that's going to go away.
What do you mean?
Like when the video plays, I don't know if that's going to remain a stable image.
Oh shit! Is it? No, of course it is.
Okay, we'll see.
Sitch is already trying to ruin it.
It's as bad as it gets. And will it get
damn
we're giving it here? Overall, will people realize, hey, if I see this ad, I understand that the Republicans are the racist lying party? No, they won't get that at all.
They'll get that the Republicans are the ones that are defending white people against anti-white racism.
Right.
I mean, it was pretty clear in the ad there. And Sitch is reading a bunch of follow-up articles. I mean, this is straight dictator's handbook. This is like the Democratic Party wants to give political favors to their constituents. That's what they want to do. And they're like, listen, white people don't vote for Democrats. Like, what? Why do we want to give white people money?
Well, the ones that do, they're hitting themselves they're whipping themselves for the white guilt. So
the white people that vote for Democrats, they hate themselves anyway. Like they're not going anywhere. They're like abused children. They're gonna stay. They're gonna vote Democrat. They're so worried that they're gonna be called racist that they're not going anywhere.
Right.
I mean, you're reading the articles. These articles are insane. I never would have thought that.
No.
Like there's court challenges going on.
Yeah, and they won the court challenges. They said that you can't do that.
Yeah, because America is built on not being racist as fuck. Equal protection under the law is one of the bedrocks of liberalism.
Well, and here's the worst part. It says, and I'm reading the judge's opinion right now. It says the key to getting a grant is to get in the queue before the money runs out. The Small Business Administration distributes money on a first-come, first-served basis, but there is a catch. During the first 21 days, the agency gives grants to priority applicants only. Priority applications.
So the money runs out by the time the white people get in line.
Well, that's why they're getting sued. Priority applicants are restaurants that are at least 51% owned and controlled by either women, veterans. I don't have a problem with the veterans part, but I think they should be priority. But women, veterans, or the socially and economically disadvantaged.
With an asterisk, and then go down to the bottom and find out what that means, right?
Right. Well, exactly. Yeah. It says non-priority restaurants may apply during this time, but they will not receive a grant until the initial period expires. The fund is depleted by then. The non-priority restaurants are out of luck.
Yeah. How come that's not in your video, Anna?
Oh, and here you go. It says, and this is actually even fucking crazier. So the law said priority applicants are restaurants that are at least 51% owned. Okay.
Right.
And so since white men do not count, one of the applicants for the lawsuit, they found the perfect person to sue. A man named Antonio Vitolo and his wife own a restaurant called Jake's Bar and Grill. Antonio Vitoli is white and his wife is Hispanic. They each own 50% of the restaurant. Because it's 50-50, not 51, he is not qualified as socially and economically disadvantaged to get priority status.
Literally discriminating against the white guy.
But why is it 51 instead of 52? That's crazy. Holy shit. That's
not only that, he's got a Hispanic wife, and they're still discriminating against him.
And I mean, I'm assuming he's Italian from that name. But no one cares about the Italians.
They're like, I mean, you could still be racist with a Hispanic wife, of course, right?
Yeah, against, whoever you want. A person is considered socially disadvantaged if he has been, quote, subjected to racial or ethnic prejudice or cultural bias based solely on his immutable characteristics. Well, wait. I mean, I don't know. I think you're making a strong argument that white people are culturally biased against in modern society.
Of course they are. Yeah.
So that's interesting. Do Jews count as ethnic prejudice? Could I open a restaurant and get loan forgiveness?
Oh, they're giving them loan forgiveness too. Wow, that's like a big chunk of money.
Yeah, that's what it's. Yep. Yep. Oh no, I'm sorry. Maybe this was a grant. The farmers were loan forgiveness. I think this is a grant. So.
Yeah, those are all the Biden people.
Which is crazy to me. Like, I understand if they had grants based around economic disadvantaged or something. I don't know why race.
You're a fucking restaurant owner. What the fuck?
Yeah, I don't know why race should be part of it. I don't know. None of this makes any sense.
It makes sense in the selectorate theory.
Yeah, I meant in terms of like being actually fair.
Who are you going to vote for? The guy that gave you the grant instead of the white guy?
Yeah, it's pretty disgusting. Pretty disgusting that the Biden administration did this.
But you got Jake and Anna here making excuses for it. Look, Anna's got all the receipts.
Listen, I want to thank Anna Kasparian for bringing this to my attention.
Yeah.
Thank you, Anna.
Well, she didn't bring it to your attention. You brought it to your own attention because you were like,
she brought the ad to my attention, which made me look it up.
Right. But now she's going to lie about it. So get ready.
Tons of people will believe this ad.
Yeah, I mean, look, I remember anytime we covered a story involving police brutality or a story involving, let's say, a black family getting their home appraised for far less if the appraiser knew that they were black versus getting appraised for far more if the appraiser had no idea and thought the owners were white. Anytime we would cover those stories, right wing would get vicious about it and they would accuse us of race baiting when we're just reporting the news. Like, this is what is happening in the country.
They're just reporting the news, Sitch. It's just.
I'm just asking questions.
What you should know about. No, but they project every time they speak because race baiting is what they do. This
race baiting.
They're the projectors, Adam, not the left.
Race
not
baiting
us. We never project.
Yeah,
now.
Race baiting is what the Republican Party does. That's their whole mantra.
Yep.
It's all about race baiting.
This is race baiting, and it's based on complete lies. So let's go through each lie one by one.
Oh, good.
So the first part of the ad says Biden's restaurant relief program excludes white male owners.
Well, we just read that.
Wait. We have to listen to that again.
What happened?
I don't know.
The ad says Biden's restaurant relief program excludes white male owners. And then they have this poor guy, poor schlep. He's being denied, obviously. He's not getting any of that relief program money, right? Except.
Is that the guy married to the Hispanic woman? Or is that just some guy that they put in there?
Probably just some random guy.
I don't know.
As we know, based on where all the small business money went to during COVID, a lot of wealthy white business owners got that money, but it doesn't matter, right? Like, this is a lie. So let's tell you what actually happened. So they cite an article from Daily Wire, which was written in May of 2021. On October 8th of 2021, Joe Biden did discuss potentially prioritizing COVID aid to small businesses owned by people of color. And
wait a minute.
How do you like that? She doesn't even know. She doesn't even know about the lawsuit.
Daily Wire. Let's try and find this article. Biden restaurant relief program excludes white. Biden restaurant white. Daily Wire.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see if I can find this article.
The Shapiro just works for the Daily Wire. He's not he doesn't own it.
I thought he owned it.
Yeah, I thought he did too, but the Kanye stuff came up.
Mm-hmm.
And the Megyn Kelly did an interview with one of the guys who does own, who's a partial owner in the Daily Wire. And I think Ben Shapiro may be a partial owner in the Daily Wire, but not.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Not like a full owner. But that guy was saying that Ben Shapiro didn't have final say on who they interviewed and stuff like that. Like, he has a say on his show, but if Candace Owens wants to interview Kanye, Ben Shapiro's got nothing to say about it.
Interesting.
This guy does have something to say about it, and he's saying Candace Owens can't interview Kanye because it's a conflict of interest. But he said he would set up an interview with Jordan Peterson or Ben Shapiro for Kanye, like in a hot minute.
That would be
Kanye
awesome.
with Jordan Peterson. I'm like, okay, that would be interesting.
I kind of very curious to see Candace more than.
Well, Candace is in full simp for her friend mode, though.
Right, but that's what I want to. I'm curious to see how that conversation would go.
It's shockingly transparent that Candace Owens is just not going to push back.
Yeah, but if they had a conversation about that exact thing, she would have to address it. Right.
The guy was implying that there was the guy, and I apologize, I can't remember his name. The guy who she was talking to, the partial owner of the Daily Wire, but he was saying that Ben Shapiro and Candace Owens don't get along.
That this surprised me because Candace Owens is kind of an idiot. Mm-hmm. Well, not an idiot. She's just a whore. Like, even though I'm not a huge Ben Shapiro fan, like Candace Owens is just like mind-rottingly tribalistic. Like, she hasn't seen everything. She only sees the lens. Actually, I don't even think it's true. I think with her, it is intentional. I think she's a grifter who intentionally frames everything in the most explosively partisan tribal way possible because she knows that it will get a lot of followers, which it does. So, and I, even though I don't like Ben Shapiro, I think he has more integrity than that. So.
Yeah, J-Mac in the chat says it's Jeremy Boring. That's exactly who it is. That's who she was talking to.
Mm-hmm.
Jeremy Boring is...
That's his name? Jeremy Boring?
Yeah.
That's unfortunate.
Why?
I don't know. You tell me.
Because he's boring as fuck.
Yes.
Oh, my God.
Okay,
that
I found the article.
Boring guy is not going to be at the party, is he? Oh, shit. Don't invite Jeremy. He's boring.
He is boring. Biden's restaurant relief program excludes white male owners. May 12th, 2021, Daily Wire.
What's it say?
White males will not be considered for 3 weeks when the program is expected to be depleted. Wow, it's almost like I just read that in a fucking judge's opinion. The Biden administration is segregating restaurant owners by race and prioritizing pandemic financial aid, barring white male restaurant owners from applying to multi-billion-dollar restaurant stimulus fund for 3 weeks, by which time the money may run out. A lawyer said the move may be unconstitutional since the provinces are not remedying losses caused by government racial discrimination, but rather offsetting losses from a virus that ravaged the industry as a whole. The Restaurant Revitalization Fund, a $28.6 billion pandemic fund targeted at the hard-hit restaurant industry, was approved this year in the Democrats' $1.9 trillion coronavirus relief bill. The fund is experiencing extremely high demand, but the Small Business Administration said it will initially only select applicants from restaurants and other eligible small businesses that are at least 51% owned by women, veterans, or socially and economically disadvantaged individuals. So far, this seems to be a completely true article.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, first 4 paragraphs, I don't see anything wrong. So let's go see what Anna says about it.
As we know, based on where all the small business money went to during COVID, a lot of wealthy...
What about the wealthy guys?
White business owners got that money, but it doesn't matter, right? Like, this is a lie. So let's tell you what actually happened. So they cite an article from Daily Wire, which was written in May of 2021. Yes. On October 8th of 2021, Joe Biden did discuss potentially prioritizing COVID aid to small businesses owned by people of color and women. But again, they're excluding important context, okay? This is what Biden actually said, the exact statement. Our focus will be on small businesses on Main Street that aren't wealthy and well-connected, that are facing real economic hardships through no fault of their own. Our priority will be Black, Latino, Asian, and Native American-owned small businesses, women-owned businesses, and finally, having equal access to resources needed to reopen and build. So I think the full context is important. It wasn't Biden saying like,
what a dumbass. Look at that.
Wait. The full context confirms the story.
I know. That's why I was like, what is this shit? What the fuck? And then she just acts like what she read completely disconfirmed it. I was like, wait a second here. What just happened?
What is she talking about? I mean, listen. Listen. I never understood how for so long Anna Kasparian could have watched that clip of Kyle Rittenhouse and thought that Kyle Rittenhouse was Rosenbaum. Okay, the guy chasing the other guy. I could never understand that until this moment.
Now you get it, right?
Now I get it. She just sees things, and so she has like in her brain, she has like the horizontal flip reverse like in her brain that automatically just inverts everything.
Yeah, what about the statement? Where in the statement did it say, "Oh, white people can sign up too"? Like he literally says it literally says in the statement, "Look,
yeah,
our priority will be."
Yes. Is she going to say, well, because it's just a priority, they're not saying they can't get it at all? Is that what she's going to say?
I'll get ready. Get ready to be disappointed.
Small businesses, women-owned businesses, and finally, having equal access to resources needed to reopen and build. So I think the full context is important. It wasn't Biden saying like, no, we're not gonna offer any aid to white business owners.
Yeah, okay, so two things about that.
Wait, that's it?
How do you like that?
Wait, you can't just do that. You can't wait. You
How
can't
do you
just
like
say,
that?
let me debunk it by reading the thing that proves it true. And I'm gonna make a face, and then you're gonna
Evidently you can now. Look, you just do the like, huh? Look, because Biden didn't explicitly target white people although he kind of did by just by leaving them out, by saying he's going to prioritize everybody but white people.
Yes,
they were targeted.
Yes, they're explicitly targeted. Yeah.
Yeah. Excluded.
Excluded, you're right. I guess I have to do a face reveal because now I know that I no longer have to do research for these streams. I can just read something and then make a face and go, and then that just debunks the argument. You know, why have I been wasting my time researching? God.
I know she read the article that you read. I mean, she didn't read the Forbes article, which actually talked about the lawsuit.
Yeah, but the Daily Wire article says
mentions the
points.
Lawsuit. Yeah. But you can't trust the Daily Wire. What are you talking about, Sitch? Obviously, the Daily Wire's lying.
Of course.
Yeah.
Remember, the ad said it excludes all white male owners.
Right.
Excludes them completely. So first of all, that's 100% lie, and it's a lie on two fronts. As Anna pointed out, other than PPP, which actually went to, generally speaking, small to mid-sized companies, the first round of relief actually went to giant corporations. That are other than PPP, which actually went to, generally speaking, small.
Okay, so Chank's big debunk was saying it said it excluded all white people. That's not what it says. It just says the relief program excludes white male owners.
Mm-hmm.
Which is true. Now it's true that the commercial doesn't say it excluded them for 21 days, which would have been the more accurate way of saying it. But I mean, I think it's still abhorrent regardless.
21 days, it does exclude them completely if the money runs out in 21 days. Obviously,
yeah, exactly, right.
Which
I don't know.
I mean, obviously the money's going to run out in 21 days. Why would it not? I mean,
well, I don't know. I don't know what it actually looked like in reality, but it doesn't really matter to me whether the money ran out or not. It's disgusting that the government would be.
How many restaurants did they give money to? Because I mean, the restaurants were just.
Answer that question.
So many of the restaurants were forced to shut down. Obviously, the restaurants was the thing I was worried about. I was like, all my favorite restaurants are going to die. Like,
how many restaurants got COVID relief money?
I couldn't go to restaurants for like 2 years. It was hell.
I know, it's crazy.
All the mid-sized companies, the first round of relief actually went to giant corporations that are run almost exclusively by white males, right?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevancy. What the fuck?
Now, there's some minorities in there, but not a lot, okay? So, but the idea that they were excluded is hilarious. They got the overwhelming percentage of the money. They got a lot more money than small business owners did. And then when you go to the small business programs, PPP,
did you know that because other white people got money, that means other different white people shouldn't get money? Did you know that?
Yeah, I know. So weird.
I thought that was a thing called racism.
Yeah. Yeah, he's saying white people got their share of money, so shut the fuck up.
Shut up, yeah.
Just because you got discriminated against, you mom and pop restaurant. The rich Wall Street bankers got money and they're white, so shut the fuck up.
Shut up. Shut up and suck it up.
I thought these guys were supposed to be standing up for the little guy.
The little non-white guy.
Oh, okay. I see how that goes.
Right. Etc. We've looked at those rules 1,000 times. Can white people apply? Of course. Can males apply? Of course. Did whites and males apply? Did they get PPP? Yes, 100%. So.
Of course. Wait.
He's literally just fucking lying here.
He did, and he lied in a very subtle way. See if you caught it. Okay, I'm gonna go back. I know he tried to distract you with his. Of course.
Mm-hmm. Can they apply? Will they get the money? No, of course not.
Is that a Chank thing? Does he say "of course" like that?
Yeah, that's his thing.
Of course. Sounds like Seinfeld.
Will they get the money? Hell no.
Well, so you already caught the lie.
The money will be gone, of course.
You caught. This is a super ultra lie.
Can they apply? Of course they can apply.
Right, but that's how you know that he knows he's lying.
Yeah, because he's a piece of shit.
He didn't say, will they get money? He said, can they apply? Yeah, you can apply for it.
Yeah.
But you got to wait 21 days to get it.
Right.
So he knows he's lying.
And when the money's gone and you don't get it,
get
fucked. Get fucked, right?
So
that's his attitude right there. Right. Get fucked.
So this is really gross because that should imply that Shank knows he's lying right now. He knows what he's saying is bullshit.
I mean, I just don't. If you're going to be a racist piece of shit, I don't know that you should control the Congress and the Senate, to be honest with you.
There you go.
I mean, I just
time.
I don't like a lot of the shit the Republicans are doing, but I mean,
I don't like a lot of shit the Democrats are doing.
I just, you know me, racism is like my line in the sand, and last time the Democrats, they always text you for funding and shit, and I just texted them back. I was like,
I don't support racists.
You guys got a racism problem, okay? Until you work your fucking racist shit out, stop texting me.
Right.
I don't get it. What the fuck?
I don't know how. It's like insane. I'll get 10 text messages a fucking day from political people asking me for money. I don't know how I got on this stupid fucking list. I've never donated political money in my life.
Mm-hmm.
Who's the fucking asshole that sold my phone number to these political organizations? I'm never donating to anyone ever again.
Really?
Yes, because
nobody?
Someone sold. Who the fuck sold my number to these assholes?
You voted. You donated to Jeb Bush. Don't lie.
You're right. You caught me. I wanted Jeb.
Jeb.
I wanted the please clap. Please clap on Inauguration Day.
Please clap.
Could you imagine that if Jeb won the presidency? That would have been, oh my God.
Please clap, Jeb.
That would have been worth it. Okay. Inauguration Day.
He says, please clap.
Jeb gets up on stage. The nation is silent. He looks over the crowd of 1 million adoring fans. And he leans close to the microphone and he says, please clap. And the crowd roars. Oh my God. Everyone goes crazy. That meme alone would have brought world peace, okay?
It might have.
Vladimir Putin would look at him and say, shit, I'm not invading Ukraine. I gotta clap. You gotta set up fucking COVID. COVID would have happened. The COVID virus would have stood up and said, okay, we're packing in, boys. We're packing in, boys.
No more COVID.
No more COVID. No war in Ukraine.
Please clap. Destroys COVID pandemic overnight.
Jeb Bush would have saved reality itself. Global warming would have ended right then and there.
Yeah.
So
can white people apply? Of course. Can males apply? Of course. Did whites and males apply? Did they get PPP? Yes, 100%.
Did they get PPP? Is this a different program though?
I mean, they got fucked in the PPP.
This is not. They got fucked with the PPP. This is a different program though. He keeps switching it up. This restaurant thing is not a PPP program.
JP Mexican says Doomer sold my phone number. I bet. Fucking Doomer. I knew it.
Of course.
So, but it doesn't have to be true. It just has to be like, hey, Biden said half a sentence that could be misinterpreted. Good enough, let's go.
There's a literal fucking court case.
When was this? Is this an old video or is this a new video?
No, it's brand new.
This is a 2-day. Wait, what?
Yeah, this came out 2 days ago.
There's no fucking way. There's no.
You're literally reading the fucking court opinion on this.
Yes.
And they don't know about it.
What the fuck? I refuse to believe this. I refuse to believe that before this idiotic video, there's 100,000 fucking views from the Young Turks, that not one of their fucking writers took 2 seconds to Google this fucking claim and find that this literally been adjudicated by a fucking court that's blocked it.
Look, look, who's he lying to? He's pointing at you guys right there.
Oh my God.
I'm lying to you guys.
I am fucking livid. Let me read. Oh my God. Let me look at the has anyone in the comments pointed out this is bullshit?
Of course they don't. Look.
Oh my God. This is insane.
They've been cultivating the bizarro white supremacist, the bizarro white antagonist army for years now. They're like the reverse KKK.
I just can't believe, like, someone had to have researched this. Like,
no.
This has to be just a fucking lie. This is insane.
It seems true to them on the face of it.
Usually when they're like wrong about something, there's enough wiggle room that it's like, well, that's just like they're interpreting things like incorrectly, right?
This is why
a fucking lie.
This is why I saved the video. Because I was like, okay, well, this is insane.
This is insane to me.
As soon as I saw Anna Kasparian read that quote, and I was like, what? What the fuck? And she just goes, look at the context. I'm like, yeah, the context says it's racist as fuck.
I know.
The context does not help you. And not only that, it's like, who cares what Biden said when the program came out?
Yes, what does the law say? Yeah, what does the law of the program say? How was it written? I don't care what he fucking said about it.
It's irrelevant. It's totally irrelevant. Yeah, how was the law written? How was the program disseminated?
Mm-hmm.
Were there lawsuits? Obviously there were. Yeah. Young Turks. And the fact that they pitch themselves as we're the truth tellers and mainstream media is not telling the truth. It's completely opposite of that. Well, I don't know. Mainstream media, there's a lot of lies. Do you think this kind of lie would make it onto MSNBC or CNN? I don't know.
That's a good question. I could perceive someone on MSNBC, maybe not this blatantly. Like, they would explain it. Like, they would say that, it prioritized, non-white people, but they would justify it.
They would bury the story because they know it's true.
Yeah, if they were going to, right.
They don't like that ad. They're like, oh shit, now the Republicans are calling us out on our garbage. You think it's going to be a red wave on election night? I'm kind of looking forward to hanging out with you on election night.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's going to be red wave, but I think the Republicans are definitely going to win.
Everyone's
pretty significantly.
Everyone's saying red wave.
We shall see.
Yeah, then that's exactly what they did. And look, the reason why Biden wanted to prioritize the specific small businesses that he was referring to there is
look at this. She basically comes out and admits it. See the wider context there? And then the reason basically why Biden wanted to say fuck you to white people was because, they deserve it.
Well, no, but see, what I'm assuming what she's going to do is she's going to try to make it like, like she's going to only talk about the small business aspect of it. Like, see, look, they're fighting against Wall Street. They're helping the small business. Like, they're going to ignore the race part of it.
For good reason. According to data from the National Bureau of Economic Research, African American businesses saw a 41% drop in business activity from February until April of 2020. Latino businesses saw a 32% drop, and Asian businesses dropped by 26%. Female-owned businesses saw a similarly disproportionate effect with 25% decrease in business activity. That is in contrast to a 17% decrease white business owners have faced.
Okay.
What?
Yeah. Wait
a minute.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Sorry, I was reading something and distracted. According to the software, okay.
Look, they're saying black businesses were closed, Latino businesses were closed. They're saying white businesses were open.
Yeah, but wait. This is fucking stupid.
Yeah, I don't know.
Why this isn't okay. You shouldn't, if you're trying to dole out COVID relief, unless you're a fucking commie or a racist, you wouldn't ever look at this information and say, oh, I'm going to dole it out based on your group association. You dole it out based on the individual. The individual has to apply for the loan forgiveness or the grant or the money based on whatever fucking financial problems they have, that they're experiencing. Who gives a shit if they're part of a group of people that are less affected by COVID financially or not? That's completely irrelevant to what the fuck the program's supposed to be doing.
Yeah, obviously.
This is just insane.
But these statistics here are completely irrelevant. But I am kind of curious, like how these statistics, where they came from, how they came to exist.
Well, so like Devin linked.
I mean, is it because like Democrat cities faced lockdowns more than Republican cities faced lockdowns? So those business owners were predominantly white.
I would. Yes, based on nothing, that probably white people on average own more larger businesses, and black people disproportionately own smaller businesses. And thus, if smaller businesses are going to be hit harder, black people will be hit disproportionately harder than white people. That's what I would guess.
And also, some businesses were deemed necessary, like, I don't remember which businesses they were. I seem to remember liquor stores were like deemed necessary businesses. And like dispensaries were deemed necessary business. Obviously, grocery stores were deemed necessary businesses. So I don't know, but this it's completely irrelevant, like you said, because if you're a business that's affected, you're a business that's going to apply. So this is just, I don't know what this has to do with anything. They're basically saying that because black businesses were more affected by the pandemic, black business owners should get the money first. Right?
Yeah, but no, it's, as I said, it should be based on your individual, whatever your individual need is.
If they have to, let's say that more people need the money than they have resources for, they're going to have to prioritize based on something. What should they prioritize on? I guess the fair way to do it would just be to split it up between all the applicants.
No, I said it's not. That's not the way. You don't just like say, I have a business owner, I need money. I assume, I don't know. I didn't apply for COVID relief because I wasn't eligible, but I would assume that there has to be some, like, you have to give some kind of evidence, say like, here's my
receipts. Yeah, exactly.
My receipts, here's my taxes, blah, 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 blah. You have to actually show that something's occurred.
Right.
Then someone looks at that.
But
and
I'm saying there's, 10 businesses, just to simplify.
Right.
And they all have issues, but there's only enough relief for 5 businesses. So 5 businesses are going to get the shaft. How do you pick which businesses are going to get the shaft?
Right.
I mean, obviously you should pick on race. If you're the Young Turks, that's what they think. They're like, obviously.
Of course.
But it seems like they should just maybe give money to all 10 businesses and split the money equally. I don't know, but I'm just putting it out there. This doesn't help at all. I don't like the Young Turks gets any opportunity to put statistics up about how America shits on black people, and that's what they're going to do. That's basically what this statistic is designed to do.
Right.
Which I don't even know how that does it. And what is female-owned businesses saw a similarly disproportionate effect with a 25% decrease in business activity. I mean, is anyone really going to all female-owned businesses? I mean, What is that, like a Pilates studio?
Well, no, I mean there could be any female-owned business. You just don't know. It's like when you walk into a store or a restaurant, you don't go like, "Let me speak to the owner to see their ethnicity or gender before."
I know it's so weird.
You don't fucking know.
Are we just going by? I guess I was thinking in terms of like the management, but I guess you could have all.
No, you're just talking about whoever owns it. It doesn't matter what the management is. Mm-hmm. You could have a store that's managed all by white people that a black guy owns. Like I don't, who thinks about this when you're walking in the store?
I don't. Not at all.
Because you're not racist.
Right. Well, unless there's a Black Lives Matter protest in town, then I put a sign up and say, black-owned business.
Of course.
Please don't break my windows.
I found the report that this information comes from, but it seems very scant on information.
Scant. Such a great word.
We're trying to look for the data where they got these numbers from, but I don't know.
Oh, you're actually investigating where these numbers came from?
Yeah, because I found the guy who
Devin Link, USA Today.
Well, that was the USA Today. The guy who wrote the articles, or the guy who wrote this quote unquote study, is named Robert Fairley.
Mm-hmm.
It's called COVID-19 Small Business Owners and Racial Inequality on the National Bureau of Economic Research.
Very unbiased study.
Right. Well, I'm also curious about like how would you even get this information?
You make it up.
Well, no, because I'm like, okay,
make that shit up.
Like, because he's saying that he's saying they had using timely microdata from the current population survey.
Microdata, what?
I don't know what that even means. And administrative data from the Small Business Administration. I don't know, it seems weird that this information would even be out there to find. Like you would know like how many, like what businesses are declining, how much they're declining, and whether they're owned by a black person. Like I said, why does this information like exist for you to like research and catalog?
Yeah, this is such the information seems wild to me.
Yeah.
How do you come across this information?
I don't know. Let's almost see if I can dig in and find out.
Oh, Biden was just saying that rhetorically. This is what we say about Democrats all the time. They never mean anything anyway. So he didn't actually prioritize them.
His argument is that Biden is just pretending that he cares about black people. And he wasn't really meaning to prioritize them.
In any way, shape, or form.
That's what he said, yeah.
How does it... Well, what is this then?
That's what he says.
This is a bit. So was Biden this just pretending?
Listen.
That rhetorically. This is what we say about that.
It's just rhetorical. Biden was just saying that rhetorically. It would be nice if this helped out black people, by the way. That's what Biden's message was. But really, let's give the money out equally.
Democrats all the time. They never mean anything anyway. So he didn't actually prioritize them in any way, shape, or form. I'm positive the PPP forms and every other aspect didn't even mention race. It wasn't like you could check, oh, I'm white male. Okay, you go to the bottom of the list. It has nothing to do with it. This whole thing is invented, including Biden's rhetoric about how he's going to help blacks and women first. They never did that.
They never did that. Okay.
I mean, there's a court case about it.
There was multiple. Well, there's multiple programs. There's multiple court cases where the court did injunct and did prevent the government from doing this. So he's just fucking tying out his ass. There's also multiple types of loan forgiveness and grants that were granted under and COVID relief. So he's like focusing on this one thing, saying this one thing didn't say anything about race. Yeah, but maybe the other ones did.
Yeah.
You fuck.
It sounds like maybe he applied for PPP in California. Right. He's like, I didn't see anything on there about race.
Well, I don't know, because maybe the general PPP loan forgiveness business didn't say anything about it, but why does the restaurant one specifically say something about race?
Look up PPP loan Young Turks. See if they're...
PPP relief Young Turks.
Because they had them all listed online. I remember them complaining about it when, like, they had a giant article about all these businesses that got relief. And they were like, holy shit.
Search every company approved for federal loans.
Yeah, there you go.
Companies and nonprofit organizations that receive PPP loans may have had the loans forgiven if they met certain criteria. including not laying off employees during the defined period.
Mm-hmm.
The Young Turks.
Did you find one?
Yes.
They did get PPP money.
They got $1 million in loan
No
forgiveness.
way. No fucking way.
$1.1 million in loan forgiveness.
They got, dude, this fucking bastard got $1.1 million.
Yep. Well, that's why, listen, who owns it besides him, right? He definitely got that priority not being white.
That's a big fucking payday right there.
Yep. There you go. Young Turks got produce, 1 million loan
to produce propaganda on the fucking internet.
Yep.
To produce lies like this on the internet.
Yep. Look at that. Look at this biased motherfucker.
These are your tax dollars at work right here.
Mm-hmm.
Look at this. I swear to God, when I took the $1 million, it didn't say anything about white people. What, me? Me getting money?
Right.
Oh, man. That's so sickening.
Mm-hmm.
What the... How... Listen. We did very well during the pandemic because everyone was sitting home watching fucking YouTube videos. What the fuck did he need an extra $1 million for? You think he lost money during the fucking pandemic?
You're so fucking right. That's actually despicable.
It is despicable.
Like, how is his business? Like, I'm sure there was some inconvenience at first, but his business, which could be done entirely remotely or mostly remotely, and I'm sure, as you said, like YouTube numbers for most people picked up during the pandemic because people were just at home.
We kicked ass.
Right. And so I'm assuming the same thing happened for Cenk, and yet they applied for loan forgiveness because of COVID.
Yeah,
Man,
like he's running a fucking restaurant.
Yes. Yes, fuck you, Cenk. You stole. Oh, we care so much about the working class that we're going to steal loans that are like supposed to go to small business owners.
Yeah. Am I fucking... Well... All of these restaurants in Los Angeles have gone under. Thank goodness Cenk Uygur got $1 million.
Mm-hmm.
It's fucking crazy.
Now let's get to the second one, because actually before we get to the second lie, I need to give you some recent history, okay? So there was a devastating hurricane that took place in Florida, Hurricane Ian, if you can recall. I was on vacation when that happened, but I was following it very...
Vacation with her $1 million. She got it. I wonder if she got vacation pay while she was on vacation.
Very closely. The reason why I was following it closely is because it hit a place called Fort Myers, where me and my family visit regularly, almost every year. And it was completely devastated. And I was very happy to see how fast Biden was in responding to Ron DeSantis declaring a state of emergency and providing upward of $70 billion in federal funding meant to help Florida recover from that devastation. That's important to keep in mind. With that said, here's the second lie. They allege that Kamala Harris wanted disaster aid to go to non-white citizens first following Hurricane Ian. Not true at all. At all, not true at all. The assertion is also missing context. In reality, during a conversation on September 30th of this year, Harris was asked about climate justice generally and mentioned distributing resources equitably to help vulnerable populations, okay? So here's her exact comment. It is our lowest income communities and our communities of color that are most impacted by these extreme conditions and impacted by issues not of their own making. And so we have to address this in a way that is about giving resources based on equity, understanding that we need to fight for equality, but also equity. Not everyone starts out at the same place, and sometimes we have to take into account those disparities and do that work.
Okay, first of all, this is a complete non sequitur. Like, I don't know what this has to do with the Hurricane Ian relief. Like, what? Some random statement from Kamala Harris doesn't prove or disprove the hurricane relief stuff.
Well, okay. Well, let me look into this.
Yeah, what's the article?
Let's find out. There's a Reuters article. It says fact check clip of Kamala Harris on hurricane relief and equity taken out of context online.
Kamala, non-white citizens first. There's also a Daily Wire article on 9/20. It looks like.
Right. Okay, the specific comment Harris made about providing resources based on equity was in response to a lengthy question posed by Chopra Jones.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wait, maybe we can watch the whole thing. Okay, we can.
Well, I think it might be in the video.
8:20. Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, so what did they want her to say? I believe that the federal money should further bolster the finances of the wealthiest people in the country. That's where I think the aid should go to first. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Stephen Miller genuinely thought that.
Oh my God. Okay, I guess we got to bring up the clip.
Okay, so we're at like 8:30, 8:40. Okay, here's the clip. Talk. It's at. Wait. It's at.
There's no question. We are living in an unsettled world.
Where'd it
Things
go?
that we long took.
Where's it at?
I think it's at 4 minutes and 30 seconds. I think it said. Where the fuck's the article? Did I lose it?
And what the administration has been doing
Is it like
to
super
address
quiet?
the
Holy
climate
shit.
crisis in the States, and just a little follow-up because this is important to me. We consider the global implications of emissions, right? The poorest countries are affected the most. They contribute the least and are affected the most. So how should voters in the US feel about the administration's long-term goals when it comes to being an international influencer on this topic?
I'm going to unpack that question.
I'm going to ask you like packed and loaded questions because I've been given a little bit of time.
First of all, again, thanks to the leadership in this room, which were part of the propelling force in the 2020 election, so that we could actually be in office, because one of the requests, dare I say, demands of this group was do something about the climate crisis. And so we were able to be elected, thank you, everyone here, and then have the, have then $370 billion in the Inflation Reduction Act dedicated to.
Oh my God, that's so hilarious. How do you $370 billion? The Inflation Reduction Act is a spending bill?
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't make a lot of sense.
Okay, hold on a second. She didn't ask her anything about the hurricane. Wait, let me make sure I didn't miss it.
Can you want to click on the thing and search the transcript?
Because it is a fact that America's leadership sets an example to other major economies around the world, which are truly dragging their feet when it comes to doing their bit. So,
yeah, this is just climate change stuff. Anyway, what is it? It doesn't have anything to do with Hurricane Ian relief.
Okay, wait, here we go. 420. Put it at 420. Our favorite number.
Gladly.
other major economies around the world, which are truly dragging their feet when it comes to doing their bit.
Anyway.
So
that's fine.
Can you talk just a little bit about the relief efforts, obviously, of Hurricane Ian and what the administration has been doing to address the climate crisis in the States? And just a little follow-up, because this is important to me. We consider the global implications of emissions, right?
So it is about Hurricane Ian.
Okay, so she asked her both. She asked her both about Hurricane Ian and then this broader question about climate change.
Yeah.
Okay, so we can go jump back ahead to we're like at 5:30.
Get past the cackling.
Then $370 billion in the Inflation Reduction Act dedicated to address the climate crisis, not only because it is a crisis, as evidenced, as you've mentioned, by Ian, by the wildfires happening in California, the floods, the hurricanes.
Not evidence, but anyway.
But also because of America's leadership and what it should be globally on this issue. And so that has happened, and it will propel a lot of good work. The crisis is real and the clock is ticking, and the urgency with which we must act is without any question. And the way that we think of it, and the way I think of it, is both in terms of the human toll.
God, it's so boring, Sitch. I don't know if
I know. Keep it going.
Not to mention adapt to these extreme weather conditions, which are part of the future. On the point that you made about disparities, you know, when I was district attorney of San Francisco, I was elected in 2003. I started one of the first environmental justice units of any DA's office in the country focused on this issue, and in particular on the disparities, as you have described rightly, which is that it is our lowest income communities and our communities of color that are most impacted by these extreme conditions and impacted by issues that are not of their own making. And so absolutely. And so
climate change only affects black people, guys. Okay, just let you know.
Oh, okay, that's not what she said.
Address this in a way that is.
It's like climate change affects everyone, right?
Right.
I mean,
well, okay, but you have to be fair. The question that the lady asked her she said
about Hurricane Ian relief.
No, she said, can you talk a little about relief efforts, obviously, of Hurricane Ian and what the administration has been doing to address climate change in states? But, and just a little follow-up because it's important, to me, we consider the global implications of emissions rights to the poorest countries. They are affected the most and they contribute the least and are affected the most. So how should U.S. voters feel about that?
Well, how are they affected though? I mean,
I don't know, but that's what she's talking about right here. So she was directly set up to talk about this whole idea.
I get it. Yeah.
Right.
I don't understand. Like, how are they affected the most? What's happening? They live on an island nation that's sinking into the ocean, or
I would assume.
Right, but that's a small number of people. Like, there's a bunch of people in some places that are going to be there's going to be winner or losers in climate change. Obviously,
I can answer the question. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I will assume that generally what they mean by that is that the more climate change is going to have a negative effect on most places in the world, and so the poorer countries are going to get more fucked over because they don't have the money to essentially deal with climate change.
If they get hotter temperatures and that kind of thing,
or extreme heat or extreme cold.
I mean, climate change is gonna, like I said, I've got coastal property coming to me. Let that ocean start rising. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Well, when your forest fires become even worse, we'll see if you might have to run to your coastal property so you don't burn. Okay.
There's going to be winners and losers with climate change.
I understand that, but I think it's going to be mostly losers.
I don't know.
I think we'll adapt, but I think it's going to be mostly losers.
You haven't read Born Lomberg, have you?
I have not, no.
Okay.
No, I haven't read about the pirates.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wait, no, that was Peter's.
Arg!
It's about giving resources based on equity, understanding that we fight for equality, but we also need to fight for equity, understanding not everyone starts out at the same place. And if we want people to be in an equal place, sometimes we have to take into account those disparities and do that work. But
woo!
There's 10 people clapping.
Nobody knows what. I mean, some people just think equity and equality are the same. Yeah.
Also, I will say, as a former prosecutor, part of this issue also has to be about enforcement and where appropriate, making sure that the bad actors pay a price for what they do that is directly harming communities in terms of their health and well-being. So when we think about policy...
This is all just fluff, bullshit,
okay, we can go
nonsense,
back. So it's obvious,
garbage.
Okay. So it's obvious she was not specifically talking about Hurricane Ian release. It was obviously talking about some sort of overall.
That's why I'm like, why is she pulling this? I just hit the back button. I'll just hit the back button.
So listen, bad statement from Kamala, but that claim that she was saying about hurricane relief for only non-white people is fake news. So there you go, Anna. You actually got one. Congratulations. Okay, look, you don't have to lie about the other ones. You can just say, you can criticize Biden and Kamala when they do something, wrong, and you could say, okay, well, and here's when they did something that she thinks is right.
Did you look up the Daily Wire article that this is from?
No, I should do that.
Yeah, because that
Kamala non-white citizens first. Yeah, I don't know what that even means.
Who knows if this it's a complete non sequitur with the article.
Non-white citizens.
Young Turks are such dumbasses. They could be looking up something completely different. I'm like, what? The Daily Wire is not. I mean, they may be hyperbolic. I don't know if they're being full on dishonest.
What's the date?
It looks like 9/20/22 to me.
It's not coming up.
Or maybe 4/20/22.
No, I mean, it's not coming up with just the name of it, so I gotta do. It's 9. I gotta do a.
Is it 9?
Yeah, it looks like 9.
Okay.
So I gotta do a limited search. Try to find a stupid article.
Look at this face.
That's not good.
Typical Anna Kasparian face. Someone should screenshot that. What?
You thought it was a 4, maybe?
Yeah, I thought it might be a 4.
It's not coming up at all.
Damn it!
Kamala, non-white citizens
all right,
first.
chat.
Daily Wire.
We need to enlist the chat. Get one more look at the article. Who can find it? Give us a keyword.
I guess I can just look for Daily Wire 9/20 articles.
I don't.
9/20.
I don't. So what did they want her to say? I believe that the federal money should further bolster the finances of the wealthiest people in the country. That's where I think the aid should go to first. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Stephen Miller genuinely thought that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So what she's saying is, hey, let's not leave behind poor people, generally speaking, and unfortunately, disproportionately minorities in this country, when things like this hit. So she's not saying, you know what, finally, poor people are ahead of white people. Wouldn't that be amazing in America? But if you're
this is what's passing for commentary these days. I mean,
Yeah.
This is such crap spackle. Where's the news? Where's the information here? Come on, I kind of want to double check on this stuff. They're just throwing out platitudes.
Poor, it doesn't matter if you're white or black. You know that's never going to happen, right?
Yeah.
So when she asked for a little bit of equity and equality for everyone concerned, they're like, how?
What does this have to do with hurricane relief, you moron? You big, fat moron.
Dare you?
By the
Rich
way,
white people should be first.
I want to clarify something because this is important. When she made that statement, she wasn't even referring to Hurricane Ian either. She was just talking about the climate emergency generally, which does
I mean, she was asked directly a question about Hurricane Ian.
She was asked a question about both, yeah. She didn't answer the question about Hurricane Ian, so.
proportionately impact the lives of low-income communities. We know that.
Yeah, and oftentimes they're the.
I mean,
we know that.
Yeah, okay, I guess. I mean,
first,
I just like low-income American communities. I feel like it's gonna impact low-income other communities.
To get wiped out, if you remember the Hurricane Katrina, of course, in New Orleans.
Exactly.
It wiped out the poorest areas first that were
George Bush doesn't care about black people.
Unfortunately, African.
That's always funny.
American, and she's saying, don't leave those people behind. Let's go for equity and equality. They're like, how dare you say equality? That means you hate white people.
What a dumbass.
Well, I mean,
it's not equality that they have a problem with. It's the word equity, you shithead.
Right.
Does he even know the difference between equality and how can you?
I don't think he
conversation?
does. No.
So he is of the mindset that equality and equity are the same thing.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Like they don't even know what they're talking about. He's the perfect useful idiot for the CRT people.
White people should get something first. Now they didn't say it like that in the ad. Instead, they
look. Nobody's saying white people should get something first. People are saying, "Hey, why don't we stop discriminating against everybody?" Right? Remember when white people used to discriminate against black people and that was bad?
You can't just reverse it?
Yeah. No, it's not a good idea.
Oh, okay.
Lied in that.
That's exactly right. All right, let's do one more real quick. So the ad also has this portion that reads, whites may not be eligible for antibodies and antivirals while non-whites are. And they cite the Wall Street.
Oh, wow. Wall Street Journal. 1/7/22.
I actually, I mean, this one I remember people talking about.
Yeah, totally. I do remember this one.
Wall Street Journal on January 7th of 2022. Let's all recall when Ron DeSantis ensured that the rollout of the vaccines in his state went to his wealthy donors first before anyone else.
Oh, so now they're going to say, oh, in this one state, it was different.
Right. Obviously, that wasn't mentioned in the ad, but what was mentioned in the ad was in fact a lie. The group has taken some legal action on this claim. Earlier this year, America First Legal filed a lawsuit in the state of New York.
You found the Hurricane Ian stuff?
No, I did not. Couldn't find that. Well, I mean, I found people saying it was bullshit when we watched the clip. I couldn't find the actual Daily Wire article that was referencing this. But
well.
Whatever. Might be paywalled. I found the Wall Street Journal article. It's called New York's Race-Based Preferential COVID Treatments. So if this is just about New York and the advertisement's trying to make it about like the Biden administration, that would be a dishonesty. But let me see. Here's the article. New York State recently published guidelines for dispensing potential life-saving monoclonal antibodies and oral antivirals like Paxlovid to people suffering from mild to moderate symptoms of COVID. These treatments are in short supply and they must be allocated to those most in need. According to the guidelines, sick people who have tested positive for COVID should be eligible to receive the drugs if they have a medical condition or other factors that increase their risk for severe illness. These include standard criteria like age and comorbidities like cancer, diabetes, and heart disease. But, startlingly, they also include simply being of not white, race, or Hispanic, Latino ethnicity, which should be considered a risk factor as long-standing systemic health and social inequalities have contributed to an increased risk of severe illness and death from COVID-19.
What?
So there you go.
What does that mean?
It means that, and I remember this being talked about at the time because I remember people pushing back on it, that they were including being not white as a risk factor for COVID. So they're making it easier for basically non-white people to essentially get certain COVID treatments in New York City or New York State, I guess.
Okay.
So,
I didn't know COVID targeted non-white people.
Right.
New York against a Department of Health guideline for COVID-19 treatment that stated non-white race or Hispanic Latino ethnicity should be considered a risk factor as long-standing systemic health and social inequities or inequities have contributed to an increased risk of severe illness and death from COVID-19.
So being poor is a risk factor.
So, okay, here's how you cover it honestly. You say, well, the commercial lied because this really has nothing to do with the Biden administration. This is a state decision, but it's a bullshit thing that they should obviously not include, like, now here's a way you could include race. If you said, because sometimes certain groups or populations of people are affected by diseases differently. It's definitely potentially possible. So you could say, well, for whatever reason that we don't know, according to statistics, Black people seem to have worse COVID outcomes than white people, right? You could say that, but that's not really what it said. Okay, and if you go back and
it said because of racism.
Yeah, it said because of
historical inequities.
Right. It said
here it is.
Yeah, it says because of
systemic health and social inequalities.
Right. Which that seems to say that you're not saying that COVID affects Black people differently than white people. You're saying, well, because of the systems of racism against Black people, that they're more likely to die and not get treatment or something. Which, even if that's true, that has nothing to do with whether they should receive drugs or not whatsoever, unless your goal is just to average the numbers out. You're not saying that Black people are more susceptible to the virus than white people. And so this is a totally batshit crazy policy. Fuck New York State for ever implementing it or talking about implementing it. I think they ended up retracting this, if I recall correctly.
Well, I mean, using it in the ad, I think, is fair game because.
Well, no, it's not fair game if it's supposed to be an anti-Joe Biden ad because he didn't have anything to do with this.
Yeah, but it's.
I mean, if it's just a general, I don't like Democrats, I guess.
We're at 10:47. Let's go back to the ad.
Okay.
When did racism against white people become okay? Joe Biden put white people last in line for COVID relief funds. Kamala Harris said disaster aid should go to non-white citizens first. Liberal politicians block access to medicine.
Liberal
They said liberal politicians. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
Honesty in advertising, right there.
There you go. Well, the second claim was fake.
Unless, of course, you're saying that was a conservative who put that verbiage in the.
Well, no, I'm assuming it was Cuomo, right? Wasn't he governor of New York at the time?
Oh, that ass grabber. He put that in there. Oh, man.
I mean, it was during his tenure. I don't know if he personally put it in there.
Based on skin color. Progressive corporations, airlines, universities, all openly discriminate against white Americans.
True.
Racism is always wrong. The left's anti-white bigotry must
fair
stop.
enough. I take it back. It's just a general anti-left ad, so that's fair. So the only claim they made that is false is the Kamala Harris claim. But
Yeah,
the
they're
other
trying
ones
to
seem
clean
be,
house in the midterms.
Right. The other claims seem to be completely true, including
white
the
people
COVID
should
one.
get something first.
Wait, what? That was like the perfect clip to run into. I should clip that, and I need to put that in a video or something.
Nice.
Jake screaming, white people should get something first.
He's a racist piece of shit.
I know. That's
Anyone
amazing.
else. Obviously, that wasn't mentioned in the ad, but what was mentioned in the ad was in fact a lie. The group has taken some legal action on this claim. Earlier this year, America First Legal filed a lawsuit in the state of New York against a long team. Did it in a way that would stoke more hatred, more tensions.
Why'd you skip it?
Because I was catching up to where we were.
Just demonstrate an increased risk of severe illness and death from COVID.
America filed a lawsuit. America First filed a lawsuit.
Yeah.
Okay, wait, how'd the lawsuit go?
I don't know. You want to look into it?
Yes.
They probably destroyed them.
First lawsuit, New York, COVID.
America First is the one that files all these lawsuits. They're just going after the wokesters. They call it lawfare, as like warfare, but with law.
Mm-hmm. Well, no, it's called America First Legal.
Right. It's not Fuentes.
Yeah, I was like, why is America First? What the fuck?
I think they have a YouTube channel.
Oh, it's Stephen Miller is the president of America First Legal.
Oh.
Listen, Stephen, if you're already being accused of being a Nazi,
yeah,
should have named America First Legal. Okay. I don't know. He's kind of walking into these rakes, Stephen. It doesn't. This is from. Read the complaint here, though. I don't think. So they made a complaint, but if there hasn't been any update since January, that doesn't seem good for them.
Maybe they lost the case,
or just nothing happened. But
fuck.
COVID-19. It's just demonstrably true. It's just demonstrably true.
What is?
Stephen Miller took that.
It's just demonstrably true that the systemic racism makes COVID worse for black people.
From COVID-19. It's just demonstrably true.
She's just dumb. Okay. I thought she was going to say something, but no.
She's saying basically the verbiage that they included in the law is just demonstrably true.
Well, I'm curious
Obviously,
if Anna
COVID affects people who've been subjected to racism worse.
Right. I'm curious if Anna actually understands what that sentence says. Or not. I was curious if she went into details to see if she actually understood it. But
are you saying that Anna Kasparian is dumb?
Well, considering the first one was her reading the thing, confirming that it was actually racist, and then saying, "See, that proves it's not racist."
Who's dumber, Anna or Jank?
I think Anna is, because I think Jank's just more of a liar, and Anna's just more dumb. I mean, I don't know how you could watch the Kyle Rittenhouse clips for an entire 2-year period and think Kyle was the one chasing the other person. That's pretty stupid.
Drew the Dogman says, for $2, says Eric Holder did an interview about the Farm Bill.
Oh, interesting. Let's check it out. Thanks.
Is it does it have to do with
why did Eric Holder do that interview about
what we were talking about? I don't know.
Eric, he's not the Attorney General anymore. Eric
It's
Holder.
just demonstrably true.
Well, then demonstrate it.
Yes.
If it's demonstrably true. Come on. It's just demonstrably true, okay? Source. Trust me, bro. I'd rather take the demonstration, right? I just they just have this stereotype of Black and Latino people as being just like poor people living in the streets under the bridges and overpasses. It's like, I don't know. I've always lived in pretty diverse areas where I just think like, oh, look, another homeowner. Oh, look, they're Black. Yeah. Okay. Hi. It's like, what the fuck?
Okay.
But Stephen Miller took that.
What's that?
YouTube, I'm going to complain. I complained about this before and complain about it again. YouTube, they did something and they've utterly ruined their search algorithm. I don't know what the fuck they did. Like in the last couple of months, they just
YouTube did?
it. Yes. So I go on YouTube and I type in Eric Holder farm relief. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So first video, Eric Holder in the hot seat on pot. Okay. Related, but not what I'm looking for. Okay. Second thing's about marijuana. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Third thing is about.
Well, let's watch the marijuana one.
Yeah. Third thing is government has the right to kill American citizens from the Young Turks. I don't know what the fuck this has to do with Eric Holder. Okay. Next one, famous celebs who got banned from talk shows. Again, unrelated. Then we have Ali G, Ice Cream Club business, Donald Trump. One of my favorite bits of Ali G has literally nothing to fucking do with Eric Holder or farm relief.
We'll bring that up though. That
Why
sounds
the
good.
fuck is this like? What is YouTube doing? Why did they destroy their search algorithm?
Yeah, I don't know.
Have you ever seen that bit? It's very funny, but it's unrelated.
Spencer Harmon for $10 says Stephen Michael Davis has some fantastic videos on Dave Smith and his horrible Russia take. Well, Spencer, I have watched those videos, man.
Yeah, they're great. They're very good.
Yeah. Steve, man. Steve is just like a national treasure. He's like, he's read a whole book on just like one little point.
Yeah.
It's amazing. It's amazing. Yeah. People should check those out. Here, I'll put them in the chat. I'll look them up and put them in the chat.
And twist.
Come on.
I don't know. I can't find it. If you know where it is, Drew, you're going to have to give it to me because I can't find it and YouTube is being dog shit. So.
Anna wants you to know, okay?
Yeah.
It's just demonstrable, okay?
It's demonstrable.
She's not going to demonstrate it, but it can be demonstrated. That's what she wants you to know.
Twisted it in a way that would stoke more hatred, more tensions, more of this divisive race.
They put it in a fucking law. Like this is what's so bizarre to me. They put this in the law, which is obviously racist as fuck.
Right.
And then somebody makes an ad about it, and you're accusing the person who made the ad as stoking racial tension.
Because they pointed it out.
What about the person who put it in the fucking law?
I know.
They're not stoking racial tension? You're not stoking racial tension by just standing here going, it's just demonstrably true.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to demonstrate it or tell you I'm not going to show you my work. Just trust me, bro. America racist. Like, what the fuck? You're the one stoking racial tension. It's so infuriating that it's like they're the ones stoking the racial tension, but blaming everybody else for it.
I'm reading the Politico article about this. I think Anna just basically copy pasted a bunch of their talking points.
Do they say it's demonstrably true in the article?
No, but like
she said that like 5 times.
I can see where she got like a lot of her random talking points from.
Oh, she reads Politico, huh?
Though even Politico, it's hilarious. they only debunk the one thing that they can debunk, which is the Kamala Harris thing. They don't comment on any of the other points, whether they're true or not. They just try to confuse you by saying, look how bad Stephen Miller is.
Rob Howard for $2 says, I have the link for the Kamala article from Daily Wire.
Oh, nice. Send it to me on Twitter. Do you have a Twitter?
Well, can you give us the headline of the article so he can search and maybe find it that way?
Because I can't put links in the chat. So either if you put in the normal chat the name of it, and I can just Google search it, or tweet it to me, or Discord it, I guess.
Oh,
and
yeah.
CT will give it to me. Eric Holder was on Jon Stewart. Oh, wait, I can find that.
Who's on Jon Stewart?
Eric Holder, Jon
Stuff
Stewart.
in the country on purpose, because that's what they do. Divide and conquer.
Oh, it's all about, that's what they do. They divide and conquer. Divide and conquer. That's exactly what they do.
Wait, when was Eric Holder and Jon Stewart? These are all clips from like 2014, 2012.
There's no sense of self-awareness here. I mean, I really feel like I'm looking at the biggest airhead on the internet right now, because
I know, right?
Why are they accusing Republicans of? I mean, if you don't want Republicans to make ads about Democrats being racist fucks, maybe just try not being a racist fuck.
I know, right?
Problem solved.
How difficult?
Well, this is the thing. They're in a bind. This is why you guys listen to Sitch and Adam, because you don't get this on Young Turks. Young Turks doesn't actually understand how politics works. There's this thing that politicians like to do. They like to dole out special favors for their voters. And since the Democratic Party knows that it has to get like 65 or 80%
nice.
of the black vote.
Hayden Dill sent me
he did?
the article on Twitter.
Nice.
I didn't see it. He sent it to me like a long time ago.
So, yeah, they have to get, the Democratic Party has to get an exorbitant amount of the black vote in order just to win elections, just to be competitive in elections.
Right.
So they want to dole out perks. Like, they're trying to get young people to vote. They're like, how about this? We'll forgive all your student debt. How about you go just to college for free on us? Vote Democrat. And, that's how politics works. So, unfortunately, I mean, if you explain this to Anna Kasparian in terms of like the white Southern strategy, then all of a sudden she gets it. Oh yeah, there you go. I get it now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm dog whistling to my racist white voters so they'll vote for me. Well, now we're in a situation where Democrats are dog whistling to their racist black voters so they fucking vote for Democrats.
Right.
Well, we have to call it out, right? I mean, how's it any different? They're literally putting it in the legislation. How's this any different than Jim Crow laws? This is like the new Jim Crow laws.
You tell them.
Sitch doesn't. Sitch is reading the article.
You tell them. I read the article. It's a very short article.
Okay, give us the 411 on the article.
So the article is a little dishonest.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't say that. So they do a sneaky thing. Mm-hmm. The article doesn't say that she was talking about Hurricane Ian relief. They say many commentators related the general policy Harris was discussing to disaster relief in Florida.
Mm-hmm.
So they're like, yeah, she wasn't talking about that, but other people interpreted it that way. It's like, okay, good job. So
what was the disaster relief racially doled out though? That's the problem. That's the thing.
I don't think so. I mean, if it was, it's not, no one's mentioning it in this article.
And why would they do that in a Republican state?
Yeah, exactly. I don't think it. Yeah, I don't believe it was.
Yeah.
So that was the one claim.
God
they got.
Bless America.
Fake news was the Kamala Harris one, but the other one seemed to be pretty true.
That's it.
I mean, she did talk about equity though, which I'm like.
Yeah, but not in relation to hurricane relief.
Equity is a racist dog whistle, by the way, just so you know.
So here, let me clarify this too. So contributed to a risk factor doesn't mean you only give it to people of color, okay? It never says that, as always. So let me give you an example that is.
They were prioritizing it to people who had higher risk factors, and then they made up a risk factor of being black as a higher risk factor.
So like if each, if, for example, I mean, it's kind of like if each risk factor like gave you 1 point and you needed 5 points to get it, and being black would give you 1 extra point that being white wouldn't give you. Yeah. Which again, I would be fine with if there was something that was like, oh, black people just biologically are more impacted by COVID. But that's not what it said. That's directly not what it said.
They said back of the line.
Yep.
Hey, you.
Get to the back of the bus.
You're
the back of the COVID relief bus. The back of the COVID medicine bus.
Yeah, exactly. I thought this was done. I thought we were done with this stuff.
I know.
Removed from COVID at all. So I happen to get a skin disease that mainly affects Jewish people in the world. I happen to get it randomly. Okay, doesn't exclusively affect Jewish people.
Look at this. Now Chank is trying to say he's Jewish. He's trying to cover for Kanye here.
Oh my God, Chank is saying.
He's like, I got the Jewish skin disease. I got it too. I'm Jewish.
What's the Jewish skin disease?
I mean, I was about to ask you, how do I know what the Jewish skin disease is?
It's called Pemmigus. What is Pemmigus?
Mm-hmm.
What is that?
But it predominantly affects Jewish people. So being Jewish is a risk factor for that particular skin disease.
They're so just fucking spin doctoring this shit.
Well, as I said, I don't think they even understand. Well, I don't know. Jenky would just be lying, but
why are you spin doctoring this shit?
Pemmigus. Pemmigus.
So the government's saying, hey, remember that and take that into account because we don't.
Pemmigus is a disease that causes blistering of the skin and inside the mouth, nose, throat, eyes, and genitals. Oh, that sucks. It's an autoimmune disease in which the immune system mistakenly attacks cells on the top layer of the skin.
Ouch.
Well, there you go. Apparently, Jews are disproportionately affected by this.
Well, they should get extra. They should get extra COVID relief then.
There you go.
I don't want you to forget that it's more likely to affect those.
I should not have
Is it too late for us to sign up for PPP
I should have looked
loans?
at images of this. Oh no, that was a mistake.
Is it too late for us to get PPP loans? Our show was disproportionately affected.
People.
Right.
It doesn't say Cenk Uygur, who isn't Jewish, shouldn't be treated. It doesn't say that at all. If it did, I'd be livid, right?
Oh, so dishonest.
I know.
So dishonest. Yeah.
It just says, remember that it's a risk factor and it is more likely to affect this group. And in the case of COVID, unfortunately, it's devastating, but for blacks and Latinos, it affected them more. It was a risk factor. By the way, later,
how through systemic racism, how did it affect them, Cenk? We all read the thing together.
Someone said the real Jewish skin disease is foreskin deletus.
Oh yeah,
true.
But I mean, I have that disease, and I'm not Jewish.
How dare you? How dare you culturally appropriate?
I feel like it's
my penis lack of foreskin.
Is it? I just feel like I don't. Why is it's like? Doesn't everybody do it now? I thought it was just like a thing. I mean, I remember when I first discovered that it was like that there were other types of penises. You're like, what? They did what to me as a baby? Thank
Maybe
goodness.
that's the point of the sheath underwear. It's like, do you want to feel what it's like to have foreskin? Sheath underwear is for you.
Maybe it is. I think. I mean, yeah. Some guys have it done later in life because they don't get it as a baby.
I don't think I'd do that. That seems painful.
It is painful.
I would imagine it is, yes.
I mean, I'm kind of glad it got out of the way. I mean, yeah.
You could say that, hey, being a Republican was a risk factor because they're more likely to be dumbasses that didn't take the vaccine and are in much greater danger. And I would have told doctors, be careful.
Well, they should have made that part of the bill. They should have said, look, if you don't have the vaccine, then you're go to the front of the line for treatment. Why wouldn't they?
If you're seeing a Republican, you should pay more attention to them because they're more likely to be idiots who didn't take any precautions and have greatly endangered themselves.
Look, they're still on this COVID shit.
I know.
This video is from 2 days ago, and Cenk is still. I thought we were having a COVID amnesty here. What's going on? What happened to the amnesty? Thought we were going to forgive each other for what we did.
Nope, we're still talking about it.
You idiots didn't take the vaccine. I'll never forgive you. Look, we weren't on. People would bitch just that we would mention that we took the vaccine. They'd be like, you're promoting it because you said you took it.
I know, right?
It's like, what? No, don't take it.
People, listen, it doesn't matter that we both said, I don't care if you get it or not. I'm not in favor of mandates. That doesn't matter. Some people are so sensitive that if you simply do something different than them,
yeah, they get all butthurt about it.
So.
But I listen. It bugs me. Sometimes I hear Destiny talking about COVID and the vaccines, and it seems obvious to me that he does not understand the argument that people like Brett Weinstein and. I mean, Brett Weinstein is a smart guy. He's not just some crazy anti-vaxxer. So he doesn't really understand the argument that the vaccines that they came up with for COVID are very different than traditional vaccines. Like he seems to think it is just a traditional vaccine. I think the Johnson & Johnson was a traditional vaccine, but I mean, obviously that was the least effective. And the other vaccines, they mimicked like the spike protein on the vaccine. There was no genetic material from the actual COVID in the vaccines that they gave.
Yeah, it was the material of the spike protein, right?
The spike protein, exactly, which was just how the vaccine entered the cell and not how it reproduced the virus. Which it doesn't seem like Destiny knows that shit.
I don't know.
Well, if some study comes out that, they fucked up and this vaccine shouldn't have been given to anyone, like I wouldn't be surprised because it is a completely different technology.
Right.
But, we just did the cost benefit analysis at the time. So
sure.
If I could go back now, I don't know that I would have done it. Maybe I would. I don't know.
Well, I don't know, because it wasn't like you speculated since you had it so much worse than your wife is because she had a booster and you didn't.
Yes, I did.
So maybe if you go back in time, you would have got the booster.
Maybe I probably would have. Yeah, my wife had the booster and didn't really do anything to her, but I was knocked out for a month. So
I mean, yeah, I had a booster and I literally didn't feel it. So
yeah, you had the booster.
I mean, who knows? That could be related or not.
But I do There's a podcast that Brett Weinstein did with the guy who came up with. I guess he had patents on the.
Yeah, that guy. I don't know. That guy's kind of sus.
He is very sus because he and Robert Wright did a blog post on this where he got super jacked financially over all this stuff.
Right. So it's obviously.
I know, exactly. So he has an axe to grind going after the people that did make money off of the vaccine. So it seemed like he definitely had a dog in the fight that is going to make him a little bit biased. So, but the argument that he laid out seemed logically coherent to me. Obviously, I'm not a
virologist. But we don't know anything about
exactly.
I mean, I don't know. I never found Brett's position on it persuasive at all.
Oh, really?
No. I listened to some of his COVID stuff.
He said that you have a generalized immune system and a specialized immune system.
Right.
And that once something is favored by the specialized immune system, the generalized immune system backs off. And his argument was the vaccine is making the generalized immune system back off. Right. And he thought that the generalized immune system was more effective in the but that seems logically coherent. I don't know if it's true or not.
If that's
obviously.
true, I don't know. How the fuck should I know?
But I don't like people coming out and saying, "Oh, it's just fucking nonsense bullshit." Like,
well, that's not that argument. Wasn't the argument? I was like, oh, it's like when he would talk about it, he would talk very conspiratorial about it. And about like reactions to it. Like if he would just made the argument you just said, I'd say, I don't know. That sounds like something that should be pretty easy to test, to look into.
Yeah, of course.
Without like conspiracy theory shit.
Yeah. No, I'm with you.
Anyway.
Do you have a position on COVID amnesty? Are you willing to forgive?
What's COVID
forget?
amnesty?
Well, everyone's sharing that. There's some article about let's all forgive each other about the things we did during the pandemic. And
like both sides?
A bunch of right-leaning commentators are coming out saying, oh, hell no, we're not going to forget. You guys were evil and vindictive and fucking... And, like, more power to them. Like, fuck you. If you don't want to forget, don't forget.
Right.
I mean, I didn't eat any babies or lock anyone out of the house.
You didn't eat any babies when COVID was like, wow.
Or lock anyone out of the house when the zombies. I'm innocent. Okay, I didn't do anything wrong.
Right. Well, the thing is,
yeah.
I mean, I'm fine with like, I think people should accept like amnesty of not, being dicks. But I do think it's important lessons for people to learn about stuff, which they won't. So.
Yeah, I mean.
About sort of like how people react to information and all this kind of stuff. And like, panic and all these things. I don't think anyone's going to, draw any useful lessons going forward.
I mean, if that amnesty came with an apology, maybe we'd be having a conversation, but it seemed more like, just forgive us. No questions.
Well, it's still
asked.
not, I mean, I don't think we still not enough information to declare like, what was the right course of action. I don't think it's ever been decided yet.
This is weird, too, because Zahan is always talking about China, and evidently in China, they're still having a major COVID problem because they did because they did all these lockdowns, these draconian lockdowns that have not allowed them to come to any kind of herd immunity. And supposedly they cooked up their own vaccine, but their own vaccine didn't work.
Yeah, but see, that's a big problem because... I mean, hopefully they don't create a new strain that's worse. I mean, it seems like the strains keep getting weaker, so...
Well,
hopefully that shouldn't be a problem. But...
Look, the logic, if you want to go just strictly on logic, the logic of using the spike protein instead of the genetic material inside the COVID seems...
I mean, it makes sense,
way safer, yeah.
Right,
and
but there's always unintentional consequences to all this stuff.
Of course, yes. Right. Now the next thing you know... Well, I don't know why... Like if that spike protein was on some more dangerous strain, and this is another reason why it was kind of genius, was because whatever strain is still going to have the same spike protein because that's what it's using to get into the cells. So.
Well, I think they changed whatever new booster they're shilling. I'm pretty sure it's different.
It doesn't mimic the spike protein?
Well, no, I mean, it probably does, but I'm saying they changed something about it. So it wasn't just like, oh, this is just forever, New COVID booster change.
So I keep hearing that China is still like in full pandemic mode. Like they're got people locked down in their houses and...
Yep.
Which is, ouch. That's why America's great.
True.
God, if the pandemic came back, I'd be so sad.
I remember there was some guy, some far right wing guy was like, when COVID happened, he's like, we should just lock down the entire country for 2 weeks forcibly, and then we'll just be done with it.
Who said that? That's what China's done, and it's been
some
awful.
Far right wing commentator. It was American. I was like, okay, that would have worked. That would have been a brilliant idea.
Well, no, then it can't spread, obviously.
Yeah, except you know what? So for the next 2 years, you're not going to let anyone in your country. How are you going to manage shipping and trade? Like, this is an insane idea. But...
Okay, by the way, of course, they would be livid about that. Okay, but there are risk factors. But the ad itself saying like, oh, white people won't be able to be treated in hospitals. Of course, 100%.
That's not what the ad said, you dumbass. The ad said that they were prioritizing black people.
Fabrication.
The hospitals were like overwhelmed with Trump supporting patients who refused to like mask up and get the vaccine. Every surge, every single surge.
Look, it's all the Republicans' fault, guys. Look, the bill was written correctly because the Republicans did it and they're all white. So, you know, watching the Young Turks is like peeking into a completely different world.
So, I should actually talk to my dad about this because I heard him. He's going on some trip. He was talking about getting the new booster. Maybe I should try to warn him off of it because it says the new booster is supposed to target the most contagious strains of Omicron, which that's fine. But apparently, it hasn't been tested on humans, only on mice.
Yeah, I was like,
so,
my wife was talking about getting the booster, and I'm like, let's talk about you not getting the booster. I'm like,
yeah,
And I didn't get a booster. I figured, look, I had it. I went to my dentist and look, there are a certain number of germaphobes in society. And I feel like they see the pandemic as like, this is their shot. Like, we are going to keep people masked up forever now.
Right.
And it's like, I'm kind of surprised how quickly American culture went back, because I was wondering about that. You know how Asian culture, they wear masks whenever they're sick. That's just like a thing. And a lot of times,
which is a nice and polite thing to do. Like,
it is, yeah. A lot of people do it, and
right.
you see people wearing masks in Asian culture all the time. It's like a normal thing. And I thought, well, maybe that will happen. Maybe it will stick in our culture.
Nope, fuck you. This is America, baby.
I'm surprised how quickly it went back. Everyone was like, fuck that mask. I do occasionally see somebody wearing a mask, but
yeah, but I don't know if they're sick or they're worried about COVID.
Not a lot.
Still, yeah, not a lot.
And
well,
this is
funny.
liberal Los Angeles, as liberal as you can get. So
it's funny because like I remember like a lot of people, you know, when COVID was happening, they're all like, "This is the government's, you know, testing, to see if they could control the population, and you know, this is all conspiracy theory, blah 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 blah." And I'm like, I don't know what world these people live in. like, oh no, I think it was actually Sneeko saying this. Sneeko fucking said that he thought COVID was a conspiracy theory to see who would follow like government directives or something, insane like that. I'm like, what the fuck world does Sneeko live in? Like, people just like they put up with it and then they said, okay, enough. Like I don't know what he thinks happens, like what reality is. Like, there's some magical government organization that's like, we're gonna create mass hallucinations on the entire planet to destroy the entire economy just because we want to see if people will go and stay in their houses for like a year. Like, this is like, what insane worldview do you operate under?
Trump was president
like a reasonable, yeah, and Trump was president. You know, what world, like, how insane is your worldview if you think that's a rational view of events? Or more likely, like, no, there was an actual virus and people just panicked and didn't know how to deal with it. Like,
well, I mean, I was panicking. We were all
sure, everyone was panicking. Most people
fucking
were panicking,
wiping down my groceries and shit.
Of course.
I was like, oh my God, it can live on surfaces for 21 days.
But
we're
see, that's
all
why
gonna die.
That's what I get so annoyed with, like, a lot of the conspiracy theory shit, because like people experience these emotions and they panic, and you see that behavior. Like, why would you think that politicians and people that run the country were
panicking too?
Exactly, are not falling prey to the exact same fear and panic that everyone else is falling prey to. Why do you think that? Oh no, they're all just the cold hard robot pragmatists that are controlling everything.
Because
like, no,
they're all passing notes around, going, "It's all fake."
Yeah, I guess.
Shh! Don't tell anyone. It's fake.
I know.
Trump is just fucking with us. They'd probably believe that. Remember when Trump was marching around calling it the China virus?
Yep.
Oh my God.
We're going to have a big, beautiful vaccine. It's going to be the best vaccine that's ever vaccinated.
He got booed when he brought up the vaccine.
Well, he did once he wasn't. Yeah, later. But I mean, when he first was bringing it up, everyone was fine.
He's not going to bring up the vaccine anymore.
I know. We said, like, you know, he's got to be so mad because he wanted that to be like one of the crowning achievements of his presidency was the vaccine.
Operation Warp Speed.
And it's funny because if he was if there's a Democrat instead of Trump, that would have been something they would have That would be like one of their feathers in their cap. I got the vaccine out, But Trump can't even claim that as a victory. So sad. So sad.
Anyway. All right.
That it?
Anyway. All right.
Okay.
So there it is. I mean, I don't know what good us debunking the ad will do.
Well, you didn't debunk it, so obviously you did jack shit.
I know.
But thanks for sharing it with us.
Right.
I don't know if any of the people who saw the ad are ever going to come across this video, but this is how politics is done. You have the right wing engaging in the most vicious form of lies and deceptions, and then you have Democrats who just want to play patty cakes and be civil.
Thanks for watching.
I don't know. Wait, what fucking reality? I love this line. I don't know. These people live in like a perpetual West Wing episode. Oh, the Democrats never want to fight. I guess this is Chang's whole thing. Elect me and I'll fight. You got to bring me to the Congress and I'll fight.
Okay. That's what he did say.
That is weird. That's like, what? You think the Democrats just play patty cake? What world are you living in? They're constantly just saying everyone's like a fucking racist or sexist for not supporting whatever they.
Democrats put the verbiage in the fucking law. How is that patty cakes?
Right. I know.
They literally
they're not talking about that. They're talking about in terms of like fighting against Republican narratives of whatever. People are just delusional. They're so tribal, so delusional. Whatever, Cenk. Get out of here with your Jew disease. Okay, you can have all the Jew diseases you want, Cenk. Okay, you can take them all from my peoples. I'm totally fine with that. I'm not going to bogart the Jew diseases.
Dang.
Aren't I generous?
Trying to kill Cenk.
I'm not trying to kill him.
How dare you?
Okay. Streamlabs. Potato. Our circuit uncle Potato for $20 says, they say dogs are man's best friends, but not like this.
Oh, no.
Nice. That wasn't from this stream. That was from it was in between streams when we were talking about, the dog stuff with Doomer and Wicked Supreme.
Oh, yeah. I remember. Doomer came out in favor of
bestiality.
Yeah.
There you go. That's right. We are not taking that out of context. This is 100% wink, wink, context correct thing. Doomer totally 100% said that he's in favor of bestiality, right?
Yeah. Well, he said it was an argument that was better than veganism.
Doomer said that he'd rather have sex with a dog than be vegan. That's what he said. I'm pretty sure that's what he said. I don't remember 100%, but I'm pretty sure that's what he said.
Well, he said it would be more fair for the dog.
Well, actually, no, wait. No, actually, no. I take it back. I do remember what Doomer said. Doomer said that he'd rather have sex with a dog than have sex with a vegan.
Right.
That's what he said.
Right. Because of all the body hair, right?
Yes, exactly. So I'm pretty sure that's what he's. And as soon as he started talking about that, Wormy left the room. Wormy's like, I'm getting out of here.
Oh yeah, Wormy ran. Wormy heard the discussion and he thought, oh man, this sounds like rape threats.
Right. Simon McGrath for $10 says, team ass. Adam goes first, but Sitch gets double billing to make things even. There you go. I like that.
Oh, wow.
It's good. Team ass. What about Team Sass? The Sitch and Adam show. We're sassy.
Sass.
Yeah, we're sassy.
Okay.
My mouse is dying. I need to get a new one.
I have a whole drawer full of mice.
I have another one, but it has that side button that I keep clicking by accident that for some reason is permanently bound to going back on the browsers of the internet.
Mm-hmm.
So I have to download a program literally to just disable the mouse button from doing.
I accidentally looked into the laser one time and God, it hurt my feelings.
Yeah, don't do that. Don't look into the laser in your mouse. It hurts your eye. You're like, I don't see anything. And then you look away, you go, ah.
I was trying to clean it out. It gets a little hair.
You gotta turn it off. Yeah.
But anyway.
Because you can't see it. It's invisible, but then it'll hurt your eyes. It's actually super bad for your eyes. Simon McGrath for $5 says, not sure if you guys know, but the original founder of Wisecrack actually left the channel because of the direction it was headed in. Used to be better. Oh, that's interesting. I knew he left. I didn't know he left because it was going so leftist, which is interesting. So that's fascinating. And sad, really.
It is sad.
Solidoj for $2 says, it's just been confirmed that Elon Musk has fired the lead programmer on the Twitter algorithm. He was responsible for making sure you actually see content that you would enjoy, but is now gone. Godspeed to Mr. Sam Hyde. Interesting.
Did you hear about that they were selling Twitter verifications for $15,000?
I heard the claim, and then Elon said he was going to investigate it. So.
Right. Yeah.
And then someone said maybe that's why all the journalists are getting so triggered about this, because they all spent like thousands of dollars.
Yeah, exactly.
Which would be pretty funny. But Power of the People, our dog 607 for $10 says the jury is still out whether slavery was economically efficient. In the 70s, the book Time on the Cross argued it was efficient. Since then, all the papers in economic history have been debating it. There you go. Sex Chat 69/site for $5. Well, I'm finally glad that the sex bot is donating money. I mean, considering all the free publicity they get on the stream, I'm glad they're giving back. The sex bot says, you think you can stop me, CT? You think you can stop me, CT? I am Hydra. For every head you sever, 3 sprout in its place. I am Legion. I am inevitable. I will slowly chip away at the Sitch and Adam fan base until they all bow before me. Powerless, all you can do is watch.
Ouch. Wow. Trying to steal our fan base away from us. I don't like that. How dare you, sex bot?
I have faith in CT's ability to cut the heads of that Hydra.
Be gone, sex bot.
Be gone.
Until I go in and unban everyone.
There you go.
The sex bots will be back again in force.
I got to make sure that there's a bot on my main channel.
Oh yeah, the Telegram
people. Yeah, and I tried to ban not only do I ban their account, but I tried to ban all derivations of their post.
Mm-hmm.
But it didn't seem like it was working, which was kind of pissing me really off substantially, because I was like, why is it so hard to ban this fucking spam bot? And fucking Instagram, or not Instagram, what was the program?
Instagram.
It wasn't Instagram. It was let me open my email.
I don't know. Who cares?
Well, it just pissed me off because I sent an email and I told people to report it, and they didn't do shit.
Nobody reported it for you?
Yeah, I told everyone. I said anyone that has an account on this thing.
And they were like, "Fuck you, Sitch! Don't tell me what to do. Make another video. Stop screwing around."
Telegram. It was a Telegram. Yeah.
Where's my video?
It's Telegram shit.
Oh, the Telegram people didn't cut it down? Oh, lame.
So they didn't take it down, which pissed me off. Anyway,
this article about is Danimal messaging us about drag queens again? I feel like he might be.
He did.
This
okay. I don't I'm gonna read you an email. I want you, Adam, I want you guys in chat. Tell me if you think this is a real email or not, okay?
Mm-hmm.
It's titled Netflix YouTube Offer 2022. It's from
I got that one.
It's called Netflix Manager T3 at volmd.cz. I don't know what that means.
That's totally legit.
Is that like Czechoslovakia or something?
I got that one too.
What is .cv? Let's see, what?
That's a great one.
Is a .cv email? Oh, I was right. That's from Czechoslovakia. Okay, awesome.
That's totally legit. So don't fuck around.
Dear blogger, we find your YouTube channel very interesting and would like to use it to promote our brand. Our team would like you to would like to invite you to promote our brand, Netflix. It is an American entertainment company, a streaming service for movies and TV series. It was founded on here's the mistake. It doesn't say it was founded on August 29th. It says it was founded on 29th of August.
Oh,
Gotcha,
not American. Not American.
Oh, hi, you motherfucker. Scammer caught. Doesn't know that Americans put the month before the day.
How dare you?
It was founded on 29th August 1997 by Reed Hastings and Mark Randolph. Netflix is that old? I didn't know that. Since 2013, Netflix has produced its own films and series, including animated ones as well as television shows. Well, I didn't know this. I never heard of this product before. We will also provide you with a personal account with a full subscription to promote our service. If you are interested, you can reply to this email and we will discuss the job price and all details of cooperation. I look forward to hearing from you as soon as possible. Yours sincerely, Netflix team. I kind of feel like I should reply to this.
No,
and like lead them on. I'm curious as to how the scam works. Like, what are they going to ask from me?
Do we have any Rob Knorr fans in the audience? Somebody keeps messaging us saying, "Stay clear of Rob Knorr. He's an unhinged lunatic."
Yeah, so you're right. Someone keeps doing that.
So I'm messaging him back. What's wrong with unhinged people? Come on, jeez. They need an outlet too.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we love it. Unhinged people on the show. Okay, we should get Rob Knorr on sooner. I didn't realize he was unhinged. Rob. He seems rather normal to me, though. That's why I was kind of dragging my feet on getting him on.
So I got another email from someone that wants me to shill NordVPN, but at least they have like a website and like a name. So I'm like, okay, that looks at least somewhat legitimate.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, back to Super Chats. Oh, look.
What? Shadowversity said he'd come on too, so we can get him on the show. He did a really good critique of the last episode of Game of House of the Dragon.
Oh, he didn't like it?
No, he liked it, but he didn't. Obviously, he had some of the same criticisms we had about the weird dragon stomping on everybody.
Oh, that wasn't the last one. That was the third to last one.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Last one is
well, no, he talked. It was the last episode that he was critiquing, but he did talk about.
He just brought it up.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. We got a donation, a Streamlab from none other than President Sunday.
Really?
Yeah.
It's not the real President Sunday.
It is the real President Sunday.
No, it's not.
Are you telling me someone would make a fake President Sunday account to send us a Streamlab? I don't believe you.
President Sunday's coming back on to defeat us about moral foundations theory. So,
well, he wanted to give us some money. He said, President Sunday for $2 says it was painfully obvious that you two are lazy and intellectually inept. You will never defeat me in a debate ever. Destiny is terrible.
Whoa.
There you go. Obviously, that's the real President Sunday. I mean, obviously, it's the real President Sunday. Do you see how much he thinks about Destiny?
I saw President Sunday was. I see like so many of President Sunday's tweets, and I'm not following President Sunday, and I think it's because somebody likes the tweet, and then it shows up because somebody liked it.
Mm-hmm.
But evidently, President Sunday's channel is going through a big subscriber boon. And he can't figure out if it's a bot or something.
Interesting.
Well, normally when a channel goes through a subscriber boon, it's like based off of some video or something.
I think someone said Vosh sent him a shout out or something. So.
Oh, really?
Maybe he got some Vosh fans.
All that sucking up to Vosh finally paid off.
Jeez. So. Maybe Vosh heard Doomer is just hating President Sunday with an unbridled passion and was like, I gotta support this guy now.
That's funny.
Stug says,
they did figure it out then.
I think so. Stug says President Sunday will debunk moral foundations theory because he doesn't have any morals.
I mean, I feel like bad morals are still morals.
No, look at you. That was a good joke. Sashman, thanks so much for being a Fuel Seeker for 4 months, says, guys, please send memes, love, and free will my way. My doggo I had for 12 years passed away a few days ago.
That sucks.
I wasn't even with him. I was away. Big sad. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, Sashman. That does suck.
Yeah. I don't think Wormy's going to be around. Wormy's, I think, got another year left in him, and I sometimes think, it's going to be so sad when Wormy's gone.
I know.
Wormy's my bro.
Jack Spade, thanks so much for being a Fuel Seeker for 8 months, says, don't forget to vote on Tuesday and remember, a true centrist fills in all the bubbles on the ballot.
True. I did.
There you go. That's what I did.
I already voted. I dropped off my ballot yesterday.
So did I.
I'm ready to rock and roll. I am curious how that sheriff's race is going to go. That's the one that I'm really looking at.
I think they changed. I don't know. I think they changed like the voting thing because in the last thing that I voted for, in the primary when I voted, I had a mail-in ballot, but I just was able to go on election day and like put it in a little box. But like there was a guy there, but I don't remember him asking me for ID or anything. He just like looked at it, and was like, okay, put in the box. But when I dropped off my mail-in ballot this time, they like checked my ID and they did all sorts of like stuff. So I don't know. I guess they're cracking down.
Yeah, I can't remember. I saw some video online that they were talking about election security. And they interviewed somebody who said, they believed the election was stolen in 2020. And so they wanted to be a part of the election to get like a firsthand view of it all. And after being a part of it, they thought, there's no way these elections can be stolen. Like everything is triple check, quadruple check.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, it totally changed their mind on everything. Which I mean, you have to, I get that, somebody can, they can mail out ballots to people who are on the rolls that are not necessarily interested in voting, and someone else can get that ballot and then submit it. Sure, that could happen. But the idea that someone could just fill out a bunch of ballots and slip them into the system, the names would have to be on the rolls. They double check those things. This is all the stuff that Bill Barr explained to Trump in that book when he sat down and Trump was like, the election was stolen here. Bill Barr walked him through it, but.
Demon Bunny, thanks so much for being a Free Will Seeker for 4 months. Automata, thanks so much for being a Free Will Seeker for 3 months. Says, quote, it's 2022 and we're banning books and not misinformation. Said Wisecrack with zero irony and awareness.
Yeah, they are banning
all
ridiculous. Kinds of misinformation.
Ridiculous.
Stuff they believe is misinformation.
Yes. Solodoge inside Pelosi's house with Paul for $2 says, N Libertarian Society. What is N? N Libertarian and Libertarian Society, Dave Smith would have had internet. Oh, God, I gotcha. There you go. That must be it.
Somebody respond. Dave responded to someone on Twitter and said he's down next week and he apologizes for not being able to be here. So
great.
We're all good. Dave's cool. Sitch. I mean, it might be a reverse Mr. Girl Talk because Sitch is
will 100% not be from my end. But I don't know. It depends what he says.
Sitch is going to go for the jugular.
I'm worried about you.
Me?
Dave Smith will say something like, America's just as corrupt as Russia, and you're going to lose your mind.
Well, he better not say that.
I'm prepared. You have to prepare yourself mentally because there's a high likelihood of him saying something like that.
I mean, I watched a talk with him, and he basically admitted he made all the concessions that I think you're going to ask for already.
Okay,
so.
well, I'll watch that talk. Maybe it's a good thing it was delayed, because if there's a talk where he just concedes everything, I don't know what we're going to talk about then.
You're going to be arguing over what the word provoked means.
Yeah, I hope not. I hope not. Kano for $5 says, Adam, when are you going to chrome up Choom? Mojo AR is almost upon us. What does that mean?
When am I going to, what?
When are you going to chrome up Choom? CHOOM. Mojo AR is almost upon us. I don't know what any of that means.
AR.
Am I finally the boomer?
Maybe. I don't know what that means. I'm lost.
Oh, you're talking about you talked about that last week. Those contact lenses. The Mojo Vision contact lenses that have the AR in the contact lens.
What is AR?
Augmented reality.
Oh, okay.
I don't think those are.
You can't say VR, virtual reality.
Well, it's not virtual reality. It's AR. It's different.
Okay, sure.
AR is like when you project something on top of reality. Virtual reality is when it's just all fake.
Mm-hmm.
I thought those weren't available to be bought yet. So, but I mean, when they're out there, I know Adam's going to be one of the first people to buy them.
Hell yeah.
You'll have to let me know. It seems pretty fucking cool.
Yeah.
How do they create depth? I guess the same way you do with like a VR. How do they create depth when it's like in your eyeball?
How do you think furries are going to use those things? What do you think they're going to do?
They just make it shrink. We talked about this. We said we're going to people are going to be able to walk around and they're going to have deep fake on their eyeballs that makes everyone look naked. Like walk around.
Yeah. What do you think furries are going to do though?
Then make everyone look like a furry again.
It's all going to be furries.
God, like 10 years from now, everything's going to be fucking weird. Like, I don't know.
Everything's weird already. Jeez, look, Annika Sparing can read something she thinks look totally
You think things
confirmed.
are weird now? What is society going to look like when 10 years from now, everyone has AR contact lenses that makes everyone naked in their fucking brain, in their eyeballs?
I'm going to ask. Are you looking at me naked?
No, of course not.
Take those contacts out.
Yeah, exactly.
You pervert.
It's going to be so weird. Oh, what's this tweet you brought up?
The Dave Smith tweet.
About what?
It's about liberty.
Should I read it?
Don't you care about freedom and liberty?
I don't actually.
Why not?
I decided I don't
be a
care
little
about freedom
bitch.
and liberty. People who say the quote Libertarian Party exists to win elections get it completely wrong. The Democrats and Republicans exist to win elections. We are here because we believe in something. We exist to advance the cause of human liberty. Sometimes that means not spoiling an election for a clearly preferable candidate. Sometimes that means spoiling elections when there's no clearly preferable candidate. It also means spreading our ideas. Okay.
There's one more.
Exciting.
Even if you somehow believe the sole purpose of the Libertarian Party is to win elections, okay.
Yeah.
We're not in a position to do that right now on a large scale. So you would have to prioritize spreading our message. How else would we ever win? Well, this is the problem because, like I said, electoral politics are about doling out perks to your voters. And what perks can the well, I guess tax cuts are the ultimate perk, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just sell them tax cuts. Listen, I'll vote for a party that's for tax cuts.
Oh, Zero Fox just gave me a great idea. So in the future, when everyone has like the deep fake nude contact lenses, the only way you're going to be able to catch someone is you're going to have to walk around naked and see who actually notices. Because if they don't say anything, you're like, aha, I gotcha.
That's good. That's
I knew
good. That's good. Haha, I'm really naked.
I really am naked. I got you, you pervert.
It's not just a deep fake.
You know it's going to be like a comedy sketch somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Egon's for $2 says, was Abigail Schreier's anti-trans book banned? Oh yeah, wasn't it like temporarily banned? But didn't they bring it back though?
They got reinstated.
It did, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I guess it doesn't count.
And it sold a bunch more books because of it.
Spencer, thanks so much for being a Free Seeker for 3 months, says, hey, Sitch, a wonderful coming-of-age book is, quote, Bud Not Buddy, written by Christopher Paul Curtis, written for younger audiences, but it's worth a read. Bud Not Buddy. Cool, check it out. Bud Not Buddy.
How do you advance the cause of human liberty?
By banging your mom?
Wow. I mean, it seems like the opposite. Not the liberty of my mom, obviously. Look.
What's up with
Dave Smith says, the Libertarian Party exists to advance the cause of human liberty.
So
how do you do that?
I'll tell you how you do that. So the last season of Rick and Morty has actually been pretty good, I think. I didn't like the previous season. That was too dark, too edgy, too nihilistic. This season seems to be more just like more funny and fun again. But there's something that's concerning. There's a lot. There's been so far, and this is strange. So far, there's been 3 episodes of Rick and Morty about incest.
Whoa.
That seems strange to me. Like,
whoa.
You have 1 incest episode, you're like, okay, maybe. You have 2, you're like, that's a coincidence. 3 incest episodes?
Completely devoted just to incest?
Okay. So in one of them, Morty sperm gets mutated into giant killer sperm that's like destroying the world. And it accidentally impregnates a giant egg that his sister uses. Like they put her giant egg on a rocket ship to try to lure the sperm off Earth. But one of the sperm reaches the egg, so they have a giant floating incest baby in space somewhere.
Okay.
Like that's the first one. The second one is Beth ends up having sex with a clone of herself.
Okay, so that's not really incest, but
well, I mean the episode's literally called Twincest, so I guess you can interpret it how you want. And then the third one, there are these fortune cookies that control fate. And Jerry gets a fortune cookie that says, you will fuck your own mother. And he's like trying to like prevent that from happening the entire episode. So I just thought it was, I mean, they're funny. I just think like, it's a little weird. It's a little weird to me. Why are there so many incest episodes in Rick and Morty? Like what's happening here?
That's crazy.
It's a little sus to me. It's like, I don't know. It's strange. It's so strange. I don't know.
I feel like there's too many books in grade school now and it's infected the culture. No,
there's too many books about incest in grade school.
Yeah. What else could it be?
There's another. Did you forget about the incest baby fighting the giant robot? Oh, the incest. I guess I was just including the concept of the incest baby like once. But yeah, the incest baby shows up in other episodes too. But.
Ouch.
So there are funny episodes, but I don't know. A little strange. That's all I'm saying.
Sitch is not in favor of the incest episodes, guys.
Godlike Snake, thanks so much for being an Order of the Enlightened. Thank you so much. Lord of the Brains, thanks so much for being a Free Will Seeker for 8 months. Says Dr. Seuss was too edgy. None of this should be surprising. It's a political purity death spiral. Burn the libraries and just beat some math into these kids. There you go.
Yeah, why? Who's hanging out in the library anyway?
Yeah, right.
Let's be done with the library stuff.
Andrew Clark for $2 says, quote, democracy only counts when it's in my favor. True. Lord of the Brains for $2 says, proper spelling of burn was censored. Really? I just assumed you typoed that. Why? That doesn't make any sense. Why would burn the libraries be? I don't understand any of this stuff.
Because it's arson.
I think you just misspelled it and are trying to save face.
It's arson.
I don't believe you. They arson the libraries?
We can't talk about burning things. Come on.
Right.
Come on.
Arson
now.
is, well, burn is a verb. Arson is a noun. You commit arson. You don't arson something.
He's saying burn something.
Right.
That's arson.
Okay. Matrix 07012, thank you for the 100. Kazark says Shindo L probably handles the topics of race and abuse, etc., better than most of the banned books.
Mm-hmm.
What is that? Shindo L? Some kind of manga?
Probably covers the topic of incest.
Oh no, wait. That's that. Isn't that like horrible hentai comic that is like a meme?
That's the one everyone's trying to get you to read.
It's just got that picture of the girl with glasses that everyone's like, it's so like, I don't know. I assume something horribly depressing happens into it, but Soul Odyssey, thanks so much for being a Freedom Seeker for 7 months. Says, I am both overjoyed and terrified that my favorite YouTubers, Sitch and Adam and David Smith, will be talking. Please, God, don't let it turn into a dumpster fire. Worried face, folded praying hands.
It's not going to turn into a dumpster fire.
I hope not. I hope
not.
Look,
Kurt has been on half a dozen times. Like, we just like to argue with one another. So I think Dave likes to argue too, which is great.
Right.
Hopefully he can be a regular on the show. It'll be fun. He does his own show, you know, with his sheath underwear and stuff.
I want some sheath underwear now. I'm listening.
You should get it.
I will.
You're sheath curious. I don't know.
Guffall for $5 says Ron DeSanta Claus. Okay.
Oh yeah, that's good. The Sanctimonious is that's like
that's a rare miss from Trump. The Sanctimonious. So? Okay. How many people know what the word sanctimonious even mean?
Sanctimonious.
Yeah, exactly. Okay.
I know what it means. I'll tell you exactly. It means excessively or hypocritically pious.
Yes, and I was going to say, how does that apply to Ron DeSantis? He doesn't come off even remotely pious to me, or like above it all. It's never been my.
Oh really?
Is that how he comes off to you? I think he comes off boring, not like sanctimonious. It's weird. It's a very weird name. So I don't know. As I said, rare miss for Trump naming people.
What would you name him? The Santa Claus?
Ron DeSantis shit. I don't know. It's a good question.
Yeah.
Little Ronnie. Can he use little again? Or is that? I mean, he used Little Marco, Little Ronnie.
I don't find Ron DeSantis charismatic or uncharismatic. So I see what you're saying. I mean, you can categorize him as boring, but
Sleepy Ronnie.
I don't know.
Lob Ron? Yeah, what kind of names would they come up with, Ron? I don't know. Ron Sumptuous? Yeah, I don't know. Something boring, probably. Ron Dirty Sanchez. Boring Ronnie.
Oh, shit. Ron Dirty Sanchez is pretty bad.
I don't know. I can't think of a good name for Ron, but I mean, Trump usually comes up with better names. So we'll see.
Did you
Wrong
see
DeSantis? That's a good one. But see, but Trump can't use Wrong DeSantis because he agrees with DeSantis on a lot of issues. That is a great one though. Wrong DeSantis. That would be perfect for someone on the left.
J.D. Vance looks like he's in the lead for the Ohio Senate race.
It's so strange to me that no one brought up the fact that J.D. Vance is like a neo-reactionary. Like, why wouldn't his opponent hit him with the fact, like, in a debate, say, like, do you support monarchies? Or do you support, like, the Curtis Yarvin Privo corporate, whatever the fuck it's called? Like, shouldn't he brought that up in a debate?
I guess.
I don't know. It's weird. People's behavior is weird to me. I don't get it. Ron DeSnooze Fest. That's pretty good. That's too long. But
he's not a reactionary.
Yeah, he is. You didn't know that?
Knock that off.
You didn't know that? JD Vance and it is true. JD Vance and Peter Thiel are like super big Curtis Yarwin like.
Yeah, but that doesn't make them neo-reactionaries. Just because they're Yarwin butt lickers.
Okay, I guess how we define neo-reactionary? I thought that's literally what a neo-reactionary is. What are you talking about? He said, I thought he like coined the term.
I don't know if there's a racial component to Curtis Yarvin.
I don't think there has to be a racial component to being a neo-reactionary.
Okay.
Neo-reactionary. I could have swore that he coined the term.
Curtis Yarvin did? Maybe.
I'm not 100% sure on that.
The Republican Party for the nomination like nobody's ever seen before. Let's see, there it is. Trump at 71. Ron DeSanctimonious at 10%.
Did you catch that? Former President Trump rallying for Republican candidates in Pennsylvania last night and taking aim at his potential 2024 opponent in the GOP presidential primary for the first time, calling out Florida Governor Ron DeSantis with that nickname, as you heard there.
Sitch, what did you say would be one of the signs that Trump was running for president?
If he starts attacking, I know it's bad for me. I said if Trump starts attacking Ron DeSantis, that'll be bad luck for me. Or not bad look for me, but like a bad sign that he actually is running seriously. So,
what else is he going to do? Of course he's running for president.
Well, today, both Trump and DeSantis keeping their distance as they take part in dueling rallies in Florida. Trump stumping for Republican Senator Marco Rubio, who is trying to capture a third term in office. DeSantis, meantime, doing his own tour of the state ahead of the midterms as he looks to secure a second term in the governor's mansion. Correspondent Xavier Walton is live for...
Look at that. They're like, let's just make sure we don't bump into each other. You take the West Coast and I'll take the East Coast.
In Miami, and Xavier
Curtis Yarwin argues on his Substack page that the American democracy is a failed experiment which should be replaced by an accountable monarchy. I like that.
Well, he wants a corporatocracy is what he wants.
Yeah, similar to the governance structures of corporations.
Right.
Well, I know it says he's been described as a neo-reactionary and a neo-monarchist. But it doesn't say if he identifies as it or not. So, well, regardless of whatever label you want to do it, I think any person that believes that democracy should be done away with should not be eligible to run for office in a democracy. So I know that's a hot take, but
well, I mean, corporations are run where the shareholders have voting interest in certain.
I'm gonna fucking slap you in the face.
What? Why?
Please God, do not try to make up some tortured explanation for how the monarchical governance corporate nonsense that Curtis Yarwin wants to advocate for is somehow actually a democracy. He explicitly says it's not.
I've read Curtis Yarvin, and he advocates for setting up the government structure like a corporation. Right. But the corporation actually has democratic processes built into it. So I'm just like, how is it different than how it's set up already?
I'm gonna fucking flip out on you. Oh my God.
Do you understand?
Do you understand something can have elements of something and not be the same, right?
Of course, yeah.
Okay, then so why would you make that dumb point?
Because
yes.
First of all, he's talking about running America based on like America has to somehow turn a profit. How does that make sense? What do you mean?
That doesn't make any sense. It's fucking stupid.
Yeah, I'm like, that's okay. That's like, we sell our children to China. Like, how are we supposed to fucking? What is the goal? What is the goal of turning a profit? Like, a corporation serves a very specific.
Well, no, I mean, how does turning a profit make sense from the conception of monetary policy? It doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't. And he doesn't understand monetary policy either. Yeah. He's a gold standard guy.
Okay, well, that's good. So he's already lost.
He's like, we need hard money. You know, our nation's being debased, our money supply. Curtis Yarvin just is just a whirlwind of ideas that sound correct to people because they're just a bunch of stuff people have been hearing forever.
Right.
That seem intuitively correct, but aren't really logically cohesive. So
Anyways.
If you hate government, though, Curtis Yarvin's definitely.
Yeah, but it doesn't make sense.
Say
It's
a lot of things that make you really rock hard to fucking hate on government.
Yeah, but it's super weird because it's like this very bizarre libertarian to monarchy pipeline, which when you say that doesn't sound like it even makes sense. How do you go from being a libertarian to a monarchist? Those things should be completely at opposite ends of the spectrum, right?
Well, the libertarians want to privatize everything, including the state. So he's basically saying,
right, but exactly.
He's saying that the CEO is like a monarch for a corporation.
Right.
Yeah,
I understand.
So that's what he's saying.
I understand that.
Have you read Curtis Yarvin?
I've read some of his stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a logic to it. I understand. But I'm saying, like, from the moral intuitive perspective, you would think that there's no way in fucking hell a libertarian would ever be on board with being in a society that has a king.
Well, here's
that's
where
the literal ultimate person that could tell you what the fuck to do.
Here's where all the poor people get written out of the equation, because if you don't pay taxes, you're not a shareholder in America Inc.
Right.
So.
Yeah, but see, that's where I feel like this is weird, because there's all these like weird little things to try to appeal to libertarians, but ultimately it's sacrificing your freedom to live under a monarchy. So I don't know. It's a very bizarre libertarian to monarchy pipeline.
Yeah.
Anyways.
You know about the Gilgamesh problem?
I've heard that before, but I've already forgotten it.
There's this idea that, what you really want to avoid is the elites in society fusing with the government to subjugate the people.
Ah, I see. You want them to fight each other.
Yeah, you're trying to keep. Yeah, exactly. Gotcha. So you're trying, but the problem is, I think in the story of Gilgamesh, that
they do fuse. Yes,
they do they end up becoming best friends and subjugate the people.
Right.
Like Gilgamesh is someone who is subjugating his people, and some god comes in and creates a clone of Gilgamesh to keep him in check, so they will fight one another. But they end up becoming best friends and both subjugate the people together.
Everyone else. Right.
Yeah. So that's what you're really trying to do. You're trying to create an institution of government that's pitted against what's basically like the market, the free market.
Well, that's why, but that's why I think the libertarian to monarch pipeline doesn't make sense, because it's like preying on.
You're basically buying into the Gilgamesh problem. You're fusing.
You're not. You're saying take me, Gilgamesh, take me right in the butt.
Yeah.
Which is the exact opposite of the libertarian ethos. It's like essentially, and maybe this only exists because like libertarians that support this don't actually live in a society that there's a monarchy, maybe, because it's like, it's basically playing off of like a logical libertarian argument, but ignoring all the moral intuitions a libertarian would have, about the fear of basically an absolute power having control over you, and, basically infringing on all your freedoms and liberties.
Yeah.
So, anyways.
Obviously, the free market would do that if it had the ability.
Well, I mean, there wouldn't be a free market under the weirdo corporate monarchy situation.
Well, there wasn't before. Obviously, in the past when we had this situation, kings and queens would give out certain business authority to their subjects. So, you wouldn't be able to start a business that would compete against another business because, yeah.
Well, my friend's uncle runs that business, so fuck you.
Yeah.
Dr. Diddler for $5 says, A-Team eats a ramen raw and goes around flicking cigarette butts into the underbrush because wildfires are warm and neat to look at. It's classy. It's the best class.
Come on now. That's not
Is that true?
Well, the ramen part is true, but the other part is.
I was about to say, you do. I could see Adam taking the brick of ramen, sticking his mouth, and just putting the powder in.
I've talked about it on the show. Ramen is good raw.
Oh no, Adam!
You break it up. Oh, it's such a yummy treat.
How do you eat it?
You roll it around in the in the salty. It's like chips. It's like salty chips. It's great.
You break up the ramen and you just roll it in the powder and you just eat it.
Yeah, it's delicious. It's like a great crunchy snack. I can't believe you don't do that. Don't be mean.
Watching potential 2024 battle lines being drawn tonight?
That should be illegal.
Natasha, it's
Stop
certainly
playing the video.
Natasha.
That should be illegal. Bring on the monarchy. Make that illegal.
Natasha.
Oh my god. Oh.
Natasha.
That's so gross. That's so weird.
It appears that way, doesn't it? Especially when you played that clip
Okay,
there at the very beginning
this,
from last night. But
nothing interesting.
Come on, we're
here.
getting into our election coverage.
There's nothing interesting in this clip.
Yes, it is. Look, they're talking about Trump running against DeSantis. Look, this is what people want, Sitch. They want our feedback on election stuff.
Apparently, a lot of people do this.
Do what?
That thing you described.
It's fucking delicious.
I've never heard of this. I don't buy it. I think they're just trolling.
What? Hold on. What do you think?
No.
Why do you like chips? Why do you like potato chips?
Because I like the way they taste.
They're salty and yummy. Why? What's the difference between crunchy noodles and?
Adam, why do you like jizz?
First of all, how do you know that jizz is salty if you haven't tasted it?
Why did you drink that cup of cum?
Why are you saying
like
jizz?
Goofball did in the cartoon.
Why did you just say jizz is salty? What happened? How do you know
Who
that?
doesn't know that? Everyone knows that.
But some people know it firsthand, and some people
Yeah,
don't.
apparently you do, because you're like, listen, Sitch, why do you like potato chips? Because they're salty and yummy. I'm like, well, there's some more to it than the salty part. But,
Salt is delicious. Okay.
Okay.
This could be a good pitch if you're.
There you go. Salty is delicious.
This could be a good pitch if you're on a date. You know, Sitch with some.
He likes potato chips. Yeah.
Do you? Just ask. Do you like salty stuff?
Oh my god.
How do you feel about salty stuff? Salty and savory.
There you go. Sam Cedar alert. Sammy G is writing these quotes down, you know.
Salty and yummy.
He's keeping a record. You're inspiring art for her.
You're not in prison, Adam. Cook your ramen.
Exactly. Adam, are you sure that salty stuff you put on the ramen is the powder and not something else?
I mean, I'm relatively sure. I'm pretty sure.
Okay. The cringe for $2 says, quote, "Where's everyone going? Bingo." Some drag kid. Yeah, God, can you imagine anything more boring than drag bingo?
That does sound pretty boring. Yes. Yeah, that's insanely boring.
Tonight, a much different story, one of unity for the Republican Party here in Miami-Dade County, here in Miami, Florida. And this as candidates really crisscross.
Okay, wait, there's an element here. DeSantis was doing a dueling rally the same time Trump was doing this rally? Was that why he was all...
Yeah, that's why I brought it up.
Gotcha.
Yeah, they're trying to not step on each other's toes here.
Yeah, but he called them sanctimonious.
Yeah, he shots fired.
Stepping has begun. Step.
Well, has DeSantis responded yet? I feel like he's kind of got a... What a crazy position to be in. You're 2 days... You're 2 days away from election day. You're running for governor. You're running for your second term. And then the former president comes out and calls you Ron DeSanctimonious.
I know.
What is the response there? Because you can't really...
You don't give one. There is no response.
You can't really fire back at him because everyone's going to be like... I mean, he wants Trump voters voting for him. Right?
Of course. He's not going to respond. He's not going to say anything. Just be quiet, which is what he should be.
He looks like such a... Oh, God.
No, because it's not like calling him Ron DeSanctimonious it's not enough. It's like it's not so bad that it's like, oh, he's a bitch for not responding. It's like, okay, I mean, it's kind of a lame attack anyway. So,
well, maybe he meant it as a compliment. He's very pious. Trump loves him.
There you go.
Look at Trump coming out with his.
That's right. He said dissanctimonious, so it's like he's like the opposite of sanctimonious. So he said "de" in front of it. That's how words work. XX a mighty storm for €5 says, Adam, look at your Discord DMs from Luigi G. You forgot again, shaking my head.
Is that Luigi G sending me?
I assume that was Luigi G, but thank you for $5. So check your Discord DMs.
I'll check them right now.
Karam Clark, thanks so much for being a Free Will Seeker.
Day just ahead of midterms on Tuesday. It was tonight.
Fucking video.
Why? It's so good.
There's nothing. There's no. What's good about it? What is interesting that they talk about?
Me getting $500 from you.
Oh my god!
And rubbing your face in it all over the internet.
Lord of the Brains, thanks so much for the $5. Says, laugh all you want. But Actual Justice Warrior is my go-to guy for all things from collagen and ball shavers to silver sellers and blue chew pills, just like Thomas Sowell. Well, there you go.
Did Lord of the Nerds say that? That's fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
Is he selling Viagra on his channel now? What the fuck?
I haven't seen him. I've seen him sell the collagen pills.
Sean?
I haven't seen him sell.
Sean is selling Viagra now.
I have not seen the Viagra.
The little blue pill.
Is that what Blue Chew means? No, Blue Chew something. Blue Chew's not Viagra.
I thought he said blue pills.
He said Blue Chew pill. Oh, it is wait, you're right. It is. Well, it's not Viagra. It's some kind of sex pill.
Oh, it is?
It has the active ingredients of Viagra and Cialis.
Oh, nice.
And a bunch of other boner pills I've never heard of before.
That's like mixing heroin and cocaine, right?
I guess.
You just mix up your Viagra and your Cialis. I mean, why even bother taking it? You just grind it up and snort that shit, right? Why are you gonna look? It takes forever to go through the stomach. Come on.
Mm-hmm.
A who's who of the Republican Party in Miami. Headline, of course.
Okay, stop. Oh my god. Get through the fucking. Is Son actually selling Blue Chew pills? Did I miss this?
I swear we're gonna.
I mean, it's fine if he is. I just think it's kind of funny.
I swear we're gonna get through this
Super
video.
Male Vitality. Karam Clark for $5 says, I've been busy for the past 2 months. This is my first stream back. Hope I didn't miss anything too major. You missed it all, Karen. Karam, you missed it all.
You did. You did miss major stuff.
Did.
Let me think back to what major we did. We had 2 debates that were pretty major. Adam destroyed in both of them. Adam killed it. What else do we do? We had
Gorosero, thanks so much for the $2. Says Harry Potter leads to Salem and misinformation. True.
God, enough of the Salem already, okay? You guys stop simping for witch trials.
I know, right? Colin P for $5 says Moms for Liberty was founded by a James Lindsay follower. Hilarious. He helped start the organization and often speaks at their events. He calls them his MILF army. Well, there you go. There you go. See, James Lindsay knows what's up. They should have been MILFs for Liberty.
Who's the MILF army? Who's James Lindsay's MILF army?
The Moms for Liberty that they were talking about in the video apparently was founded by a James Lindsay follower.
Really?
He speaks at their organizations and he calls them the MILF Army.
Really? That's hilarious. I can't believe. Did you see this tweet?
Which one?
Well, I was responding to Fox News tweeting about 2024 rivals. Former president takes swipe at Florida governor. And I responded, this headline makes me feel $500 richer.
I did see that.
And it has like 32 likes. I
did see that, yeah.
How do people find that stuff? Come on, when I'm just responding, it's supposed to be secret.
Twitter will show like sometimes, not always, but sometimes it'll show replies.
It just shows up for people.
Especially if Twitter views that whatever you're replying to is relevant to them, they'll show the reply.
Tobias Quinn says, why Sitch would bet against you on this is beyond me, bro. That's right, Tobias. I guess I just got him at a moment of weakness.
Well, we will see once I give you $500. I'm gonna film a video of me rolling around in it like Scrooge McDuck.
Oh, nice.
Okay. I'll make a video of your $500 being delivered to me by a crow.
Oh man.
Matrix
my crow army.
Matrix 07012 for 100 Gazarks says these are the same people who support or excuse censorship of research, censorship of art, rewriting or existing art, and purging of archives. They get zero consideration in this conversation. True. They're hypocrites.
They are giant hypocrites. They don't care about history or any of that stuff. They just want to spread their fake news propaganda.
Yep.
They want their version of creationism in the public schools, and if you whine about it, you're racist, homophobe, go away.
True. How badass of a face reveal would that be? My face reveal is me rolling around in your $500.
As long as you got it, as long as you got your sheath underwear on, we should.
There
be
you
cool.
go. I'm gonna be fully clothed. Jeez.
We should
what do
be
you think
safe.
I am? PC for $5 says, is he arguing the book banning is successful in changing culture, or is it just an attempt? I think I'm missing the point of this section. That's a good point. Astra La Vista. Astra La Vista. Thanks so much for being a free will seeker for 4 months. Says, everything for them is about deconstruction, and they've done it to everything but childhood. This is their attempt to do so. There you go. True.
Is it, do you think they're trying to deconstruct childhood, or do you think they're all just a bunch of perverts?
I think the true ideological believers are trying to deconstruct childhood, but I think most people are just going along with it because they go, this is progressive now. And that's literally the extent of their thought process.
I think their thought process is, we have to teach young children that being gay or trans is normal.
Yeah, I have to say, we have to teach my kids not to be a bigot, essentially. Right.
So, but there's a time for sex ed, and it's not in those super early years.
Yeah.
So.
Well, the non-binary stuff and the trans stuff is like, that's not even sex ed. It's just like, why are you just confusing kids? Making them more confused. Officer J for $5 says, unless you're torching the Necronomicon, book burning is almost always terrible, unjustifiable, and fascistic in nature, wherever you land politically. Yeah, I don't disagree. I agree. Fondue for $2 says, not new ideas, just bad ideas everyone forgot. Officer J for $5 says, I'm for banning books from schools that endorse horrific things like sexual abuse of minors, as opposed to books that merely address such things. Well, as like if my kid, was reading one of these books in high school, I would literally not give a fuck at all. But I understand that some parents are like prude, and I think that part of being in public education is you get to be prude. So I don't want my kid reading this stuff. So it's understandable. I wouldn't want them reading that in middle school, I don't think. But what is this video you just brought up?
This is Matt Binder doing a live stream
on
right
YouTube now that I'm in my house
did you bring it up?
I'm retired. But
he was talking smack about right-wing conspiracies. So I thought I'd listen in.
Okay, can we just get through this without you having like ADD about everything?
Well, I mean, we're trying to run a show here. It's trying to be entertaining.
Okay. Did you ever check your Discord DMs?
Oh no, I forgot.
Yeah, there you go.
What if? But look, he's live right now.
Said, we could €5. Sitch, stop distracting Adam. Me, motherfucker! It's Adam distracting himself. He says he needs to look at his Discord DMs. I just want to get rid of misconceptions that piss me off. Garr.
Well, if you're trying to get rid of misconceptions, drop them in the.
Just open your Discord. You fuck.
Look, right now, Matt Binder.
I don't care about
talking about election stuff. He's live right now, Matt.
So
Binder.
what? Why? Okay, what if he says something we agree with? Why would you play a video that we have to agree with Matt Binder for.
Oh, you're right. Here, I'll check.
Yeah, you didn't think about that one, did you, motherfucker?
No, I just thought it'd be fun to. Come on, let's get Matt.
Go read your fucking. Turn this video off.
Let's get Matt Binder on. We disagree with Matt Binder on lots of stuff. He's been on the show before.
I know.
Look, he's scared about the election. Okay. He's worried about Ron DeSanctimonious.
Okay.
Okay, we don't.
Big Sauce, thanks so much for being a free seeker for 6 months. Says, hey now, your show continually contributes to me feeling more optimistic and less angry about current events. Something I greatly appreciate. Thanks. Well, I'm glad.
Yes, that's what we're trying to do. Don't get,
is that what we're trying to do?
Well, no, I really do feel like both parties are trying to terrify you into voting.
True.
And it's just, don't fall for the nonsense, okay? There's a lot of good information out there about how, we're doing much better than people give us credit for. So,
right.
What happened to I feel like my chair got stuck on my table here.
Electromaster, thanks so much for being a free will seeker for 3 months. Says, hey now, it's your boy coming at you with another super chat. Thank you, Electromaster.
All right, I read my DMs. Are we good now?
Is there something to address or no?
I mean, I don't feel like it really.
Okay. There you go. He read them, Louis GG. Metalworks 41190. Thanks so much for being a free will seeker for 8 months. Says, can you guys look at criticals of video Twitter is dying? I'd like to see your guys' opinion on it.
Twitter is dying? Twitter is not going to die. Okay?
My mouse is fucking dying.
Twitter's going to be, listen, at least stick around till I get my check mark. Okay.
Are you talking about
Twitter dying? What?
Are you talking about Penguin did a video? Is his name Critical?
Moist Critical? Yes.
Oh, that's right. Moist Critical.
Penguin Zero?
Yes. 10 minutes long. I'm not gonna
Charlie?
watch it now, but I'll watch at some point. I mean, Twitter's been dying, but...
Dying how?
I don't know if he's saying Twitter's dying because of Elon. So... Joe the Make for $5 says, happy Sunday, guys. Did you all see the Lincoln Project and their orbiters stumping for Trump over the DeSantis spat? No. Wait, what? Wait, they were siding with Trump over DeSantis?
Bring it up.
Wait a minute. DeSantis, Trump, DeSantis.
This has to do with my bank account.
Well, I got to find what to bring up.
Don't dodge. Bring it up.
What am I bringing up, Adam?
I don't know.
You fucking...
Find it.
You fucking goofball. Stop drinking your cum.
Stop drinking. Stop drinking. Nobody drinks their own cum, okay? Don't be gross.
Oh, I'm sorry. Stop drinking other people's cum.
Nobody drinks other people's cum. Well, some people do, but not...
What? Why did you specify?
Not everyone.
Uh-huh.
Jeez. How terrible you are.
DeSantis or Trump?
Oh, look, Wormy's back.
Okay, wait, here's a Lincoln Project ad. Okay.
There's
called
an ad?
DeSantis or Trump.
There's already ads? Who did it? Oh, Lincoln.
But this is from like a week ago.
So. Yeah, but Lincoln Project is obviously against Trump.
Right, but they made it sound like Joe the Mig was making it sound like they were defending Trump against DeSantis.
Okay, let's see this.
That's why I was confused by
DeSantis or Trump?
Trump runs. So, and I don't know.
You think if they got on a stage, you don't think that DeSantis is crafty enough?
I think Trump sucks up all the energy in every room, no matter what. And even someone as skilled as a politician and smart policy-wise as DeSantis can't overcome
What's the point
that.
Of this
You
ad?
can't. You really think the hardcore MAGA is going to abandon Trump for DeSantis? They're not. They like DeSantis, but they don't think it's his turn. They think Trump was screwed out of his last election, that he was screwed out of his first term by all the craziness, the Russiagate and so on. And they think he is entitled. He deserves another shot at it. Like the hardcore Trump faithful.
Why does DeSantis look like a Dr. Seuss character? Like, what's up? Like, what's happening? Something about his face. And I can't.
Well, they made him red, and there's obviously steam coming out.
Well,
of
no,
his
I'm not
ears,
talking
so.
about that. Like his. It's like his cleft, like his little, what is it called? You know, like the little ridge in your top lip.
Mm-hmm.
Like I don't know. He just looks like a Dr. Seuss character. It's very weird. It's freaking me out. I've never seen him look like a Dr. Seuss character before.
Is unshakable. They like DeSantis, but they would never cross Trump for him. And they think that DeSantis owes his political career to Trump. Like, if forced to choose, they will choose Trump. So DeSantis can't take him down. It's like the line in War Games, the only winning move is not to play.
Oh, that's so painful.
So wait, what is the... Okay, so what's the point of the ad?
Paid for by the Lincoln Project. Wow, I thought the Lincoln Project...
It's called the Filtrum? Thank you.
The Lincoln Project was against Trump. They must be like, hey, ever since Trump left office, we stopped getting donations. We really need to get Trump back into office.
They probably photoshopped his face to be puffy. Maybe. It looked weird. I don't know.
Paid for
Something
by
about
the Lincoln Project is anti-Trump. That's...
Yeah, but this isn't an anti-Trump video.
No, it's not. It's very pro-Trump.
I don't even know what it is. Because it's not really... Is it anti-DeSantis? Or is it trying to get DeSantis to attack Trump? What is the point of the video?
It's trying to get DeSantis to drop out of the race.
Why would they want that?
I don't know.
Wouldn't they want DeSantis to split the vote?
The Lincoln Project is... That's Kellyanne Conway's husband's thing.
Yeah, wait. Shouldn't the Lincoln Project be in favor of DeSantis?
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Because I thought the Lincoln Project's whole thing was we're Republicans in favor of anyone that's not Donald Trump, essentially, I thought it was.
Maybe this is a fake ad by somebody on
No,
YouTube.
it was on their official YouTube.
Whose official YouTube?
The Lincoln Project.
Yeah, look at that. The Lincoln Project. Yeah, what the fuck? I'm
Lincoln
mystified.
Project ad accuses DeSantis of tyranny over voter arrests. Okay, so the Lincoln Project doesn't support Ron DeSantis. Okay. The only thing I can understand is that maybe this ad is like they wanted this to be targeted to Floridians, like in the governor's race, to get Republicans to not care so much about voting for DeSantis or something. But I don't think that's going to work. I don't know. Whatever. I don't understand what the point of it is, but it doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, I'm confused by it as well.
So. Sitch believed what they said. That's cute. Believed what who said?
In the thing. In the ad.
There was an ad of Kelly, what's her face? Or Megyn
Kelly.
Megyn Kelly.
Everything that Megyn Kelly says.
Just giving her opinion. What am I supposed to believe in the ad? I don't understand.
Everything Megyn Kelly says.
I don't understand what are you saying?
Everything.
Are you saying you disagree with this? You think that Donald Trump is going to lose to DeSantis on stage? To me, that's incredibly naive. I don't fucking see that at all.
Do you agree with Megyn Kelly?
Yes.
Yes, everything
completely.
she said is 100% accurate.
Right.
Megyn Kelly has a very good read of the situation.
I think she definitely does. Yeah.
Even Megyn Kelly seems to be a War Games fan, which I didn't know before this ad, but yes, that's absolutely correct.
There you go.
Megyn Kelly's like, the only choice to make is not to play.
Not to play.
Yeah.
Well, she's an old lady, so that makes sense. Dr. Dilla for $2 says found
she looks pretty good for an old lady.
She does. She does look pretty good.
Dr. Diddler.
For $2
Where's
says
your insults?
Found the racism encoded into the law. Biden stop. There you go.
What?
The racism that he encoded into the law.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Godlike Snake for $20. Thanks so much. Says, see if you can get not so erudite on when you guys debate President Sunday. The three of you are height fans, and she could give some great insight Don't worry, Sunday's so smart he can handle 3v1.
No, we're not going to do a 3v1.
That would be funny, though. I thought she was kind of like iffy on height.
She loves height.
Okay.
But she's iffy on
right,
evolutionary psychology.
Right.
Which
Okay.
That seems like a little bit of a contradiction, but we're.
Okay. We'll figure it out.
Yeah, we'll figure
that would be
it out.
fun, though. Did you listen to their conversation?
No.
Oh my God, it's hilarious.
Did you listen to? Oh, so
Yeah.
So it's pretty bad.
It's pretty bad, yeah.
Well, how'd it go? What happened?
It's only 30 minutes, so that should tell you.
Oh, okay. Did he dip out or something?
You'll see.
Okay, I'll check it out.
Adam.
Oh, that was one of the best parts, obviously.
Daily Dose, thanks so much for being a Fruits here for 3 months, says they can all drink buckets. There you go. Sitch is the best class because Sitch is usually right over Adam, though Adam is right over Doomer. And Mahler is right over Sitch. Oh, how dare you. Fight Club, please. Yeah, one day. Seems super excited.
What is Mahler? I mean, Mahler's generally right about stuff, but what do
I don't know.
we even disagree with Mahler on?
I mean, he likes House of the Dragon a lot more than I do.
Oh, okay.
He likes well, I don't know if he likes the Star Wars prequels. He thinks Star Wars sequels are like so much more worse than the prequels, which I guess that's where the contention comes from. I understand by his definition of what is good, then that's definitely true. But we have different definitions of how to rate things.
What's up with all these celebrities impersonating Elon Musk on Twitter?
Yeah, I don't know what's up with that. I saw that, and I didn't understand what was happening there.
How come everyone hates Elon Musk? I don't get it.
Is it just supposed to be like, haha, we made our name Elon Musk and then said something stupid, and then they'll think it's Elon Musk? Like, what's the joke? I don't get it.
Yeah, I don't either.
Guy for $20 says, yes, Sitch, open a restaurant. BRB tagging Kanye in on my latest culinary industry tweet. There you go.
Sweet.
I want to open a restaurant called Jubies.
What?
You don't like that name? Jubies?
No, not really.
What if I call it Ye's Jewish Deli?
Oh, yeah.
I like that. Ye's Jewish Deli.
Yeah. Sounds awesome.
However, for $20 says, did you hear affirmative action might get itself killed by the Supreme Court? If the news is to be believed, it starts in the colleges and spreads from there. Dun, dun, dun. What do you guys think the Supreme Court will do? Yeah, I heard they were arguing some case about it. I don't know. That would be super interesting. I mean, that would be very interesting if the Supreme Court got rid of affirmative action.
Kathy Griffin has been suspended for impersonating Elon Musk. What a dipshit. Yeah, I listened to part of the Supreme Court oral arguments on affirmative action.
Right.
It's kind of boring. And Cullivar sent a clip that was a little bit spicier. So
right. Yeah, I saw one clip, I think it was Thomas Sowell or someone talking. But I assume I know
Sowell?
I'm sorry. I'm so
Thomas
racist.
Sowell is not on the Supreme Court, just so you know. Yeah.
Clarence Thomas.
Yeah, there you go.
There you go. I know there's a Thomas in there somewhere, a black guy named Thomas. Which I assume I already know I know he's going to be against it. So.
Oh, you think?
Yeah, you think? I wouldn't be too surprised if they limit it to some extent. I'd be kind of surprised if they do away with the entire thing. So, but I mean, if they do away with it, that's going to open up an utter shitstorm of catastrophe, which I'm not sure is going to end up in a good place.
What do you mean?
I mean, it's really, you thought like abortion, getting rid of like the abortion stuff, getting rid of affirmative action is really gonna feed the woke narrative. Oh man. It's really gonna feed the woke narrative.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It's gonna feed the woke narrative, but I mean,
I'm not sure it's gonna be for good.
They're eliminating it though because people are being literally discriminated against. That's the thing.
Well, that's why I said they might limit it in some capacity. I'd be curious. I don't know. I don't actually even know what the case is. What is the case that brought forth the challenge anyway?
It's Harvard admissions, isn't it?
Is it the Harvard admissions case?
Yeah.
That's interesting.
People are being they're giving blacks extra points.
Right. Which I'm not in favor of that.
Yeah.
So I don't know. We'll see.
Why can't supply meet demand in these Ivy League schools? I mean, can't they build another campus or fucking do online classes or something? I mean,
no.
I just
what are you talking about?
Well, I feel like if people want Harvard diplomas, I feel like it's just really
Harvard diplomas only have value because of their scarcity.
So it is well,
not only, but that's a big part of their value.
So it's just a bougie thing then.
Of course it is. I mean, that's true with all Ivy League schools.
Well, that's bullshit.
Okay.
How can you claim to be woke for the downtrodden and you're all for making it so?
Because
you have only these limited amount of Ivy League educations.
Because as long as you make those limited slots available to non-white people.
Look, we have set up a system where everybody gets a high school education. Everyone gets K through 12th grade. You get the same. Everyone gets the same education. You're all eligible for the same education. Obviously, you can go above and beyond and go to private school, whatever. Hypothetically, get a better education, but you're still getting 12 years of school, right?
Right.
Why can't they just? What is so hard about making Harvard educations that meet the demand for Harvard educations? It's just it's so weird. Why does it have to be like a rare work of art that there's only so many Van Gogh paintings to go around? Sorry, sucker, you don't get one.
Stofo says, I think affirmative action was justifiable 50 years ago, but it really should have a sunset clause. Yeah, and I think that's a completely fair point.
That's what they're debating.
Yeah. Yep, we'll see. We'll see what happens. It'll definitely be fun, I guess. If they care.
You think they're gonna? I guess they're gonna.
They might. They might.
Is this election really revolving around abortion?
No,
well, I've seen some
that's
things.
Because the inflation's the economy. I think in most situations, the economy generally overrides most other issues if the economy is like problematic enough.
Yeah,
which it is obviously right now. So, like, if there wasn't an economic like crisis or whatever you want to call it right now, if there was all this inflation right now, I think the abortion topic would be a massive thing you'd be hearing about nonstop, and people would be talking about and focused on. But right now, I don't think anyone cares that much about it.
Inflation is the problem because there's unemployment. Like the unemployment numbers are really low. We're at full employment.
Right. Yeah, I know it's inflation. So I don't know. I don't think people are super fixated on. I mean, I'm sure there are some people. I just don't think the majority of people are. Not like a swing voter. I don't think they're going to swing vote on abortion stuff.
Do you think it's totally elitist to not build another Harvard campus?
Of course.
Feels wrong.
What they want.
Feels very wrong to me.
Yeah.
I feel like they could meet demand.
Okay.
I mean, do they stop producing BMWs because of scarcity? I feel like they meet that there's demand. There's a BMW for everyone who wants a BMW.
I literally don't care about talking about this.
Okay.
It's just a weird point. Like, there's not infinite space. Like, you can't just keep building campuses. Like, I don't understand what.
Yeah, but you could do it online easily.
Right. Well, it's not really the same thing.
The reason I bring it up is because I'm listening to these oral arguments about Harvard educations. And they're saying, there's a zero-sum game in Harvard educations because if you let one student in, that's one less student you can let in of this other.
Right, yeah.
But
right.
I just, why do we live in a world where...
Listen, even if you had online education, it's still like you'd have to have different slots. There's only be so much space for physical people going and for people going online. And most people would want to go online. So you still have the same legal issue because they say, well, you're taking my spot.
In what business? In what business do they say, oh, we're going to stop producing iPhones because we don't really want to satisfy the demand out there? Like, that's my question. My question is, in what, like, it's a private school.
I'm sure they do expand, Adam. You think that Harvard has, I'm sure they expand their campus. I'm sure they expand their slots. And I'm sure that whoever's running their school, they figure out whatever is worth, like how much expansion is worth it versus whatever else money they invest money in at Harvard or Yale or wherever. I mean,
do they? So okay,
I'm sure they expand.
I guess it's just a problem. So
infinite.
they can't meet. So there's infinite demand for Harvard students, and I mean, some companies will limit supply in order to drive up the price of whatever they're selling, but that's normally considered to be, bad.
Right. Yeah, I don't know. I'm sure you could find some what is this? Harvard? I'm sure you can find something about like how many slots they've had throughout the years. I'm assuming they've increased the size of their campus or something.
Did you see that article that Jordan Peterson is trying to work on driving the cost of education down to $4,000? Bachelor degrees for $4,000. Yeah.
No.
They're like 60,000 now. He's basically saying, why the fuck are they $60,000? That's ridiculous.
President Sunday's waifu pillow. Wow, look at that.
Wow.
President Sunday's waifu pillow for $2. Says, my man and I are having a wonderful Sunday evening. There you go. Beautiful.
Oh, how sweet. That's nice that you guys get along so well.
Yeah.
Is the pillow salty?
Rashidi Henry for 5 months says, happy Sunday, everyone. Can't wait to see President Sunday 2 Electric Boogaloo. And S-Class is the best class. Thank you. Not Gay Ben for $5 says, Adam, do yourself a favor and switch to Firefox and download Sponsor Block. Also, foreskin is a human right. Also, I'm not gay / not homosexual. There you go.
Good for you.
There you go.
And thanks. Maybe I'll check out Firefox.
MILFs for Justice. I like it. I support that. It's my kind of political movement.
Right. Yeah. It's got Sitch's 2 favorite things back to back. MILFs and justice.
Chunk Awuga for $2 says, the Republicans are racist. I hate them so much. Always trying to oppress minorities and trans people and gays.
Who said that?
There you go. Chunk Awuga said that.
Ouch.
Like instead of Chank Uger, it's Chunk Awuga.
Yeah, no.
So he wrote it like that. I had to say it like that.
Oh God, the Young Turks. Do they read anything? Are they ever going to get an education?
Chunk Awuga for another $2 also says, of course we get loan forgiveness. Of course.
I guess you can just completely make up shit about and get people to vote. Wow.
Right. Girl Sarah for $3 says, love your defense against Doomer and the other guy on Wednesday. Fact-based TDS doesn't care about their feelings-based TDS. Well, there you go.
Well, at least we're the facts TDS, I hope,
there
right?
You go. Well, fact-based TDS is kind of an oxymoron, but I guess thanks, ? Our good friend Dialogue Always. Look at that. Dialogue Always gives us $2 more. Dialogue Always says, you guys don't understand. The Democrats aren't racist. They're just using their power to promote prejudice based on race.
Well, that was not Dialogue Always, and Dialogue Always will be coming on the show soon. So
that was Dialogue Always. That sounds exactly like something he'd say.
Nah.
When is he coming on the show again soon? What are you talking about? You having illicit talks to have Dialogue Always on, and you're not telling me?
Yeah, he wants to come on.
To talk about what?
How racist you are.
Oh my God.
All the time. Everyone knows you're a big racist.
Nobody cares
Sitch.
about CRT anymore. Fuck.
Look, somebody has to call you out for your racism.
That's fine. If he wants to argue about me being racist, I'm fine with that. I just don't want to get into another CRT argument with him where you fucking putzes around for like 2 hours.
He wants to talk to you about your white privilege, okay?
Oh, no. God, no.
Look, it's
Why
obvious.
do you torture me like this?
It's obvious you have white privilege.
I obviously don't. If I had white privilege, I wouldn't have to talk to him.
Stop being. Now that was racist.
How is that racist?
I'm not gonna. I can't defend that. That was obviously racist.
I don't know. If I had white privilege, I wouldn't have to talk to annoying people. What the fuck did you think I meant? You're the racist one.
Dialogue. First of all, I think Dialogue Always is the only woke person I know that at least seems like he's trying to argue in good faith. So
yeah, that ship has sailed.
If he wants to come on and talk about anything, he's welcome to come on. So he left a comment on the video that we posted from the 200th show, and he was like, I really got to come on when I'm not tired. So I think he was unhappy with his performance.
Yeah,
and
that was
wants
like
a
months
rematch.
ago.
Yeah, so
okay, welcome.
Be nice now.
If he has something interesting to talk about, fine.
Sure.
So I don't want to rehash
He wants to,
shit like again.
Look, he wants to come on and defend Kanye. Okay.
Okay,
I'm
only
only
kidding.
kidding.
About that.
I'm only kidding. I made that up. Okay. Kanye never came up in my talks.
Okay.
I don't know. I tweet and he tweets at me about how what I'm saying is a complete mischaracterization of whatever it is.
Of course, that's what he always does. He says,
Yeah,
actually.
Well, we can talk about any of that stuff then.
Actually.
Yeah. Maybe he wants to come on.
It's not racist. It's just prejudiced on the basis of race. Are you sure it's not Dialogue Always? That sounds exactly like an argument he would make.
I mean, maybe he can come on and defend that Young Turks video we just watched.
There you go.
I don't know.
You guys you just don't understand.
Yeah.
That's my impression. Hey, look, it's my mother. My mom for $2. Says, Sitch, I'm here to answer the real Jewish question. As a Jew, it's your birthright to burn one book as a recompense. It has been decided for that book you will burn is Adam's comic. I prepared the firewood. Now do your duty. I'm not going to burn our comic. No.
Yeah, that's
a terrible
bullshit.
idea.
That's not going to happen.
Terrible idea. Magor for $3 says, we're talking about books today. I've got an opinion no one cares about. All your creme posters out there need to stop creme posters.
Mm-hmm.
All your creme posters out there need to stop pitching Way of Kings and pitch Warbreaker instead. It's easier to commit to one book than a massive series. Okay. I'm not familiar with this book series, but there you go.
Sounds
Warbreaker.
good.
Refresh.
Warbreaker sounds good. I want to check it out. What's going on the? Let's check out what's going on with.
Did
Matt.
CT send you a Pokemon?
Let's check out Matt Binder. Is he still alive?
She did. CT for $2 says, hi, I made Cinnamon Toast Crunch cookies. They're great. Anyways, Pokemon is in the DMs. Adam, it is time
it's the Pokemon challenge.
for the Pokemon challenge. Do Pokemon. Gotta catch 'em all.
I don't see. All I see is crows.
Then you need to refresh it.
Oh yeah, there.
She gave you two choices.
Well, one is very easy, obviously. Let's see.
Yeah. One I'll call Doomer.
Oh yeah,
Doomer in a bow tie.
The Doomer in a bow tie. That's pretty.
That's
good.
mine. Doomer in a bow tie.
Mm-hmm.
You can do the second one.
Okay. I mean, what's going on there on the face? What is that?
I don't know. It's a good question.
It's got like sideburns or something.
It looks like
that's really weird.
Construction equipment.
Construction equipment, really?
Yeah.
Is it?
Come on, I'm waiting for a name.
Okay. I'm going with rake tail armadillo.
Rake tail armadillo. There you go. So we got Doomer with a bow tie and rake tail armadillo.
Mm-hmm.
So there you go. There's your. Can you decipher what Pokemons those are?
Right.
I don't know the answer, by the way. I don't know what kind of Pokemon these are.
Mm-hmm. They're never gonna get Doomer with a bow tie. Rake tail armadillo.
I bet they will.
They'll get. All right. Thanks, guys. Thanks for coming.
What do you mean? Someone literally instantly got Doomer with a bow tie. Enter name here. Got it instantly. We're not done. What are you talking about?
I'm joining Mills for Justice. Give me the phone. I'm calling him right now. I need to leave a message.
Enter name here got mine correct. Yes. Doomer with a bow tie is Rowlet. However, Adams was not. Armaldo. That's not the one. So keep guessing on the other one.
Fat brown buffalo. Fat brown buffalo.
Yeah, Chank. Fat Bound Buffalo for $5 says, my co-host embarrassed little Ben last year, and now she got invited on his Sunday special. Should she accept and school him again? There you go. She's going to have another debate with Ben. Interesting.
Okay, after she totally lied all the way through that commentary on that commercial, I don't think Ben Shapiro in good conscience can talk to her ever again. She's obviously a fed media plant or something.
Oh, I see.
Something's going on there.
Equishadux got your Pokemon correct. It is Groudon. There you go. Groudon.
The rake tail gave it away.
Rake tail armadillo. That sounds actually like a Mega Man boss. Rake tail armadillo. Do. Solo Doge for $2 says, okay, my new favorite part of the Kanye story is the conspiracy that there is a Jewish Canadian military psyop specialist that disguises as a personal trainer who is sissy hypnotizing and drugging Hollywood elites into submission. Yeah, did you know about that?
Yeah, I do actually.
Yeah, apparently Kanye's personal trainer is a secret Canadian Jew psyop specialist who is hypnotizing Kanye and drugging him.
I can't tell you what race he is. I can't tell you. He's Jewish. By the way.
I love that clip.
Where's the picture of him with the phone? I saw the thing of he's got like the thing on his phone.
The chart of Jews in the media chart.
What the fuck? Who has a?
He saved it. He has it. It's like it's the wallpaper of his phone.
Who has? He's got like a hit list on his phone. That's not good.
Solodoge for $2 says, to answer Adam's question about how you advance liberty, the Libertarian Georgia Senate candidate is about to force a runoff election, so it's obvious both parties will need to actually listen to Libertarian demands. And appealing to Libertarians is not just tax cuts. We aren't Republicans light. It's rolling back on red tape to start a business. It's repealing restrictive licensing laws to be a tour guide. It's advancing liberty in all
That's what
ways.
the Republicans want to do. Deregulation.
Well, they want to deregulate ways that helps big business, but not necessarily small business.
Oh, really?
So
That's
maybe not. Maybe not. Well, if you're libertarian, that's a problem.
But wait, what did the tweet say though?
What tweet?
The tweet that I had up. Is it
I don't know.
up?
What did it say? I don't read your fucking tweets.
Oh, I deleted it. Damn it. I want full
I
bells for
Varen
justice.
Getorix for $5 says Jonathan Haidt is on CBS 60 Minutes right now.
Is he really? He's probably talking about social media.
The episode is called Buses at the Border. I assume he's not talking about border stuff, but I'll check it out. 60 Minutes right meow.
Bring it up.
We can't watch 60 Minutes. Dumb.
I'll put my thing up. I'll put my...
I don't even, it's probably not, I don't know if it's like available to be seen on the internet.
Okay.
CBS 60 Minutes.
I got the copyright cover thing. Okay, Dave Smith says, we exist to advance the cause of human liberty. Is that like a worldwide thing, or is that just here in the United States?
Oh, that's a great question.
Because
you should save that for our conversation.
When you say human liberty, I kind of feel like you're talking about everywhere.
Screenshot that. Talk about that in the context of Russia.
Should I?
Yes, 100%. You were right, by the way. He's talking about how social media has polarized America's political climate.
Of course. Listen.
Which is true.
Remember we started the show talking about how Adam is always right and Sitch is right like 25% of the time.
Jesus Christ, look at this fucking shit. Look at this fucking piece of shit.
Now that we're actually keeping track, I love it.
Astolfo says only Americans are human. That is true. Rashidi Henry for $10 says the only time I'll even accept eating dry ramen is while I was in the Navy working on the flight deck for 14 hours with no breaks out of pure desperation. Damn, that's rough. Oof.
It's probably painful to hear that I just eat it for fun.
I know, right? What's wrong with you?
Oh, wait, I should probably circle the human liberty.
Gamble the Bruce. Thanks so much for being a free here for 3 months. Says we've had nothing but abortion ads on a state level in Illinois. Really fascinating. I haven't seen a single abortion ad, but maybe it's just no one cares in Florida.
Oh shit!
So there you go.
Fascinating. Yeah, I listened to some debate for Los Angeles mayor, and they brought up abortion, and I was like, "What the?
Why? Not like it's changing in California at all."
I know. It was so pissed me off so much. I was like, geez. I'm going to put forward a bill that says a woman's right to choose should be always available from here to the end of time.
Adam, why did you give a super chat? You can just tell me whatever you want to say.
Sometimes I just feel like super chatting.
Okay. Oh, I see why. You couldn't say this. You wanted me to say it because you couldn't. You were too embarrassed to say it verbally.
Mm-hmm. Sometimes I do get embarrassed.
Okay, that's a confirmation. Adam sent a $2 super chat that says, "Remember the night we met in person, Sitch? How it all began. Our eyes met from across the convention center.
I do remember. This actually happened.
In an instant, we connected. A lovely candlelit dinner.
I was like, thank God he's not retarded.
Evening. It was. I yearn for that once more.
I was like, oh shit, thank goodness this guy looks normal.
That was one of the first things you said.
God.
That was literally the first thing. You think he's joking? I think that's literally the first thing you said to me. You said, "I'm so glad you look normal." That was like the first words out of his mouth. I was like, what the fuck did you think I look like? You think I look like Quasimodo or something?
Well, I didn't know. You could have very well looked like Quasimodo. Jeez, who knew?
Thank God you look normal.
I couldn't really. I was like, I wanted to message you and say, listen, if you look normal, that's cool. But if you look like really weird or something, Like you got an ear growing out of the middle of your forehead.
Yeah.
Send me a picture so I can so I can be ready.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. But I didn't. I resisted. I was like, okay, I'm just gonna keep my fingers crossed.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah. And Sitch just looks like a regular guy. It's great.
I know. What a shock, right?
I was like,
what a shock.
Thank goodness. So continue.
Anyways.
Is that all of the super chat?
That was it.
Oh, well, okay. I didn't send that super chat, but it seems relatively accurate.
It's pretty accurate. You sent it subconsciously.
Maybe.
Anyways.
Is that it?
That's it.
Look, I brought up the thing. So it's ready.
There you go.
It's ready to rock and roll. Human liberty.
I guess just for Americans, not for Ukrainians.
What about dog liberty? I mean, I kind of feel like dogs should be free too. Okay.
Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. Hopefully we'll have Dave on next Sunday. It'll be a fun conversation. And you who made it to the end of the stream, you are the true heroes, the true free will seekers, the true masters of the universe. And we'll see you all on Tuesday, where I guess we'll bullshit while we talk about, election results.
And my money. You're
not getting shit on Tuesday. What are you saying? Crazy.
My money.
What are you talking about? Listen to this fucking guy.